Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Beautiful to see you Space Fams here on this Thursday evening. Hope you're all doing well. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, but before any of that, better do some shout-outs. Hermit Horologist, Morbius, and Moanoip, 123 in the YouTube chat. Manda, a close fourth. Looney Tunes also here. HBX Mozart Glitchmaster. Young Chris Fishbone. Rady Baby. Becat Edward Thornton. Jaeger 8 Larson and Ducky. On Twitch, Costly. Hiding with Carl Schmidt over on the Vertical chat. Oh, better do this as well. Get some sunglasses in here, very bright. And a hat. There we go. Now we're prepared for the stream. Lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. Trump still feuding with the Pope. J.D. Vance even getting involved. Hasan Piker debating at Yale with the Yale Political Union. Peace in Lebanon, or is it? We'll talk about it. And we'll of course get into everything Operation Epstein Fury. And of course the blockading of the blockade. The already blockaded blockade. We are, of course, blockading it. Or are we? Another question. Anyway, lots of stuff to talk about here tonight, including a couple of other stories not mentioned. Boy, oh boy, it's kind of been a crazy week already, hasn't it, Space Fams? Well, I guess we better get started in that familiar place. The United States. America.
I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to escalating tensions between the president and the Pope, following President Trump's unprecedented attacks on Pope Leo over the Pope's vocal opposition to war. Last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth publicly prayed for, quote, overwhelming violence against, quote, those who deserve no mercy. During his Palm Sunday address, Pope Leo said Jesus Christ rejects the prayers of those who wage war.
Brothers and sisters, this is our God, Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, whom no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood.
Your hands are full of blood, the Pope said. On Sunday night, Trump criticized Pope Leo, the first U.S.-born Catholic pontiff, in a lengthy message on Truth Social, calling him weak on crime, terrible for foreign policy. On a flight en route to Algiers to begin a 10-day tour of 4 African countries, Pope Leo said he would not shy away from the message of the gospel.
I don't want to get into a debate with him. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. And I will continue to speak out loudly against war.
President Trump also sparked widespread outrage by posting an AI-generated image of himself as Jesus Christ, laying his hand on a sick or dying man. In the image, Trump's wearing a white robe and red cloak. After being accused of blasphemy by some supporters, Trump deleted the image 12 hours after it was first posted. This was Trump's response when asked by reporters about it.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor. And it had to do with Red Cross. As a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one.
Such a lie.
We're joined now by Father James Martin.
Only the fake news. Only the fake news could say that I look like Jesus. That's really weird. That was me as a doctor, of course. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. Totally normal. Perfectly normal doctor outfit. Like this guy. Very well-known doctor. Dr. Jesus, MD. Look at him. That's a doctor right there. That's what doctors look like, okay? White, flowing robes. Red. Sort of like a toga, almost. I'm not sure what you call that. Sash? Like a big red sash. Cloak. Maybe a cloak. I don't know. I'm not a garment maker. Okay, it's a doctor. A normal doctor, everybody's saying.
Jesuit priest, editor-at-large of America magazine, the author of the new book, Work in Progress, Confessions of Busboy, Dishwasher, Caddy, Usher, Factory Worker, Bank Teller, Corporate Tool, and Priest. He has described Trump's attacks on the Pope as unhinged, uncharitable, and unchristian. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Father. It's great to have you with us. Can you explain this unprecedented attack by an American president on the Pope?
Well, it's actually hard to explain, but I think what probably happened was on 60 Minutes, there was a special with Cardinals McElroy, Tobin, and Supich, who were very strong against the war. Cardinal McElroy, who was a theologian and a political scientist, called the war unjust. And that seemed to have sparked the outrage from President Trump, who did launch into this personal ad hominem attack against the Holy Father. And then, as you said, followed it up with the tweet of him as Jesus. So it seems to have been, a kind of late night anger that he took out on the Pope, and that, he decided that he wanted to place himself in the role of Jesus. That's how I see it.
And Father Martin, I wanted to ask you about all these almost unhinged comments in recent weeks of the president. For instance, on Easter Sunday itself, the holiest day of the year for Catholics, him threatening to bomb Iran into the Stone Age. Your reaction to how this is playing out among Catholics around the world?
Yeah, and I would say Easter is the holiest day of the year for Christians as well. We have to remember, that Jesus comes back after the resurrection. His first words to the disciples are, "Peace be with you," not, "Vengeance is mine." How is this playing out? Catholics from the progressive side to the traditional side were appalled by the president's attacks on the Pope because they were so mean-spirited, so personal, so outrageous that it is really, kind of an attack on the church. Because
that's right, Donald Trump attacking the church itself by attacking the very most highest figure within it, the goddamn Pope. That's right, Donald Trump has zero respect for the religion that he and his followers claim to love so very much. Honestly, I think he genuinely believes that he's Jesus. God, I've been so stressed out over the last few days. I don't want to bring it. I don't even feel like bringing it to you right now. I'm too... I'm too pissed off. All right, let's go keep talking about the Pope to a guy we're going to be talking about later. The great Hasan biker.
What is this? The Pope pray for peace? Oh, Jesus Christ, young conservatives. What the fuck? Pope says, God does not bless any conflict. Anyone who's a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drop bombs. Military action will not create space for freedom or times of peace, which comes only from the patient promotion of coexistence and dialogue amongst the people. Young conservatives immediately turn around and just, I guess, depict the Pope as brown, wearing I hate white people, wearing the Palestine colors sticker that says, I hate white people, dead brown bodies of color, killed by Israel, not cool. Did you know Jesus was a brown body of color? In parentheses, base, decolonized Palestine, Black Lives Matter, Obama 08. Never seen someone get excommunicated by a community now?
I've never seen anyone get excommunicated by a community now. Oh, no, not the community notes.
I am Catholic. This is not my Pope. You are not a Catholic if you do not accept the Pope, but rather a schismatic. Canon 751. Schism is the refusal of submission to the Supreme.
That's literally the argument I've been making over here. Like, look, if you don't want to listen to the Pope, you gotta go to become a different religion. Maybe become Orthodox. Maybe be an Orthodox Christian. That'll be, you know, you have your own schism.
Pontiff, i.e. the Pope. I don't know how you live like this. I don't know how you can be such a hateful little monster. I don't understand, man. What good does it do for you or your mentality, your mental capacity, your state, your personhood? It can't be good to live like this, right? You're just giving yourself maximum brain cancer at all times. Reactionary ideology is unironically identifying what the most vile thing you can say or do or behave as and just constantly hitting it. It's just vice signaling at this point. It's endless vice signaling. Very strange behavior. It's so unbelievably antisocial. I'm not exactly sure on who this is for, how this works, who this works on. None of it makes sense to me. I see stuff like this and I think to myself, why are you actively positioning yourself as objectively a repulsive person?
Yeah, seriously, this is a pretty gross meme that they've cooked up over here at the Young Conservative Federation. Yeah, it's great. Ooh, they even got a blue check mark. Very fancy. It got 1.2 thousand likes, it looks like.
Works on his cult? I don't even think, man. I think there's still...
So somewhere between 1 and 1,000, right? It's X, so there's really no way of knowing how many likes it's getting.
I think a lot of mainline MAGA would still probably look at this and be like, why are you guys saying that? I just don't think they see it. There are plenty who do, and plenty who lean into it, and plenty in mainline MAGA that just love this shit. They love being repulsive in other ways, I guess. But this is not a sustainable movement. This is just being a villain, being loud and proud about being a villain. This is kicking babies in the head. Aren't I a good guy? This is Israel shit. The maximalist version of this is Israel. How strange. Here's what the Pope said, by the way. When Pope Leo was asked about Trump's criticism, which was really funny. I mean, I love the term. I love the take. The Pope is very weak on crime. That is awesome.
Very weak.
Standalone
statement.
Very
weak.
That in and of
weak on crime and foreign policy. Both. Don't forget foreign policy. Don't forget that, Hasan. Okay? Can't forget that. Very bad foreign policy. He likes Iran having nukes. He's the Pope and he likes nukes. I don't know what's up with that.
Hilarious. Okay? The Pope is very weak on crime. Bro, he's the Pope. Brother, what are you saying? Here was his long rant on Leo. He's just lost his mind. Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Yeah, bro. He's the Pope. You are the closest depiction to Satan. Of course he is going to be antagonistic to everything that you're saying and doing. If he is even remotely honest as a religious figure, he has to oppose what you are saying and what you're doing. This, under normal circumstances, is an opportunity for you to think about how you present yourself, the actions that you're carrying out. But of course, we are so far removed from Christ in the United States of America. We're so far removed from spirituality that our main religion has been capitalism, right? A capitalist distortion of what Christianity is supposed to be. That's precisely the reason why it goes, Pope Leo is weak on crime. Incredible statement. What's...
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really, it seems like the Trump crowd have given up actual Jesus for Trump.
A rich white man.
A rich white man. Follow the rich white man rather than the other guy, the brown guy from the Middle East. That guy who was actually, the poor. Actually, blessed be the poor. Very nasty guy. Like poor people more than rich people. That Jesus,
you're going to get mad at him for kissing people's feet? You know what I mean? He's washing black people's feet. Disrespectful. He goes to Africa and he kisses the feet of random people. Like, that's kind of a Pope thing to do, buddy. It's called an exercise in fucking humility. You obviously don't know a thing about that. He talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during with COVID. What? God, every day that goes by, I get more repulsed by it. I have a revulsion to MAGA conservatism. I already had a lot of smoke for it, a lot of hatred for it, but it's just turning into sheer disgust because I know why he's bringing up COVID. It's that fucking simple. For so many in his audience, they hear him go, remember,
they weren't letting you go to the churches. Back when I was president, remember when they wouldn't let you go to church? It was very nasty. Those guys, very, very nasty.
You couldn't go and pray to Christ in your churches. Remember COVID. That's enough for so many evangelicals. They go, oh my God. They forget that he was the president when that was happening. And on top of that, like, who gives a what does that have to do with anything going on right now? They were arresting priests, ministers, and everybody else for holding church services.
Right to jail, right away.
Right to jail. Right to jail. All the Christians got locked up. Thanks to the COVID. Everybody's saying it. God, he is really an idiot, though. We went through that whole ridiculous tweet from Trump where he starts talking about elections and his brother Leo. Leo was a good guy, but his brother Louis. His brother Louis, very good. But this guy, very nasty. All right, let's keep going through this. It's continued, the feud between Trump and Pope Leo. Pope Leo doubling down on peace and unity in recent remarks from yesterday. Here's the Associated Press.
Pope Leo has doubled down on his belief that the message the world needs to hear today is one of peace, dialogue, and the search for truth and community. Pope Leo spoke to reporters en route from Algeria to Cameroon. He did not respond to the latest criticism from President Donald Trump or Vice President J.D. Vance coming in overnight. He kept his comments focused on his just finished trip to Algeria, but some of his tone suggested that the criticism had not gone unnoticed. Leo talked about the show of respect that was shown to him and the Holy See by the Algerian government, and he spoke of the legacy of St. Augustine, his search for truth, his search for God, and his bridge building to find unity and community.
All right. Well, there you go. Pope Leo not backing down on his comments on peace and unity, even with the criticisms of Supreme Leader Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Morbius with a sweet, sweet gifted membership over on YouTube. Wonky, the recipient of that. Thank you, Morbs. Much appreciated. All right, staying on this topic, BBC News 16 hours ago. Let's talk about why Donald Trump has fallen into this feud with the Pope. Why? It's so strange.
That's really weird.
What happens when an American Pope takes on an American president? Now, the most influential American in the world has almost always been the U.S. president. But for the first time in history, maybe POTUS has a serious rival, Pope Leo XIV.
I have no fear, neither the Trump administration nor speaking out loudly about the message of the gospel. And
That's what I believe I am called to do, what the church is called to do.
Since his election last May, Pope Leo has increasingly become more vocal in his criticism of the Trump administration policies on things like immigration and foreign interventions in Venezuela and then Iran. And in response, Donald Trump has taken it up a notch. In the last week, he erupted.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our cities. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo.
From the BBC, I'm Tristan Redmond in London.
And I'm Asma Khalid. And welcome to The Global Story on YouTube.
In today's episode, we'll be speaking with the BBC's Ed Sturton, a man who knows his way around American politics and the Catholic Church.
But first, we're going to give you a quick recap. Now, I'm sure that you all have seen some of the headlines of the beef between the Pope and the President over the last several days. The situation has been tense for some time on issues like immigration and deportation.
But it really started ratcheting up in January. In the wake of the US intervention in Venezuela, talking to diplomats in Rome, the Pope said, diplomacy that promotes dialogue and seeks consensus among all parties is being replaced by a diplomacy based on force by either individuals or groups of allies. War is back in vogue.
Now, in the wake of those comments, we know that there was a meeting at the Pentagon that took place with the Vatican's ambassador to Washington. Recollections of that meeting vary. Some reports say that there were...
That is so fucking wild. The DOD, the military wants a meeting with the Pope, with the Vatican. Like, they're completely like opposed to one another, right? Like, why? Why would they want to talk to the fucking Vatican?
Terse words exchanged. The Pentagon dismissed reports as exaggerated and...
Terse words exchanged. So you're telling me that the U.S. military called in representatives from the Vatican to dress them down over what the fucking Pope said? Are you kidding me? Oh, they're a bunch of petulant, like, bratty children.
You're a little baby! Distorted, and the Vatican said some accounts bared no resemblance to the truth.
Now, fast forward to March, and CBS, which is the BBC's reporting partner in the United States...
good point. Good point, Pitchforks. I should be more precise with my language. Should be more precise with my language. Of course. It's the DOW, not the DOD anymore. I'm very silly. Very silly of me.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
The Dow right now.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. That's right. Department of War. Very serious place.
In Rome, in the context of the Iran war, which had started by this point. And the Pope said to them, I'm praying for peace. I hope that a ceasefire would be the most effective way to work together to find peace for all parties.
Then on March 25th, at a prayer service at the Pentagon, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said overwhelming violence of action against those who deserve no mercy.
And then just 4 days later, off the back of that, in his Palm Sunday address, Pope Leo seemed to criticize the Defense Secretary. He called for an end to, quote, a spiral of violence in the Middle East. And he said to worshippers in Italian,
Jesus, King of Peace, who rejects war, who no one can use to justify war. He does not listen to the prayers of those who wage war, but rejects them, saying, even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood.
Now, he didn't refer to Pete Hegseth by name, but it did seem to be an oblique reference to what Hegseth had previously said.
Damn, Pope Leo hitting back at Pete Hegseth. Pope Leo kicking ass, taking names, it would seem.
And now you see just how I won that championship.
All right, staying with BBC News. 5 hours ago. Oh, wait, before we do that, back to the Associated Press. Take it back. Take it back. Back to the Associated Press. Talk about what Christian leaders had to say about Trump's comments vis-a-vis the Pope.
I'm a Catholic, you know, and it's a red flag, and it's upsetting that he would put himself in that position aligned next to Jesus.
I take it back. I don't think this guy is a leader of the Catholic Church. Maybe he is, but it just says Catholic. So I think he's just a guy. Pretty sure.
Self in that position aligned next to Jesus, and it's exemplary that he doesn't see himself as a political figure of ideas. He sees himself as like a demagogue or someone to be worshipped. I'm glad that the Pope has demonstrated opinions against the war.
You can still be a Republican and still have disagrees with Trump, if that makes sense. Because, for example, I did not agree with the Instagram post that he posted yesterday, and I also did not agree with the tweet that Trump also made on Easter Sunday.
The Pope needs to stay out of politics. That's my thing. My mom's Catholic.
The Pope needs to stay out of politics. Well, not everybody has the same opinion, clearly, among Christians. Pope needs to stay out of politics. How dare he say peace is good? How dare he repeat the words of Jesus?
Jesus, I say that.
All right, that's his job. I forgot. It's his job to repeat the words of Jesus. Silly me. For a second, I was almost like, no. Actually, it's his job. Sorry, ma'am. It's literally what he's here to do, is to talk about things happening and the world. And, what's the opinion of the Catholic Church is. He's the, what's the word? Highest pontiff? I forget exactly the terminology. But the point is that the highest most spokesperson for the Catholic Church, and therefore, if you're not an Orthodox Christian, you have a little problem, because you're living in a world where he is in fact basically the highest authority in your little religious world. You could become an Orthodox Christian, though. I'm just saying, you could do that. It would be weird to do like a midlife switch just so that you didn't have to listen to the Pope. But hey. Also, here's another option I just thought of. You could be an atheist. You can say, you know what, religion, maybe not for me. Maybe organized religion is dumb. If you don't like listening to one guy tell you what to do all the time, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you should rethink your support of King Trump.
You're kind of like a snotty-faced bitch.
Yep. The young lady is right. Ekios with a sweet super chat. Good evening, GSL and Space Fam. Hope you all had a lovely Thursday. Yes, indeed. I agree. I second that. I second that message. I'm just realizing I took it down somehow. My bad. All right. What was I doing? Right. BBC. Here we go. Pope criticizes tyrants who spend billions on wars. Oh, God.
In
Trump's not gonna like
unusually
that one.
forceful political remarks, Pope Leo has said the world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants. Addressing a crowd during his visit to a region of Cameroon ravaged by a separatist insurgency, the head of the Roman Catholic Church condemned the people who he said had manipulated the very name of God for their own gain. The extraordinary comments come amid a spat President Trump has had with the Pope. President Trump calling Pope Leo weak on crime. Let's have a listen to the Pope.
The masters of war pretend not to know that it takes only a moment to destroy. Yet often, a lifetime is often not enough to rebuild. They turn a blind eye to the fact that billions of dollars are spent on killing, on devastation, yet the resources needed for healing, education, and restoration are nowhere to be found. The world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants, yet is held together by a multitude of supportive brothers and sisters.
Let's bring in our global religion reporter, Lebo Di Secco. These are, as I said, unusually forceful comments from a pope, and in the context of some quite forceful stuff coming the other way from Washington.
Yeah, and they have just been, or Pope Leo has just been backed up, as it were, by the Archbishop of Canterbury, leader of the third biggest Christian denomination of the world, Sarah Mullally, who said, "I stand with my brother in Christ, His Holiness Pope Leo XIV, in his courage to call for a kingdom of peace." Now, the context of this, you did kind of explain this earlier in your introduction. He was speaking in the capital of the northwest part of Cameroon, where there has been an insurgency for about 10 years, which has killed thousands and thousands of people. So he was addressing a service there, a crowd of people there, and you could say that, you know, some of the things he said related to that. But it comes after a week of, you know, back and forth with the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself. We saw at the start of the week lashing out at Pope Leo in an extraordinary fashion. Pope Leo has been very critical of war in general and spoken out quite vociferously about the war, the conflicts that we see at the moment. He, in his Good Friday address, said that leaders that kind of promote war or push war won't be blessed. And then we saw his Easter Sunday sermon used to call for peace again. So this is kind of a ratcheting up of the tensions. We also had J.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, a recent convert to Catholicism, saying that Pope Leo should be careful when it comes to speaking about doctrine.
Yeah, this is a perfect place to pause there. Segue to the next clip that we have. To that very clip. Vice President J.D. Vance. As she mentioned, recent convert to Catholicism. We have some things to learn here. Let's hear what he had to say.
I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first.
Hey, random dude. Hey, I'm sorry, I gotta go back and hear it again. Oh, God, he's fucking hilarious. Such a dumb comment. Even the tiny Turning Points USA crowd was like, hey, shut up. You're stupid. You're saying stupid things right now.
I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been, again, hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first. But I think one of the issues here is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And now, to respond to this guy here. He said, I believe he said the administration supports a genocide in Gaza. And here's my response to that. When we came in, the humanitarian situation in Gaza was an absolute catastrophe. You know who's the person who got a peace agreement in Gaza? Donald J. Trump.
Wow. The humanitarian, before we ever got involved, the humanitarian situation in Gaza, really? I would argue that we were the ones who were directly making things worse there. But hey, but you know what? I gotta give it to the
let's switch
hecklers
channels.
over there.
This show is dull.
There you go. JD Van's getting heckled at a very empty. Actually, we should pull up a picture first before we move from this. Let me just go back here. Yeah. I would. I was gonna find a picture, but this headline is good. It is perfect. I'm just gonna go here to News Nation. TPUSA official blames small Vance crowd on ticket quote-unquote shenanigans. Oh, it's ticket shenanigans. That's why nobody was there. Not because nobody likes the guy. Okay. Yeah, right. That makes sense. He's not a completely unlikable human being that nobody in their right mind would want to spend any time with. I mean, apparently his own wife is spending more quality time with Donald Trump than he is.
With my wife.
Now to the man in charge of the whole fucking country, Donald J. Trump. Comments made by him a few hours ago on the White House lawn when asked about the Pope.
I have to do what's right. The Pope has to understand that. Very simple. I have nothing against the Pope. His brother's MAGA all the way. I like his brother, Louis. I'm not fighting with him. The Pope made a statement. He says Iran can have a nuclear weapon. I say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if the Pope looked at the 42,000 people
did not say that
over the last 2 or 3 months as a protester with no weapons, no nothing, I mean, you take a look at that. So I can disagree with the Pope. I have a right to disagree. I have a right to disagree with the Pope. Well, I want him to preach the gospel. I'm all about the gospel, but I also know that you cannot let a certain country, which is a very mean-spirited country, have a nuclear weapon. This is the real world. It's a nasty world. But as far as the Pope and
very
what
nasty,
he wants, he can do that. Now I know the Pope's brother. He is a big MAGA person. He's got MAGA all over his house. His name is Louis. He's actually a great guy. And I'm sure the Pope is a great guy. I haven't met him. But I disagree with the Pope. If the Pope would allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, you can't do that.
Oh my God. I love how he's trying to pitch a new Pope. Like he thinks like he thinks the papacy is somehow like by bloodline. like maybe we can switch out popes. I don't know, this Leo guy, not that great. I mean, he's probably fine. Supposedly he loves the gospel. I don't know. I love it too. But maybe we can switch him out. Maybe we can switch him out with this Louis guy. Louis, you won't even notice. You won't even notice, and he's much better. MAGA all the way. What a fucking idiot. What a fucking moron. Maybe Louis had said, maybe Louis better. I don't know. His brother is really great.
We have a demented, unintelligent person
running the United States of America.
Not fighting. I'm not fighting. I just disagree. I just disagree. And I'm posting a bunch of crazy things on True Social, which I have the right to do. That's not fighting. Now, shit. I think I deleted it. Motherfucker. Oh, I don't want to go back on Truth Social. Oh, no. I hate this website. It's the worst website on the planet. Big Lou. Big Lou, much better. Much better than Little Leo. Everybody's saying. Big Lou, much better than Little Leo. Everybody's saying it. Write that down. Oh, God. Oh, Truth Social is mostly ads. It's insane. These people were complaining about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and Burisma, and Donald Trump has his own social media company platform where he posts official government business to, and then sells ads. For that platform. So he makes money every single time one of us has to fucking look at what the president has said. But what about that laptop from hell, though? $1 million from Burisma. Very nasty. I mean, all of that corruption sounds so fucking, like, pedantic in comparison to the things Trump has done. It's insane. Oh, found it. Thank God.
That's in the Bible.
Now, Donald Trump re-truthed this on Truth Central yesterday, saying the radical left lunatics might not like this, but I think it's actually quite nice. President BJT. That's right. I was never a very religious man, but doesn't it seem with all these satanic, demonic, child-sacrificing monsters being exposed, that God might be playing his trump card? With this photo, what I assume is an AI-generated painting of Donald Trump and Jesus, with Jesus embracing Donald Trump, white light behind them, and the 32,000 likes, 7.7 thousand retruths. And what do you call comments? Sub-truths? Oh, God, I can't look at the replies. I wish I could look at the replies. I can't believe you know what's amazing? You have to get a paid, or you have to create a True Social account to look at the replies. It's incredible. It's incredible. It should be illegal.
Disgusting and probably illegal. Disgusting and probably
Think about
illegal.
that. He's paywalling certain aspects of the platform where he disseminates official government statements. That's freedom.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Dr. Jesus MD, that's right. Dr. Jesus MD. That's me. Wait, no, sorry. Just normal Dr. Trump, not Jesus. See? I don't think I'm Jesus. This is Jesus. Like, that's what that felt like. He's like, I don't think I'm Jesus. Like, he got so much pushback. For the Trump as Jesus photo. He had the post.
9,000 just subscribed for 23 months. I sent a resub.
Hey, you did send a resub. Thank you for the resub with the Prime, the Twitch Prime. Thank you, Looney. Taking money directly from Jeffy Bezos and giving it to me. Very smart life decision. All right, now let's move on to talking about a man who is certainly very, very, very involved, intrinsic to the policies of the president. I'm, of course, talking about former author of Project 2025, a man who's been hiding in the racist nerdery under the White House, all of his dusty manuscripts about cranium size and things like that. I, of course, am talking about the director of the OMB, Russ Vought, and co-creator of Project 2025. Trump's very, very, very silent and never seen left-hand man. Of course, Stephen Miller, right-hand man. He's a left-hand man. Caroline Levitt, left-hand woman. Or right-hand woman? Not clear. But she can, of course, be the right-hand man, as she's a woman. But she's always by the president's side. This guy, it's like you never see him. Look at him. Am I wrong? Look, his eyes, dark circles around his eyes right now. He looks like he hasn't. He looks like he's been literally living in a dungeon for the last year. Right? Like at the bottom of the castle. He's like, Mr. President, I have found another terrible thing to do to the American people. Dude has not seen the sun in at least 6 months.
Minutes to my friend, Mr. Amo from Rhode Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for holding this much-needed oversight hearing. Director, I'm sure you know you've got a lot of nicknames, things like Grim Reaper, but I'm not here to call you names. I am here to call you out on the pain that you've inflicted on Rhode Islanders and Americans who are fed up. And I want to get to the point, so I'll keep things simple. I've got a few yes or no questions. Should Americans have access to medical care, yes or no?
Yes.
Well, that's great that we're in agreement, because if you cared about the sick, you wouldn't be forcing states to make impossible decisions about who will feel the pain of Trump and Republicans' cruel healthcare cuts from that big ugly law. So bad that you keep renaming it. You've rebranded it about 3 times now. Kids with disabilities, cancer patients, seniors, who do you think should feel the pain? You have forced Rhode Island to make impossible decisions about who should suffer. You want us to believe that we can't afford to help my sick constituents. But you claim it's smart budgeting to request $1.5 trillion in defense funding for a department that already has more money than they know what to do with to fight illegal wars. I've got another question for you. Should hungry children be fed, yes or no?
Yes, and they are.
Look, I would believe you if your shutdown strategy didn't put 144,000 Rhode Islanders at risk of going hungry.
Our shutdown strategy?
Yes, your shutdown.
Really?
Yes, because,
who's the one who voted against those bills?
Sir, you have had a position.
Who voted against those bills that would have taken away SNAP benefits for millions of children? Wow. Russ, I love how Russ thinks he's got him in a corner. He's like, who didn't vote against the bills that would have taken away the funding for the things that you're talking about? It's like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? The guy is such a fucking, like, disingenuous dweeb. Ugh, I hate Russ Vought. Go back to the nerdery. Like, leave us all alone. Actually, just leave America. You un-American, America last garbage.
You have seen shutdowns as ways to break federal workers, as ways to hurt the American people. I'm reclaiming my time.
You caused that shutdown.
I'm reclaiming my time, sir. Was $6 a day too generous for you? Look, from Woonsocket to Providence, in the 1st Congressional District of Rhode Island, I visited food banks, and I've seen the struggle to keep up with rising demand from hungry Rhode Islanders, and that's thanks to your cruelty. Look, I have seen your actions, and I want you to take time with this particular question, because you brought up it being our shutdown. Do you think a lot of good comes from government shutdowns, yes or no?
No.
Well, do you disagree with President Trump then? Because that's a quote from President Trump. You don't care about the 1.4 million Americans who missed a paycheck during Trump's shutdown last year. You want public servants, as you've said, to be viewed as villains. From air traffic controllers to naval officers to VA employees, I heard constituents harmed by your shutdown. There is nothing good about that. It's damaging to real people, sir.
You caused it. You voted for it.
Look,
you were the person that, with all of your votes,
Mr. Vogt, just like you did with Doge, you think that good things come from breaking people. You have said it's fine to break things and pick up the pieces later. I didn't make up these words. Those are your words. That has no regard to Rhode Islanders who are still trying to put their lives together, people around this country who are still trying to put their lives together. If you don't know your own words, how can you show up here to speak? Look, I'm going to wrap up because I don't want to afford you more time to tell more lies to the American people. You don't get to override Congress because you disagree with how.
Yeah, before he finishes what he's saying, I just want to go to this clip of Russ Vought saying the exact thing he said he didn't say.
We want the bureaucrats
to be
traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
There you go. Russ Vaught's own fucking words. Just figured we deserve that context for this, since he's just lying to our fucking faces.
Lies to the
Felt necessary.
You don't get to. You don't know your own words. How can you show up here to speak? Look, I'm going to wrap up because I don't want to afford you more time to tell more lies to the American people. You don't get to override Congress because you disagree with how funds are spent. You don't get to force government shutdowns to break people. Your decisions have done nothing but hurt my constituents. They don't need Washington bureaucrats like you making funding decisions that upend their lives. And you've said a lot of things today. I've watched some of your participation from my office. I saw some of it here. And your actions reveal the truth despite your words. When given the choice, you have chosen cruelty and chaos over billionaires over and over and over again. Billionaires, cruelty, chaos. You attacked healthcare. You put food for hungry kids at risk. You ignored Congress. You jacked up prices. The American people are fed up. Read every poll. And you embrace shutdowns that hurt working people. So at its core, sir, I don't think you value the American people. Your disregard for their lives is creating a great
Looney
amount of
Tunes
pain.
9000 just cheered 100 bits. Orange circle emoji, capital M, capital F, capital A. My fellow Americans, I am, capital P, pissed at Bobby Kennedy for his, capital F, failure of spreading, capital L, lies during his, capital T, testimonies today. All caps, fired. Capital T, capital E, capital F, capital A, capital T, capital M. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President King Donald Trump.
Jesus Christ, Lenny. Wow. You were really stretching the limits of those messages. Thank you for the bits. And thank you to Frizzler for the sweet super chat as well. Space Mams.
And as you're hearing from our side, our constituents are paying the price. Yet you put forward a budget that grows but cuts again at the things that help the American people. So I hope you have time to reflect on that and the pain.
What in the fuck is that sound? Did you hear that? Sounds like someone took a brush and just started slapping the microphone with it or something. One of the Congress people, or maybe Russ Vought himself, decided to do like an ASMR stream all of a sudden in the middle of it. It was weird. Okay. One more clip from Russ Vaught's testimony in Congress. Before the House Budget Committee, seeing as he's the Office of Management and Budget, this is really, this should all be up his alley. It is, in fact, his literally job at the White House, better for the executive branch. To deal with budgeting over there. This is kind of exactly where he belongs. Exactly where he should be, in fact, giving testimony.
Ms. Judy Chu from California.
Director Vogt, I represent the cities of Altadena and Pasadena in Southern California that are still living through the aftermath of the Eaton fire that destroyed 6,000 homes last January. For tens of thousands of my constituents, the experience looked like this. It was the early hours of the morning and they were sleeping peacefully in their homes. Suddenly, they were awoken by loud sirens and the smell of smoke as flames surrounded their properties. Their lives flashed before their eyes. They frantically gathered their loved ones, their pets, and escaped with simply the clothes on their backs. 19 of my constituents could not make it out on time, and they tragically lost their lives. The trauma that everybody witnessed was harrowing and unspeakable. They saw the places that they called home for decades, the lives they built, all of their most treasured belongings engulfed in flames. But here we are today, over 1 year after the Eaton and Palisade fires, and more than 70% of survivors have not yet returned home. Families are depleting their savings, delaying life-saving medical care, and many are homeless. Of the 6,000 homes that burned, only half have yet to start the rebuilding process at all. This is a crisis, and my constituents need assistance now. Luckily, there's a straightforward solution to stopping this suffering, and that is finally granting Governor Newsom's federal disaster supplemental funding request to provide an influx of capital and resources to my constituents. And that request includes CDBG disaster recovery, or DR, which is essential to my constituents' ability to rebuild their homes and lives. But every single day that this funding is delayed, recovery becomes more expensive and painful for survivors in my district and across this country. So, Director Vogt, I'd like to hear what your plan is to ensure that natural disaster survivors receive this federal disaster supplemental funding, whether it's the wildfires in California, the hurricanes in North Carolina, or the floods in Texas. For every major disaster of this scale in recent history, the federal government has intervened to help survivors. When can my constituents expect this relief?
A couple of points, Congressman. The federal government is intervening. FEMA is funding the cleanup and disaster work in your district. And one of the things that we're fighting, quite frankly, is the degree to which the state and locality are impacting the ability of permitting for businesses and homes to build back. FEMA is the frontline funder for disasters. It's not alternative supplementals. Supplementals are what's on top of a FEMA program that right now is in dire straits because of the fact that the Democrats will not
fund
DHS.
Director Vogt, actually, there has been supplemental disaster funding for.
This guy is such a fucking liar. Everything that Russ Vought says is a lie. Unless he's behind closed doors, this man will lie and lie and lie and lie. We just saw what he said behind closed doors. He was very open about his feelings. Here, you can tell he's a lot more caged, a lot more guarded in the way he responds to these things. He tries to pretend, it's all Democrats' fault. No, they're the ones who are doing it, not us. Even though it was expressly laid out, our plan to do exactly this in Project 2025, the document which Russ Vought had a hand in writing and in pushing before Trump ever even got elected. This guy doesn't want the disaster relief to go to states. He doesn't want anybody, especially in the blue states, to get help. He honestly doesn't care about the people in the red states who need help still. You know, if you're so poor you can't, rebuild your own home or whatever, he doesn't really care about you. Let's be real.
Major disaster in this country, whether it's a red state or a blue state. And in fact, the permitting process is proceeding forward. Let me just say, though, on FEMA, it is the federal government's responsibility to provide both immediate and long-term assistance to survivors. And what you're talking about are the immediate assistance to the survivors. Natural disasters know no political affiliation, and neither should the federal government's response.
Yep. But the Trump administration is trying to weaponize disaster relief for states, trying to get concessions from states on their own agenda, holding the budget over their heads, and it's disgusting. Does Kristi Noem still have to prove everything over 10,000? Well, not Kristi. Fucking Mark Wayne. Mark Wayne has to now. Mark Wayne Mullen is now the one who has to approve every single budgetary expenditure over $10,000 for FEMA. Essentially neutering the agency, making it completely unable to act independently. It requires, I mean, essentially it requires Mark Wayne Mullen to be ahead of every single disaster and be personally doing his job like no other DHS has done before, because this has never been a rule. FEMA has always been able to operate independently, right? And mobilize aid without having to ask permission from daddy. But now Mark Wayne's daddy, and he's got to say yes or no to every expenditure. So let's just hope that you don't live in a state with a lot of tornadoes or hurricanes or wildfires or things like that. Because the job is 10 times harder when you do it that way. The fact is as the head of DHS, Mark Wayne has other jobs completely unrelated to natural disasters. Right? He's got ICE under his purview, CBP, and there's another one under DHS I can't think of. There's FEMA, ICE, CBP, FEMA, and I can't think of all the fucking agencies under DHS, but there's like 4 or 5 sub-agencies to DHS. And he's got to be coordinating with all sorts of other agencies that are not necessarily under his purview. It's a lot of work. So let's hope that Mark Wayne, excuse me, his name is not Mark, it's Mark Wayne. Totally normal first name. That's his job now. All of those things, all at once. And he's got to approve all those expenditures every single time FEMA needs to mobilize for a hurricane. Sure, it'll go perfectly smooth. No reason it wouldn't. Mark Wayne is a very capable man.
Give me a joke.
I don't want reality.
Yes, Mark Wayne, very competent. Always saying very smart things, that guy. Now, if you're sick of the Trump administration, this government absolutely ruining America and much of the rest of the planet, well, you could consider voting in the midterms. And right now, we got primaries, we got special elections. It's all happening right
immediately,
now.
if not sooner.
Literally ongoing at this minute. Majority Report with Sam Cedar yesterday for some California politics. The replacing of Nancy Pelosi.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There was a new Data for Progress poll in the race for California's 11th district. Am I right? That's the district. If you could just clarify it. This is Nancy Pelosi's old district. Thank you, Brian. Yes, confirmed to be California's 11th district. There was a Data for Progress poll just a few days ago, and I was reading a little bit about it. Apparently, non-English speakers are not in the poll, which there's a heavily kind of Chinese population in this district. So take this with a grain of salt. It's not necessarily going to reflect their voting patterns as well. I'm not familiar enough with the district to make an assessment about where that might break, but it's good news for the candidate in the race that opposes genocide, wants to sanction Israel, Shoykat Chakrabarti. in January, Scott Wiener, who was the more establishment Democratic pick in this race, was at 37%, and Shoykot was at 16%. But now it's 33 to 28, with Chakrabarti at the 28 mark, meaning he has closed that gap within a matter of a few months very quickly, in no part due to the fact that he says things like, we should sanction Israel, we should cut off all arms. And he has, in the past, worked for one of the most popular Democrats in the country, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. One of my favorite moments in my career was going down to D.C., hearing about this kind of thing, knowing it was a bit of a secret operation between AOC and Sunrise, and it was right after she got elected. The Sunrise Movement and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez occupied Nancy Pelosi's office to try to pressure her on the Green New Deal. And Chakrabarti was instrumental in organizing that. I like that he's aggressive. I think he's the kind of Democrat that could really make a difference. And so he's the clear choice in this race, especially because Scott Wiener, or is it Weiner? I'm not exactly sure. But he has had to distance himself from his past support of Israel quite a bit. You can't trust him on this issue for that very reason. And he's being coy about AIPAC money that he's receiving. Let's play 20 and then we'll play 19. Wiener has received tens of thousands of dollars from AIPAC donors, not and even more so from pro-Israel PACs. Now, it won't be AIPAC specifically. The number here that he's going to reference is $47,000, but this is how they're trying to get around the AIPAC thing, because it's become so toxic in Democratic primaries. They're doing it creatively, and we just have to pay attention to that. So here's Scott Wiener responding to a question about the donations he's received.
Would you stop funding Israel completely? Would you take money from AIPAC?
We're not at that stage. I'll just I'll have you answer. I'm just very clear on not accepting any support from AIPAC.
You've taken 50K, I believe.
Excuse me?
I believe you've taken 50K based on TrackAIPAC.com.
No, that's not true.
Yes.
Yeah, no, there are people who are
TrackAIPAC.com, you can find
there are people who are gonna list out all of my Jewish donors and say that. I'm not taking any support from AIPAC, and I support the Blockading.
So there he says, quote, there are people who are going to list out all my Jewish donors and say that.
Well, specifically the ones that also donate to
gross.
There was a poll, just to dispel this whole Judaism equals Zionism thing that he is furthering by making that claim, when no, it's about people who are in AIPAC leadership, people with association with pro-Israel PACs. J Street did a poll where they found that 40% of American Jews, including 66% of younger Jewish Democrats, say that an AIPAC endorsement makes them less likely to support that candidate, and 66% overall, an overwhelming majority of American Jews oppose AIPAC spending in Democratic primaries.
What?
So stop.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Emma. Those shocking poll figures. So they're trying to reposition themselves, trying to find ways to talk about all their money they're getting from AIPAC as if it's coming from somewhere else. But I think most people will see through it. And hopefully Shoykot will win. And I believe it's pronounced Shoykot Chakrabarti. If I'm not mistaken. And we've been following his campaign for months now, although not enough. But California is one of the later-ish primaries. I don't think it's until the end of May? June, maybe? Middle of June? I can't remember the exact timing of it. But we still got a month left on that. I think at least, not longer. For California's election. I can just search it. California Congress primary. June 2nd. Yeah, called it. Early June. So we'll be talking more about Shikot in the future. Now, to New Jersey, where a election has been going on. Special. That's right, a special election. For now, Governor Mickey Sherrill's open Congress seat vacant, it would seem no longer. But before we get to the result, which is apparently already in, let's quickly talk about this race. Eyewitness
Are
News,
now open for the
ABC
special
7.
election in New Jersey's 11th congressional district. 3 candidates are vying for the seat that Mikey Sherrill had to give up when she became governor. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate live in Glen Ridge with more. Good morning.
Yeah, Shirley, good morning. And this special election could be a preview to what we see happen in November if these candidates are even to go head-to-head yet again. As you mentioned, Shirley, the polls are open. Voters in the 11th congressional district will pick to fill Mikey Sherrill's congressional seat now that she is governor. Now, the backdrop to this story, if a Democrat is to win, that would narrow the Republicans' lead that they have in this chamber. Now, as for the candidates, the Democratic nominee is progressive Analia Mejia, town councilman and former Randolph Mayor Joe Hathaway, who is the Republican nominee, and Alan Bond, who's running as an independent. The candidates, they are focusing on a top issue for voters, which is affordability.
Affordability. A new term no one's ever heard of. Very big right now. One more clip before we go to the results.
Democrat Analia
on this election.
Mejia and Republican Joe Hathaway will face off in today's special election to fill a New Jersey House seat.
Christina Fan is live outside a polling place in Glen Ridge, New Jersey this morning. Christina?
Well, Chris and Mary, with the House closely divided, all eyes are on which political party will win this critical seat ahead of November's midterm elections. Voters will be deciding between 3 candidates on who will replace and fill Governor Mikey Sherrill's vacated seat in the 11th congressional district. Progressive Analia Mejia is a former head of the Working Families Alliance who emerged from a crowded Democratic field. Republican Joe Hathaway is a council member in Randolph who ran unopposed.
Yes, indeed. No reason to wait any longer to the Kornacki Cam streamed live an hour ago.
On a Thursday, they're doing a special election to Congress, New Jersey's 11th congressional district, and we are here live now, just 15 minutes before poll closing time, to bring you all the results as they come in this race. A reminder, this is to replace Mikey Sherrill. She was a member of Congress starting in 2018. She got elected governor of New Jersey last November. This was the district she represented. Where are we here? New Jersey, as we say. We're outside New York City. We're in the suburbs. We're in the bedroom communities of, this is Essex County. This is part of Essex County, western Essex County right here. This is Morris County next door. And also, making a cameo appearance, a little slice of Passaic County, Wayne, New Jersey there in Passaic County. About half the vote we think tonight will come from Morris, about 40% from Essex, probably about 10% from Passaic County right there. One other note here, I'm standing, I love doing this. This is the corner of the studio where we got the giant wall here.
Well, Kornacki having a good time over here, but we don't got time to talk about his personal experience right now. We want the goddamn results. Come on, Kornacki. Give us the numbers. Give us the numbers. Polls closing. Here we go.
Orange, I mentioned just a minute ago, overwhelmingly Democratic town. Zach Braff, Max Weinberg. I'll give you a few more of these as we go. We got the countdown. 5 seconds left. 4. This is like New Year's Eve. Officially now, polls are closed in New Jersey's 11th congressional district. We await the first results. As I said, just based on, I think, if you were sort of the Vegas odds maker for this thing and you were trying to do the over-under, is it going to be quick? Is this going to be...
Kornacki, please. This is not the reason we like... Dude, my guy, we don't need Kalshi odds, okay? Oh, God. Is Kornacki really jealous of the great Harry Emden and the Kalshi odds? We don't need the Kalshi tracker, okay? Okay, come on.
Trying to do the over-under, is it going to be quick? Is this going to be, something that's faster than we had in Wisconsin last week of 30 minutes? So we've probably got a couple minutes. Actually, I cut that off. Maybe I'll give you some more celebrities while we wait for this to light up.
Cook. Let Kornacki cook. Look, I'm just kind of sick of people talking about betting on elections. It's out of control.
A lot of folks in the chat have been shooting in their guesses about
give them to me.
Margin for tonight. Faithful Voice predicted a 22-point victory. Cole, Democrats plus 26. Yes. Confucius, Democrats plus 25. There's some enthusiasm there. We also got some diner shout-outs, which we solicited earlier.
What do we got?
Colonial Diner in East Brunswick. Not our district, but nearby. Tops Diner is the best diner in the U.S., says Chris C.
What? Why are we talking about the best diner in the United States? What does that have to do with any of this? Those are not the numbers. I want the numbers, goddammit. Where are they? You motherfuckers. That message was not intended to piss me off, and I appreciate that. It was just incredibly long, and it kind of hijacked the stream. Like, I don't mind, messages, but goddamn. It was a book. That was a book, my guy. I do appreciate the bits, though, so. Suppose beggars cannot be choosers. All right, I'm skipping to the end of this. Okay.
That's right.
First report.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay. That's interesting. We're seeing, at least preliminarily, a bit more of a division, I think, between these. I mean, we know that Morris and this portion of Essex are very different politically. Big Democratic momentum that.
Yeah, anybody here.
Okay, in 2 minutes, the News Now folks are going to come to us. I'm going to give them an update. Here, Ana Lilia Mejia winning this thing. You see about a quarter of the vote has been counted. Now, more of the vote is coming from the most Democratic-friendly part of the district here. So I do suspect this margin is going to shrink some as the night goes, but not enough to make this thing competitive at all.
There you go. Kornacki calling it quits early with Ana Lilia Mejia walking away handily with the victory. She will now be the congressperson from New Jersey's 11th district until November. Between then and now, there will be a primary and a midterm election, technically. But no big deal. She only has to run 2 more races this year. Actually, wait. I think they're unless I don't know if this cancels out the primary within the Democratic Party or not, because there was already technically a special election primary. It's not clear. So 3 or 4 elections she's gonna have to run this year. But suffice to say, she's certainly the best candidate for the job. Taking it down. I found this clip fascinating while we're talking politics. Talking about one of the biggest voices in politics who got a shout out, not a positive one, on Fox News. I'm, of course, talking about the great Hasan Piker.
Hasan Parker?
What is this? They want you on the Sean Hannity podcast?
You didn't hear it in that soundbite, but he got applause at Yale for his literally, he's taking control of America. Invited number one and number two, he says it and gets applause.
I want to see him in a debate. I told Sean, I said, invite him on your podcast because I want a long format. I want him to understand what he is.
I would love that. Oh my God, I would love that. Oh, hell yes. Oh my God. Oh yeah. They're gonna be like,
do not come.
And I'm gonna be like,
God,
God, dude. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he's lived through communism. He hasn't lived through. I don't even know if he lived through 9/11. How old is he? He looks young.
Yeah, he's around.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Oh my God, the glaze. Oh my God.
Did you hear Hasan's voice go? He's like, oh my God. You. Oh yes, young whippersnapper, that Hasan. Too young to even remember 9/11. God damn.
Oh my God. Oh my God, the glaze. Oh my God. Fox News, I'm blushing. Oh my Lord. I got gray beard hairs. This is the oldest I can possibly look, right? If I shave all of it off, including the mustache, I look like a child. It's horrible. Everyone makes fun of me. So it's pretty funny that she thinks that I'm not 34
you're a little
years
baby.
old. She literally said you look younger than 25. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
I just want him to understand the consequences for what he's saying and what would happen if America did fall. Where would he go if America fell?
But the thing is, Ainsley, people like that are uncoachable.
I want to know why he believes this.
Oh, Brian's like, no. Sean should not debate him. Oh, no. Wait, hold up. Hold up, Brian. Brian. No, Sean will destroy me. He will destroy me in the marketplace of ideas. Let me do it. Let me do it.
I want to know why he believes this, and I want someone who understands these issues, who is brilliant, who can say to him, what you're saying, this is what...
Who's brilliant? And then the person that she's using as a brilliant orator is Sean Hannity.
What will happen if America falls? This is what will happen if America becomes a communist country.
Oh my God, I'm licking my lips, dude. Oh my God. I give Sean Hannity a kissy poo. Yeah, Sean Hannity, known brilliant person. Oh, I'm scared. I'm so scared.
There we go. 25-year-old Hasan Piker doesn't remember 9/11.
I'm staying in the race.
Honestly, Hasan's going great faster than I am, and I'm a couple years older than him. Ay, ay, ay. $25. Jesus Christ. All right. Well, while we're talking about Republican challenges, Sean Hannity. I would love to see a Sean Hannity Hasan Parker debate. That would be dope.
Hasan Parker?
I'd like to see Sean try and actually shut down Hasan's arguments. That'd be hilarious. That would be memed for, I think, eternity. Everybody wants it. Why is Greg Gutfeld? Not Greg Gutfeld, the other one. No, not Brett Baer. Whatever, I always forget their names. They're also the same. They're the same guy. Let's be real. Let's be real. Fox News has like some sort of like a genetic facility where they're pumping out like the same like white guy and or girl for the job. Yeah. Well, you might think that we're going to go right to the Hasan debate, and you'd be wrong. Because we're going to quickly go here to CNN from yesterday and talk about whether or not Democrats should welcome in all of the MAGA defectors. Your Marjorie Taylor Greens, if you will.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
But I'm not ready to turn my back and invite Marjorie Taylor Greene to any table that I'm seated at.
Marjorie Taylor Greene,
gonna
before she was a member, started chasing me around saying that the shooting at my high school didn't happen, that I was a crisis actor, that I was paid by the government to do all these just horrible things that are completely false.
I'll be honest, I think what she did to you is abhorrent. She was a clown then, she's a clown now.
Since the topic is adopting the kooks that defected from MAGA and now are considering the Democratic Party, I just would warn the Democratic Party because, to Scott's point, I mean, these are conspiracy theorists who believe that there's a Jewish cabal controlling the country, pulling the puppet strings, and that are going to destroy America.
Tonight, Ilhan Omar is applauding MAGA.
Yeah, and here's the thing for me. Like, I support them saying, you know, finally getting decultified, you know? But they all still have abhorrent ideologies from the base, like from the very base of it, right? They're just abhorrent, hateful people, right? And I welcome them to vote Democrat. In fact, feel free to run as a Democrat. I certainly wouldn't vote for you, you know, but it's their prerogative. Totally their decision. I don't think Democrats should welcome them as Democrats. In fact, I've been saying Democrats need to go further to the left rather than bear-hugging Republicans. I don't give a shit. Like, I welcome their being deprogrammed from the cult. Great job. You know? I'll even give you a medal. You know, I'll even give you a medal. That's how generous I am. But that, I don't give a shit. Like, you know, like, it's gonna be the medal's gonna be made out of tin foil. Let's be real. Candace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're multimillionaires. They don't need my money. And, we need to be racing to the left and fighting. That's what I've been talking about all year, basically. Not as much as I'd like to be honest. Not nearly as much as I'd like to, but we need to be winning in the primaries. We need to be getting the most leftist possible people who want Medicare for all, who want to actually end the housing crisis by decommodifying housing, or at least, going after the hoarding of property by billionaires. And like simple things like this, we need that, right? Just basic stuff. People who are going to push for lower military budgets rather than larger military budgets, because of course Democrats vote for the military budgets all the time. The neocons and the neolibs, they get together and they they vote for those budgets over and over and over again. They just did it again. Even though a large group of Congress people tried to block it. When it comes to Israel. But we've talked about Marjorie Taylor Greene. We've talked about Candace. Candace thinks, I don't know if she still believes this, but at one time, she said her main issue with Hitler was that he decided to try and make other countries like he left the territories. Like, he wasn't nationalist enough, like he had too many grand visions outside of Germany. If he had just made Germany great again, it would have been perfect. Aside from, I don't know, unless you're Jewish, right? Or gay, or there's a number of other factors. We're not going to go down the whole list of people that the Nazis went after. Point is, though, that's Candace. And of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene literally thought that there was some Jewish cabal that had space lasers aimed down on Earth. They're insane. They're completely insane. It's why these two women are literally the reasons I need tinfoil hats to avoid the insane thoughts.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
They're shooting around the fucking internet over there. But we'll listen to a little bit of this. I don't really. I think you all know.
Candace Owens and Marjorie Taylor Greene for breaking with Donald Trump and expressing their buyer's remorse.
The thing that has been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace, is that they are not just coming out like the other ones that you'd mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying, I am done with you. We should give them credit for that.
So if somebody is ready to take that step and at least talk to us and maybe do something differently, the message.
Yeah, I'll give them credit like you give a child credit for, like, finally coming to the right conclusion, right? You know, like, A+, great job. You finally figured out that the world isn't flat. We've been trying to tell you all year, and your brain has been broken. You know, we've been trying to tell you that 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom makes water for the last 3 semesters, and your brain seemingly hasn't been able to contemplate that. And you finally did it. Great job. A+.
Cannot be, I told you so. The message has to be, welcome aboard. What else can we do together?
Ilhan Omar is
like, I will give, you know, like, demeaning and sarcastic credit, right? Like, great job. Oh, look at you. An adult baby finally grasping a few basic facts. Incredible.
Adult baby.
So impressive. Great job. Round of applause. I'm so proud. Now what I need you to do is start reading some books. And I don't mean books made by your favorite podcasters. I mean actual books. Actual facts. Stop listening to these weirdos. You need to put down the Ancient Aliens and pick up the Howard Zinn. That's basically what I'm trying to tell you. All right. Over an hour and a half into the stream. I did not start the galactic content goal. Totally forgot to do that. All right, goal started on YouTube. Now, unfortunately, I've been kind of having a few shitty days, actually, for different reasons. Kind of having a headache ever since the beginning of, or the end of the last stream that we did. I don't know, I went to bed after that, woke up, and ever since then I've just been having like a splitting headache on and off. It comes, it goes. Taking Advil on and off, trying not to take too much. But it's been pretty bad. Also, maybe aware this, yesterday was tax day. And, you know, usually I do my own taxes, not that hard. Takes a couple hours. Last year, I didn't know anything. This year, unfortunately, I got near the end of it and realized I had a serious problem. Because apparently I made more money than I did last year, and I did not plan for that with the taxes. I don't even know what to do about it right now. I had to file an extension because I do not have the money to pay my taxes right now. Let alone paying for the filing of them. But just the money owed to the federal government right now. Not great. Not great. Will your super chat count to the galactic content goal? Yes. I can only do 5, 10. You can only do multiples of 5 on the chat goals. So unfortunately, I can't make them. Like, yeah, I wish I actually could. It would be easier for my own brain. if I could do that, but YouTube doesn't let me. So it's got to be 10. But yeah, suffice to say, we're at like less than 9 because we've gotten a sub and some bits over on Twitch. And I think a new membership gift as well. So we're probably like 2, 3, something like that. I'd have to actually do the math. Like 20, 30% of the way through of it. Already. Well, I'm not going to hold you off any longer. It is time for the end of American Empire.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm sorry, that's the title of this next video. Hasanabi at the Yale Political Union. We apologize for helping you make more money in an economic hellscape. Sorry, no, don't apologize. It's my fault. I didn't think about it. It's my fucking fault I didn't plan ahead for it. I should have thought about it. Like, I should have realized I was going to owe more money this year than last year when I owed nothing. I still had to pay for like the fucking filing, which was super expensive, unfortunately. But I didn't actually owe last year, if I recall correctly. Or I didn't owe very much. Maybe like $50 or something like that on top of the filing fee, I think. But it wasn't like dramatic. This time, it's approaching $1,000. It literally doubled. It trounces the current galactic deficit. We are in dire times right now, Space Fams. I'm still trying to figure out what we're gonna do about that. What I'm gonna do, I have no idea. It's not good.
Currently on our way to Yale Union, where we are going to be participating in a debate. The debate is about ending the American Empire. It's a resolution. I'll be delivering a speech for 30 minutes, give or take. I wrote one, once again. After that speech, there'll be a brief Q&A.
What did I just see? BCat, what was that? Sent a 6. BCat sent a 6-7 for 67 joules. Thank you, BCat. I did not know you could do that. 6-7.
Portion, and after the Q&A portion, there will be, I believe, 5 or 6 students, both on the left flank and the right flank, both in the affirmative and against my resolution, that will duke it out in the marketplace of ideas. I'm not entirely certain as to what I'm supposed to be doing while that's happening, but I guess I'm just going to be like the overseer of the debate or something, and then I give...
Oh, sorry, Mona. Thank you for the party hat. And the 20 joules. I missed them. It doesn't appear the same way. Like, it's very small. And if I'm not looking at the chat, and instead, which I usually am, I'm usually looking at the video itself, because the video on the chat is behind, right? So I'm not... I feel bad about that. They should make it more obvious.
My final remarks at the end. Never done something like this before. Not certain how this stuff works, but excited to be a part of it. And yeah, hopefully you guys will also enjoy the experience.
I call this debate caucus of the Yale Political Union to...
Okay, since it's been such a crazy week and I didn't get to do a show yesterday, which I was kind of planning on doing, didn't do. We're skipping the I think we're gonna skip the first galactic break. We'll probably take the first break at like 4 hours, I think. Maybe 3. But I'm gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. I'm gonna let them explain what's gonna happen here. Oh, by the way, Yale has some interesting traditions. Including a very strange way of responding to these live in-person debates of the Yale Political Union. And that is with hissing and with stomping or banging on things. If you find it bothersome, I feel you, I understand. But really, when you think about it, it's just like Hasan's chat, but like in real life. And when you think about it like that, it's actually much more bearable. It's really just like if Hasan's chat managed to get all in front of him and just like heckle him mercilessly and or applaud him relentlessly. You'll see. It's interesting.
Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chair of the party of the left? Chair. I have, but it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
BCat, thank you for the happy poop. 2 happy poops, one from BCat, one from Mo and Noah, and one from Sirius. 3 happy poops. Since when did we start getting the Jules gifts on the vertical stream? I mean, on the horizontal stream. Wow, I did not know YouTube integrated the Jules, and now you all have new ways of interacting. It's very exciting. Very exciting.
Last week, the party left debated resolve reason over religion. We chose reason. And with the Federalist Party, the party was left debating resolve the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. in the chapter room of New York Street.
The chair is thanked. Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chair of the Progressive Party?
Last week, the Progressive Party honored our seniors by debating resolve. Will. We also joined the Tory Party for a joint debate, which says that will happen. And this week, the Progressive Party will hold a closed caucus.
Chair is thanked. Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chairman of the Independent Party?
For the announcement,
Chairman.
Last week, the Independent Party gathered to debate, resolve, embrace consumerism. We shall not. Next week, tomorrow, at 7 p.m., 53 Wall Street, the Independent Party will be debating, resolve, great American novel. Chairman is raised. Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the proxy to the chairman of the Federalist Party?
For the announcement.
Last week, the Federalist Party had a closed caucus. This Friday at 8:15 p.m. in the Benjamin Franklin Common Room, the Federalist Party will be debating Resolve, Join the Sons of Liberty.
The chairman of the Conservative Party.
The proxy. Last week, the Conservative Party debated Resolve that America is an idea. It is. Caucus.
Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chairman of the Tory Party? Well, the proxy.
Okay, I'm back. Oh my god, so much stomping and hissing. Okay, we can't watch this whole thing. We're gonna skip ahead to the Hasan speech for time's sake. What am I hearing? Oh, that's what it is. I walked away and I turned my phone on volume. Where's my charger? Ah, okay. Here we go. Hasan time.
Affirmative. For the speech.
This is gonna pick me up, right? Everyone can hear me?
I would like to point something out. Before we go any further, I would just like to point out, and I hear that one more time. Hasan got some serious applause here at the Yale Union.
This is gonna pick me up, right? Everyone can hear me? All right. Just want to start off by thanking everybody for allowing me to come to Yale University today and be able to deliver a speech on one of my favorite subjects, U.S. empire. I know that it is quite contentious, it seems, that there were a lot of people that didn't want me to come here today and speak to all of you. That's right. I know what that means now. I want to start off by thanking the Yale Union. I'm especially sad that Senator Rick Scott couldn't make it. I'm sure he had many opinions on whether or not we should end the U.S. empire and the global capitalist system, which is what I will be talking about today. And then your grandparents are probably going to hear about it on Fox News tomorrow. But it's an interesting resolution, end the U.S. empire. It's interesting because how do you...
Where are the Hufflepuffs? Probably with the Ravenclaws. See what I did there, series? Where are the whippin' poofs? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I assume doing whippin' poofy things.
That's already in the process of dying. Because that's the situation with the American empire as it stands today. The empire of the United States was born in the Spanish-American War and rose to the position of global superpower during World War II. People are hissing World War II. That's crazy. That was a good one that we fought. Sure, you can trace America's imperial roots to killing and stealing from the Native Americans or to the Mexican-American War, but America's status as a transoceanic power came with the dawn of the 20th century. After the Second World War, the American empire was in a time of expansion. We benefited greatly from our distance from the damage to the war itself. We hadn't suffered the terrible losses that our allies did, like in the USSR, with more than 20 million slain, defeating the Nazi scourge. But the Axis powers had been defeated. But the United States, fueled by anti-communist fervor, turned against its former ally, the Soviet Union. This next phase of the American empire was structured as a world competition between Washington and Moscow. Everywhere the United States looked, it found communists under the floorboards, under the beds, both real and imagined. And naturally, this anti-communist struggle went hand in hand with American imperial interest. From Europe to East Asia, the interests of our investors and our corporations were protected, and protected unconditionally, mind you. And rather than start converting our swords into plowshares, at the end of World War II, we dropped atom bombs, 2 of them to be exact, to show the rest of the world that we had that capacity to change the tides of history in an irreparable manner. We helped out Nazi and Japanese war criminals. We got into a hot war in Korea where we used the information that we got from those pardoned Japanese war criminals, chemical and biological warfare on Korea. And we began this long-term worldwide Cold War. In other words, we became the monsters that we had supposedly vanquished. What Americans call the Cold War, was, to most of the people on the planet, an endless series of butcheries, each more perverse and more tragic than the last. In Korea, the United States dropped 635,000 tons of bombs. By comparison, the United States dropped 500 tons of bombs in the entire Pacific theater in World War II. The United States and its allies destroyed Korea, cut the peninsula into two, built up an anti-communist dictatorship in the southern half, and have maintained a 75-year economic war against the northern half. Global American aggression during this period, however, was not limited to the military. Sometimes we used covert operations to take out socialist governments, replacing them with our favorite clients.
Yeah! Yep, we've been doing that. And Donald Trump has brought it back with a vengeance. I mean, we've really never stopped, but boy, oh boy, has he embraced that particular aspect of American hegemony. All right, let's go to the end of Hasan's speech. We can't watch the whole thing. I mean, I guess we could, but time-wise, feels irresponsible because we still got a hell of a lot of things to talk about here tonight, as well as the debate. This is just his speech. The debate goes for over an hour. So, skipping ahead here. Whoops. There we go.
Now running out of energy to hold this system together. There are no more big enemies left that the United States can beat. And after an empire destroys all of its enemies, it turns the gun on itself. After all of this plunder is not necessarily done for you. It's done for parasitic international capital. And parasitic capital has no loyalty to ethnicities, religions, nationalities, but only to the almighty dollar, only to the profit motive. Although critics have been pointing out the decline of American imperial power for decades, I'm certainly one of those critics, we've never seen the decline happen so quickly. And we have never had this much obvious evidence for it. The mini-Trumps around the world, like Viktor Orban, they're not doing so hot. They're not doing great. As the Ukraine war heads to a settlement that will be unfavorable to NATO, the United States and Europe are fighting over Greenland and Benjamin Netanyahu. And speaking of Benjamin Netanyahu, some might say the real president, a man with great ambition, constantly trying to get America to become more active in waging war with Iran for multiple decades. Well, he found the perfect guy to do it with. Donald Trump let the Israelis drag the U.S. into this newest war with Iran after 3 years of bipartisan support for the genocide that Israel was committing on a different front of Israel's multiple ongoing wars of aggression.
Here we go.
While Americans have shown the world that might makes right, it appears the U.S. has bit off more than it can chew with this supposedly 47-year imminent threat, which is just really picking on a country that chose to fight back for the first time in a very long time. And one of the lessons that not only we are learning, but the rest of our security partners are learning, is that in the absence of soft power, 800 military bases that we have all around the world can very quickly turn into 800 separate invasions, or in the case of the Gulf nations, it can turn into missile sponges at the behest of Israel, almost overnight. And all of this is happening as the United States government has destroyed its credibility domestically with a murderous and absurd deployment of ICE as the cost of living just keeps going up and up and up. The very same tactics that we have observed in countries that we have dominated, in countries that our allies have dominated, like in occupied Palestine, are now being turned back on the domestic home front against American citizens. Masked thugs of the state, unaccountable to no one, unelected, are engaging in acts of violence against Americans with impunity. And when Americans fight back against ICE, as they did in Minneapolis, ICE shoots back. And the problems continue. The analyst Stephen Semler wrote recently that Trump's budget manages to be $361 billion larger than last year's, despite cutting $300 billion in social programs and other public investments. What? All of that money is going to policing, and it's going to endless war.
Disgusting and probably
It's not
illegal.
going to bridges, it's not going to tunnels, and it's certainly not going to health care. Every single one of you, regardless of your political affiliations or your ideology, should consider that money to be stolen from you.
Damn, that's getting a lot of stomps.
Those are dollars stolen from you to be put towards industries of death that have no future. This bargain isn't tenable anymore. It's over. It's not tenable for the employee of the California missile designer. It's not tenable for the veteran who wants free college. It's not tenable for the kids in crumbling Philadelphia schools. And it's certainly not tenable for the homeless, the working class, and of course, for the rest of the world. Those who happen to exist under the boot. We have been spoiled by an American way of life that requires so much death. The fruits of imperialism were always immoral. Now, they are obviously rotten. I don't know how else to put it. The American empire is fading fast, regardless of what we resolve here today.
Okay. What do the hissing and stomps mean? I will give people this rundown again, because maybe it's unclear and it's somewhat chaotic. But the stompings mean agreement with the thing being said, and hissing generally means a disagreement. Or it's I think it can be kind of complicated, because I think it also sometimes means that you disagree or you vehemently dislike the people being talked about. So sometimes it's not clear, but that's basically, I think, the rundown on it. Stomping means yay, hissing means nay. I know some people think it's a little weird and silly and antiquated, and I honestly, I'm on the fence a little bit on it. I think it is a little bit silly, but also I to some degree I like the audience participation of it. Like I was saying, I think it's kind of like the human incarnation of Hasan's Twitch chat. Like, if they weren't allowed to type, and they were only allowed to hiss and stomp. And, I don't know. There's something about, like, the direct feedback happening mid... Like, it's a different kind of debate than I think a lot of people are used to. Like, expecting, a certain level of decorum is somewhat different than that. I think at least the expected way of going about these things. But I don't know. It's not. Honestly, I don't think it's the worst. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's very different. But to some degree, I think what it does is it forces the speaker to be able to continue. Like, I think what it does, because it is like, it's a tradition from a college, and I think what it is intended to do is to force you to be able to elocute your position regardless of what other people are saying or doing, right? Whether people are stomping or hissing, you're going to keep talking. You're going to keep making your point, right? And I think that that's what's happening. I think that that's the reason for this to some degree, right? I could be wrong. I should look into the tradition.
And I'm not just saying that so that I have an upper hand in this conversation. No matter what
kind of like British Parliament. Yeah. No, it definitely gives British parliamentary vibes. A lot of grumbles.
American empire is going to inevitably fall. But I think, as Mao Zedong himself said earlier, there is a power within the American people to change the nature of this decline. He had a lot more confidence in the American labor class than many Americans do today, I'll tell you that much. I believe that we are living through a strange and radicalizing time for millions of Americans, and I've seen that with my own two eyes. I've gone to protests all around the world, tasted the tear gas of different countries, and I've seen Barbaras and Deborahs, aged 75 and above, yelling at ICE agents in Minneapolis. The contradictions have worsened, and they are also restless. They also want that change. People intuitively understand that there is another way for the United States to exist in the world. A way in which we're not constantly exploiting people, deciding other countries' futures for them, or, say, blockading their seas because they just completely embarrassed us politically, like in the case of Cuba.
Or blockading the blockade.
Old grudges for no reason as we starve economically and literally an island nation that happens to be 90 miles off of our coastline where 10 million people live. And that's happening on autopilot. It's happening even if you give no consent to that whatsoever. But we can change that. Once you see the cruelty of American empire, it's quite difficult to unsee it. And I do think American people are seeing it for the first time ever. And they know that we are getting a raw deal. The super profits that we have enjoyed are coming to an end. And our debt to humanity requires negotiating a new deal, a real, equal world peace. Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time. Because if we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way. A curse on future generations that we must avoid at all costs. Thank you.
Wow, Hasan getting some very raucous stomping and clapping from the people over at Yale University. Quite a speech from Hasan. Listen to the whole thing. He's honestly getting better and better at his public speaking, I'm not gonna lie. He's becoming quite the orator. I suppose it's probably because he talks all day, every day. Probably helps, you would think. Are they stomping feet instead of clapping? Yes, basically. While the speaker is still speaking, no clapping allowed. Just stomping and hissing. By the way, I just looked into it. Supposedly, it is in fact modeled after the British parliamentary system. Doesn't make, you know, not that shocking, I suppose. That one guy is like, world peace. Look, you know, it is Yale. It is Yale, after all. Costs $500,000 to get an education for this place. You're gonna get a few people in here who genuinely hate Hasan. For, like, very personal reasons. Like literally, like 4 years of Yale costs $400,000.
On speech. Perhaps question. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
By the way, there's a questions portion and then there's a debate portion. I'm gonna just do the debate portion because of how long this thing is. Debate number 1. Sorry, I didn't.
The revolution will not be televised, they say, but apparently it will be streamed live on Twitch. Mr. President, Mr. Spiker, Mr. Speaker, and chat, it's a pleasure to be here as you raise that American empire. And I really do think that Mr. Spiker gets a lot right. He gets it right that America is an empire.
I forgot about this guy and the fucking mic. It was terrible. They had this. I think they switched the mic or something at some point, but for like the first few minutes of this guy talking, he could not be understood at all.
The land we're standing on today is formed by way of violent displacement of the Quinnipiac, Pawcatuck, and the Wappinger peoples. Second, America is no ethno-nationalist empire. Every other empire in history has been ethno-nationalist, with the exception of Rome. The British Empire was for white Brits. The Mughal Empire was for ethnically Indian people. The Chinese empires were for people who were ethnically Chinese. America is not an ethno-nationalist empire. Finally, America is an economic, not a territorial empire. Why is this so significant? I think Mr. Piker and I would both agree that economics are the most important component of America's empire. It is capitalist incentives that draw us to this sort of downfall. And I'm really glad that he brought up the example of Guatemala. I agree that the deposition of Jacobo Arbenez, that was an economic incentive, but note the difference. It was not the case that it was a typical colonial expansion where America made Guatemala a colony. It was commercial interests. So that's the first thing I'd like to establish. But then the second thing I'd like to say, and this is where I'm in the negative, is that an American empire is greatly preferable to any other type of empire. Now, my problem with Mr. Piker's speech is that he lacks a theory of power. He lacks a theory of where power goes. Power does not evaporate. And I think it's telling that he would agree with me when he says that it was a tragedy that the USSR fell because suddenly there's a power vacuum and there were real big problems that sprouted from that. I would posit the fall of the American empire would lead to a very similar situation. Why is that important? I posit that one of two things would happen. Either we'd return to a system of spheres of influence, and we saw how that turned out in the early 20th century with World War I. It's a much bloodier world I'm sure we don't want to live in. And second, America could be supplanted. And I'm grateful to Ms. Perry for bringing this up in a question. Mr. Piker now claims, he says that that would never happen. He says there would be no supplanting because the historical record doesn't reflect that. But his examples, the fact that power went back to the people in South Africa, it went away from the apartheid state and towards the people, shows that power does not evaporate, it changes hands. So it's not a question of empire or no empire, it's a question of where the power is. And I posit it's much better that it's in American hands, which are covered in blood, than it's in Chinese hands or in the hands of another great power. Why is this the case? I'll posit that America gets a lot right. America gets free speech right. America gets capitalism right. America gets a lot right. The fact that we are motivated by competition above all else is the greatest virtue of this country. It means that we get an efficient economy. It has its problems, and I'll be the first to admit those. But it works a whole lot better than the Great Leap Forward, where the state says, we need to collectivize this land, and 55 million people die.
The great virtue of
he commented that this is a nation that's brought 800 million people out of poverty. That was because of reform and opening up. Reform and opening up to what? Reform and opening up to the system, the post-World War II system that America created. The opening up to billions of dollars in Western loans from the IMF and the World Bank. American empire has enabled these things, and while it's far from perfect, it's by far preferable. And Mr. Piker, because you like Mao so much, I'll end with a quote of his that I think you would do well to study, which is 枪杆子里面出政权. Did you get that? Did you get that? It's political power grows out the barrel of a gun. We do not want a violent world due to a power struggle when American empire falls. America has blood on its hands, but it's better for power to be in American hands than any other.
For perhaps question, Nick Schwartz.
I'd just like to pass on one of the statements you made about the ethno-nationalism question of the American empire. So other countries did have slavery before the U.S. existed. But the U.S. practiced race-based slavery, and it did it hasn't ended. In some way, it's still practice segregation based on race, and arguably Israel does the same thing. So why would the U.S. empire stop with racism in the U.S.?
I think that's an excellent question, and I think that it's true that our racist legacy continues with us to this day. But I think there's a big difference between a racist society and an ethno-nationalist one that claims this empire is for this ethnic group, and a system which is systemically racist.
What a dumb fucking claim. Oh my god, look, the fucking framers explicitly made it an ethno-nationalist society in the Constitution, technically. They singled out white men as being the upholders of democracy, and everybody else, yeah, you're here. That was basically the vibes.
We can all agree that we are moving in what is certainly the right direction. We are moving in the direction of civil rights. The last half century has proven exactly that. And so while I'll be the first to concede that America is not perfect, especially on race, especially when dealing with immigrants, we are not an ethno-nationalist empire.
Further questions for the gentleman, the guest.
Ooh, Hasan's got a question.
What's the format? How do I say for the speaker? Is that how you
just ask the question?
Okay, all right, never mind. Just wanted to abide by tradition. It's been around. For the gentleman.
Tradition.
You have somewhat of a deeply cynical, I would say, worldview about how power is supposed to continue. You did bring up an example in apartheid South Africa where the people were able to achieve liberal democracy to a certain degree. There were issues, and there's still issues in South Africa. Why do you think that the abolition of U.S. empire would create a power vacuum that creates a Chinese empire, for example? And why do you think that that system would be far more violent as opposed to an evolution just like what we saw with the American empire being a far better legacy than, let's say, monarchies that existed?
That's an excellent question. And I don't believe that when American empire falls, if it does, China will necessarily take over. But I do believe that...
I have to have my China.
Apparently some people do. But I do believe that power doesn't evaporate. Power is something that doesn't simply disappear, it falls into different hands. And so I think as this applies to my speech, Mr. Piker, what I would say to you is that it has to go somewhere. And again, I think one of two things will happen. Either it'll be assumed by another great power. And unfortunately, there is no better great power than America. I really wish there were.
I would point out that there is, you know, like a third option, right? Is like cooperation, global international cooperation, right? If the United States is to fall in this hypothetical scenario, and you know, there's some sort of power vacuum created by that, it is international cooperation that can, you know, fill it in, if you will. Multilateralism, if you will.
And the other alternative is that we return to a system of geopolitics which is contingent on spheres of influence. I don't believe we should return to the time...
It's a zero-sum game. Exactly, Schmegley. It's exactly what it is. Oh, God. I wish I had that sound shot. That's an MR exclusive right there. I don't even know who said that. Who said that? I'm trying to remember. Who said that?
It's kingdoms fighting each other. I think that's a much bloodier world. In an interview with Ezra Klein last week, Fareed Zakaria made the comment. Former YP president, I will...
Oh, no.
The
communism. Oh, God.
The communists.
Terrible.
Comment. He made the comment that liberalism has become a victim of its own success, which is to say that liberalism has succeeded to such an extent that we have forgotten. Mr. Piker, my generation, your generation, my parents' generation, your parents' generation. Hi, Mama and Dada. I hope you're watching this, which they are. We don't remember what it was like before this liberal system. We don't remember what it was like before World War II. We don't remember how bad it was. And so while I am right there with you, that America has created such evil through its colonial empire, I also believe that it is far better than anything we've ever had. It's the reason why we have intellectuals like Fukuyama saying it's the end of history. It's because this is almost as nice as we've ever had it.
And with that, the gentleman is thanked. For rebuttal.
With respect, your division of the violence and imperialist brutality that America has committed and the capitalist international order that we uphold is entirely artificial and farcical. The blood on our hands was spilt in service of the liberalized capitalist international order that you so idolize. Our coups and our imperialist conquests are committed at the behest of the international corporate conglomerates that our governments serve. America is not and has never been the linchpin singeing together the democratic free world. We toppled Allende to install Pinochet in the 70s, provided financial backing to the fascist Argentinian juntas, supplied unconditional support to Yeltsin, chief architect of the modern Russian oligarchy during the Soviet collapse of the 90s, and today we bankroll the genocidal apartheid Israeli regime, playing defense in the UN for the anal gang rape of Palestinian prisoners with rusty metal holes. We have set a global historical precedent for draconian drug laws, upending entire economies with gang warfare driven by the American elite's unquenchable twin desires for coke and bloodshed. We have set back progress, combating the climate crisis that threatens the imminent annihilation of life on Earth by funneling untold billions into hydraulic fracking and deforestation of old-growth forests on federal lands. The incineration of the Amazon is in service for our appetite for beef. The Israeli state is a product of Palantir, and we sponsor the dissolution of democracy internationally through armed violent coups, and we sponsor the dissolution of society through the insidious arm of neoliberal austerity exercised in our name through the IMF and World Bank. These problems are not a product of America per se, but they are an inevitable outcropping of our status as the concentrated seat of the powers of capital on the global stage. We are their principal agents and benefactors. Our interests are their interests. This barbarous monstrosity, this regime of terror and destruction and death that we have created must be destroyed, and it must be destroyed now.
Immediately, if not soon. Is there perhaps a question?
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit more because we can't watch this whole debate tonight. To the next speaker.
Oh, God. Hello, YPU. Hello, chat. Hello, March. Hello, guest. Okay, so in 1961, Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican president, a five-star general, and supreme commander of the Allied forces in World War II,
F.A. Hertz on a 5-stream streak. Inconceivable.
warned the nation that we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex, okay? He said that it would devour the resources the country needs to survive, and 65 years later, he was totally right. So, America is an empire. We've got 750 to 800 military bases across the globe, the territorial possessions from Puerto Rico to Guam, shout out, the ability to sanction any economy, bomb any country, and topple any government that we choose. The United States just approved a $1 trillion defense budget, and next year's proposal is $1.5 trillion. How are we going to pay for it? By cutting 10% of literally everything else. So, we spend...
Congratulations, Cap for Life. You've done it again, sir. You've done it again, sir. You've crossed the line. She's probably a feminist. That's why she's so loud. Yup, there's another... that's a day. That's a day. You're getting a day for that one. Jesus Christ, pal. Do you have nothing better
money on the military than the next 10 countries combined? That's 40% of all the military spending in the entire world. But my argument isn't just about money, it's about morality. Historian Howard Zinn documented how American expansion has always been justified by the same lie that we're spreading freedom and democracy around the world. But from the Philippines to Vietnam to Iraq, the pattern...
I will say this. Cap for Life did make it longer, perhaps than ever. I'm not sure. I haven't been keeping close track of it, but 2.5 hours actually is somewhat impressive for Cap for Life. When you think about it, because he has broken the record on getting banned, or at least timed out from chat on YouTube. I mean, I think one time he got timed out 15 minutes into the stream. So really, when you think about it, 2.5 hours is a great achievement. You're technically improving. So think about it that way. You're really making great strides in life.
Changes. It's mass violence abroad, decay at home, and ordinary people are set to foot the bill. So, gains and who pays? This year, Congress added $39 billion in military projects the Pentagon didn't even ask for. Why did they do it? Because of the lobbyists. This is empire. It's a wealth transfer from the working class paychecks to defend military contractor shareholders. So, there are currently 46 active armed conflicts right now, which is the most since World War II, by the way. We've spent $8 trillion on the world on terror, and what do we have to show for it? The world is severely less stable than it ever has been before, and this is the fault of the American empire. So, moving on to who's paying, let's look at the kid in Mississippi whose school can't afford textbooks while the nearest military base next door gets $500 million in expansion money. The veteran, poisoned by burn pits, denied care while defense contractors produce record-breaking profits. However, and having said that, money isn't the real issue. Even if we taxed the wealthy and funded both empire and society, empire would still be wrong because empire means domination. It means killing people who have done nothing to us, including our fellow US citizens. On to the impacts. From an environmental perspective, the US military is the single largest institutional producer and consumer of fossil fuels on the planet at 270,000 barrels of oil a day. And that's for routine operations during peacetime, not even at wartime. That's more emissions than 140 countries combined.
Was that a Texas accent? Did she just say all? I feel like everybody, like, it's like either Texas or Louisiana. I can't be sure. But all. I feel like everybody here say oil. All is like from the South, like way down south. All. Like the I just doesn't exist. It's like O-U-H-L, all. Can't fool me. Can't fool me.
People are told to recycle, take shorter showers, buy EVs. The onus is put on the individual to change the world. Meanwhile, a single military refueling tanker burns more fuel in one flight than the average American does in 40 years. We sacrifice, they indulge. So, the military burns oil to protect access to oil, which funds more military spending. It's a self-reinforcing cycle of extraction and violence. Our business models cycle and sustain themselves on death tolls. And from a lives perspective, Brown University's cost of war projected that we tracked a human toll. So the deaths of post 9/11 wars have killed 4.5 million people and displaced 38 million people. And the empire doesn't deliver the stability that it promises. Every intervention creates blowback. We've armed the Mujahideen, we got Al-Qaeda. We toppled Saddam, we got ISIS. We are the ones perpetuating these conflicts because perpetual war is profitable for the elites. Says, like, be glad it's the American empire rather than somebody else's, but at the same time, this is a false choice. The choice isn't between, like, American empire versus Chinese, it's between domination and cooperation. China's power is economic, and mutual destruction isn't in anyone's best interest. So the power vacuum fear comes from, like, the idea that somebody must dominate, but that's an imperial mindset. Most of the world doesn't yearn for American or Chinese hegemony. They want multilateral cooperation where no single country has power or autonomy over them. And that world is possible, we're just blocking it. So, what is the world of the alternative? Empire undermines rule-based international order, replacing...
You see Hasan smirking over here? He's like, she's cooking right now. And it would seem the Yale student political union, I think it's just the Yale Political Union. Whatever it is. They seem to be in agreement too. Cooking. Cooking. All right, I'm sorry, but I have to keep this moving. I have to, because we started late, right? We started at 10 because it's leftist mafia night rather than earlier. You gotta at least let them get started before I can start. Like, it's just impossible. You gotta get at least a few people looking for something else before I can get going. So we started late, and I've got a fairly long list for tonight I wanted to cover. So I'm just gonna go to the fourth speaker. Oh, this fucking guy. This guy is this. This next guy is deranged. I don't know where they found this guy, like on the street somewhere or something, but he is literally asleep.
Sorry,
oh, wait,
everyone
no.
that
Wait, is it this
missed,
guy? Wait, I take it back. Is this the guy? Is this the guy or is it this guy? Wait. Oh, no, it's this guy. No, I take it back. I take it back. I forgot there was more. In my mind, there was only 5, but there's 6 speakers. Okay. Not this guy. No, the next guy is completely... I mean, not that this guy is not wrong about a whole lot of shit, which he absolutely is, but the next guy takes the cake on the most deranged of the debate
missed
participants.
Ben and Jerry's free ice cream day. So thank you. I'm pretty sad. Okay. We on the left need to say something that too many of us have become afraid to say. America is worth loving. Yes, America has flaws. Serious ones. I'm one of the biggest critics of my country, and I will continue to be. We should be honest how we treat the poor, how gun crimes ravage our communities, and the lack of health care. But call out the hypocrisy that exists in the gap between our reality and our ideals, but never forget that we're still better than any of the countries supposedly under our empire, not just the alternatives to our empire. My mom was born and raised in India. She loved learning and reading and writing. She scored at the top of her class in school. But when it came time to college, my grandmother thought it would be more fitting for a woman to get married and learn the trades of a wife rather than allow her to pursue her dreams at college. She was married off to my dad, who she did not meet until her wedding day. He happened to be a good man. Many others were not so lucky. So what should we say to this? My grandmother was wrong. The culture which taught her this was wrong. The government which did not stop that and even incentivize it was wrong. And this is what so many of us on the left are so afraid to say. We are so obsessed with classifying everything in terms of hegemonic power structures that we fall into the worst form of relativism, one in which we can no longer recognize evil. We think of the world in terms of such a binary. The West are the oppressors and everyone else is the oppressed. But in doing so, we romanticize and fetish the evil of these regimes simply because they are anti-Western. I respect you a lot, man, but Stalin dead has killed 20 million people.
I'll be right back.
Look at Iran. It is not some innocent, misunderstood regime. It's a regime that killed 30,000 of its citizens just because they protested. It is a regime that has backed terrorists that have intentionally killed thousands of civilians. It's a regime that has allowed women to be stoned for.
By the way, if I recall correctly, I listened to this thing at 2x or faster, but if I recall correctly, he does some weird stuff with these numbers, by the way. Also, we still don't have any evidence that 30,000 people were in fact murdered by Iran's regime. We've been told this, but we've actually seen very little evidence. Not none, but such a small slice of evidence that, in fact, you could not just make the leap from, seeing what we've seen to claiming 30,000 dead. Am I saying that nobody died? Absolutely not. Am I here to say that Iran's regime is not repressing its civilians? Of course not. But these numbers that we bandy about, that some people have just accepted, like this guy, without questioning it, I think is weird. I think it's lacking curiosity.
Being adulterated. Or look to Venezuela and Cuba that are so corrupted by cartels that they're basically narco states. They deny their citizens basic necessities. They jail and kill dissidents and only look out for those in power. You may oppose intervention for practical reasons, fine. People can disagree about what can be done and what costs are bearable. But do not delude yourselves into thinking that these people are free or that they are living great lives. Do not tell yourselves women beaten into silence or dissidents being thrown into prison just need more time to work things out on their own. The least we owe them is honesty. There is no hope for these people outside of America. Their regimes will continue to repress them while enriching their leaders. The lady before me asked for regional partnerships. A regional partnership with Iran and Lebanon going to free like the Iranians? And the rest of the international community will continue to turn a blind eye, whether in Israel or Palestine or in Armenia and Azerbaijan. The only solution is an American one. I agree with the lady before me that the American imperial project is inherently corporatist, but how do we solve that? I think Mr. Piker has said before, elect someone other than J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom. That's the solution. Not to get rid of American power wholly, but to make ourselves better. So criticize.
Gosh. Oh shit, my fucking headphones just broke. Okay, I'm back. I just wanted to, I didn't quite hear everything he was saying. I heard it earlier, but I just don't know exactly where he was at just now. But I just want to go back to the point I was just making, because, the thing about the numbers on the dead protesters in Iran that we've been sold, I just find it fascinating that basically the people who are claiming this 30,000 dead are the same people, from what I can tell, not like one-to-one, but many of the same people who are doing this are the same people who for 2.5 years have been telling us that the numbers coming out of, the Ministry of Health in Gaza can't be trusted, right? And, oh, you believe that there are 50,000 people really died already? That kind of thing, right? People who, for the longest time have been telling us that the numbers in Gaza are fucking fake, and actually it's just Hamas propaganda or something. But we're supposed to just accept that we're supposed to accept that in 2.5 years it's taken Israel to kill what are the current accepted numbers? 60,000? I think the current accepted numbers. Just follow me here. Not the numbers we talk about. The accepted numbers right now. I think it's a little over 60,000. Maybe I think might have reached 70. Maybe somewhere between those two numbers. I think, right? So 2.5 years to kill 60 or 70,000 people. And then we're supposed to believe that Iran managed to murder 30,000 people in a week, and we don't have just think about that for a second. Why don't we have just a fucking treasure trove of information surrounding that? You would think that an atrocity of that size would be pretty hard to hide.
America all you want, I will too. But do not insult the people who flee these places by pretending their chains are beautiful. There's a reason my parents came to America. They were offered a promise, and though this promise is far from fulfilled, at least we're trying. My mom got her community college degree here in 2012, and she hopes that I will have a daughter one day to realize her dreams. So know the difference between a country that fails its ideals and regimes that do not even have those ideals. The left has room for patriotism. So while I have a little bit of time left, and it's my last speech at Union, I just want to say a few words about Rick Scott, who proves again that conservatives don't believe in free speech, or just conservatives. I condemn Mr. Piker's statements on political violence, just as I condemn Mr. Scott's colleague from Georgia who said that Obama should be hanged or that Pelosi should be shot. I condemned him just as I condemned the January 6 rioters who committed actual violence and was summarily pardoned by Mr. Scott's party. But here is the difference.
Do you see what I mean about this guy? He's wrong about a lot of stuff. His kid is libbed the fuck up. He is such a neo-lib. Look, let me both sides this. I'm gonna condemn Hasan Piker and Rick Scott in the same sentence.
Aren't I a good guy?
I still believe that Mr. Piker and Ms. Green should be allowed to speak here. Because in America, unlike in Iran or Venezuela, dissent is not supposed to mean censorship or silencing. In this country, when we hear ideas we disagree with, we do not respond by saying that the state should shut it down. We respond by arguing, by vehemently debating. We respond by listening, persuading, debating bad ideas in the open. This is the fundamental ethos of the First Amendment and part of what makes this country extraordinary. And a group of college students seems to understand that better than the senator, because we do it every Tuesday at the Yale Political Unit. So Senator Scott, you're free to rage about college students on Twitter and threaten our funding, but never again pretend to be a champion of free speech. Thank you.
Question for Denver. The guest.
Oh, I get special privileges?
Yeah, bro.
Okay. Great speech.
Thank you. Hasan Parker.
You brought up that Venezuela and Cuba were narco states. Not exactly sure where you got that information from. I think it was Donald Trump who said Venezuela was a narco state, and then he dropped it, or at least the Southern District of New York dropped it, the FBI did, because there wasn't enough evidence for it. But beyond that, you talked about free speech at the end of your speech. It's a value that I also believe in, and maybe even sometimes exhaust. But I also believe that free speech has been taken away from Americans time and time again, especially throughout times of war. Eugene Debs famously was jailed for being a conscientious objector. We've interned Japanese people living on U.S. soil during World War II. We've assassinated leaders of the Black Panther Party, of the Black Panther movement. These are all.
I just want to point something out. That's something. I mean, I know Hasan technically knows this, but just in case anybody doesn't know it, not just Japanese people, Japanese Americans, American citizens, people who had, born here, went into those camps just for looking Japanese, right? But technically Americans, when we think about it, right? Aren't we all Americans technically?
Issues of free speech, both for domestic concerns and at times when America's power around the globe is felt threatened. Now, do you feel like free speech is inherent to American liberal democracy, number one? Do you feel like social liberalism is only compatible with American imperial hegemony, and if so, why? And last but not least, what do you say to the argument that we are losing what remains of our free speech right now directly as a consequence of America's power waning on the global stage because empire does feel threatened?
So I think your first question was like free speech and relation to liberal democracy. So I agree. I think I'm one of the big ones that condemns the Americans who jailed in the Red Scare and all those things. I actually think that we're actually pretty good at protecting actual free speech right now. I don't think people are actually jailed or anything. I think one of the most dangerous attacks on free speech.
Damn, this guy's getting cooked in here. The hissing is hilarious. This is where I really started to turn on the hissing. I was like, you know what? This is a great form of debate. Just get a bunch of people hissing at the dumbest ideas.
It's a sort of really more institutional one, the ones that's happening in schools all over, the South, for example, where you can't teach critical race theory. But once again, I think one of my main points is that this sort of free speech is I think unique and even unique to America compared to the rest of the West. For example, the UK, where they can censor anything. But I think the state of free speech in America is certainly, I think, way better than anywhere else.
Boy, oh boy, this guy just fell apart in front of the entire internet.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Boy, oh boy. It's like he's living in a different reality right now or something. My guy, the United States is literally imprisoning people for their speech. I'm gonna skip past to the craziest dude in the room. This guy. Oh boy, brace yourselves for this unhinged specimen of a man.
There's one more.
Mr. Speaker,
Today I stand before you wearing all black for two reasons. One of those reasons is due to your resolution, because I fear we cannot argue about whether to slaughter an already dead empire. An empire is not defined by territory, especially in a world that is so wrought with globalization. Rather, empires are defined by their dependencies. If a state becomes structurally and asymmetrically reliant on another for culture and tradition, security, or economic survival, they are integrated within this larger empire. For example, if I'm a sovereign state that adopts American cultural traditions, receives protection through military bases, and relies on exporting goods to American soil, then I am one with the American empire. But there is one thing that those who have and will speak on the stage have gotten terribly wrong, Mr. Speaker. Empires are inherently good. When conflicts can be simplified down to in-groups and dehumanized out-groups, forcing other nations under one in-group is bound to reduce out-group villainization, dehumanization, and conflict. Without this coordination, power fragments and struggle for domination wreaks havoc upon this now vacuum. An empire can stabilize trade.
Okay, so for the next like 10 minutes or however long, actually longer, I think. Or not quite. For the next almost 10 minutes, this kid goes on and on about how actually empire is inherently good, and we're all a bunch of dummies for not realizing that. Okay, I'm gonna go to Hasan's wrap up here.
Then that would be a cynical viewpoint that one could adopt. But that's not what I would ever want to see from our country. That's not what I would ever propose or support.
And with that, gentlemen, thanks.
Just shared 200 bits. Actually, the Rebel Alliance deserved to be crushed.
Ah, yes, exactly, Hefe Hertz. That's exactly what his point was. Thank you for the bits.
Are there perhaps closing remarks from the guest?
Yes.
Good.
Do I say forward to the speech again?
Ah, you can just go.
All right. Wow. That was incredible. A lot of wonderful speeches I heard today, and some maybe not so wonderful. I did, however, hear a lot of American exceptionalism. I heard a lot of liberal chauvinism and an overall fear of the unknown, a fear of the enemy that we've designed in our minds. That is what justifies Western imperialism in the minds of many, so it's expected. But I just wanted to say thank you for all your wonderful and thoughtful contributions today. I want to make this short and sweet. 100 years ago, liberalism was failing. There was tremendous conflict on the European continent. 100 years later, with the exception of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, let's be real, it would be unthinkable to assume that Germany would fight against France, or that France would fight against England. Why? Because there's collaboration. Capitalism has robbed us of our humanity.
Illegal.
We assume endless greed is the nature of man. But while greed has played a formative role in developing Western society, so has collaboration. We look to these institutions that we've built. We look to skyscrapers, the invention of the internet. Maybe that was not so good. Although it did give me a job, so I have to be grateful. And we assume this is a byproduct of capitalism, a byproduct motivated by man's greed, the profit incentive. All of these institutions, whether it be skyscrapers, whether it be our infrastructure, was also built with labor, with collective action. It is our choice at the end of the day to focus on one over the other. We can make that choice to no longer be greedy. We can make that choice to no longer exercise that selfishness. And we can make that choice to engage in collaboration with many of you, I believe, regardless of your ideological background, would probably agree that Donald Trump is forcing us to retreat from that collaborative nature, whether it's for good or for evil. But ultimately, it is that wanting that each and every one of you has to collaborate with others that I believe that we can, no matter what happens next, find a much more just and equitable future. And the only way we can do that is through organizing. One of the first speakers, I forget your name, had some interesting words to say, that there's always going to be power. I say we put the power back in the hands of the many, rather than the power in the hands of the few. If a dictatorship is inevitable, I'd rather have it be a dictatorship of the proletariat than one that is designed around the needs of the bourgeois class. And on that note, thank you so much for having me today. Look forward to seeing yourself in court.
There you go. Hasan Piker at the Yale political
So I don't know if you guys have been
debating a bunch of students. Honestly, making some fairly moving speeches as well. You might think it's pretentious, you might think it's a little silly. But honestly, what I think it represents is something of a shift. We've been talking about it. But the fact is, you got like people like Ethan Klein coming out and embracing Hasan. Well, not embracing Hasan Piker, but at least, I mean, in comparison to what we've seen from the liberals lately, it might as well be embracing Hasan. But I mean, at least saying it, Hasan is by no means an anti-Semite. And him getting invited onto the Pod Johns. And I think seeing these young future elitists applauding Hasan gives me some amount of hope for the future, I guess. And I mean, really, some of them aren't future elitists. Some of them are already current elitists, right? It costs $100,000 a year to go to Yale. Not everybody's parents can afford that. In fact, many people are saying most people's parents can't afford that, as it turns out. I think what we're gonna do next is take a quick galactic intermission.
Also new tonight, the state of Hawaii can now move forward with lawsuits.
Hey, sir, what are you doing? You're screwing me. All right, quick galactic intermission, everybody. First of the night. We will be right back. Oh, after these brief messages, but before that, I just want to do a different quick PSA, if you will. Tax day was yesterday. And we already had a galactic deficit. So this isn't what I needed. But unfortunately, I did not think I would be owing taxes this year. But I do. That's right. It's a bunch of money. I haven't decided quite how this needs to be dealt with. I need to figure it out a little bit. I have time. Technically, although there's penalties for filing or late, I have already filed an extension. So at least, you know, nobody's going to be coming for me, I think. But gotta somehow raise the funds for that. In seriously dire straits right now, Space Fam, so we gotta make some serious progress on the galactic deficit so I can start thinking about how I deal with that situation. Sadly, I owe even more to the government than I do in galactic deficit money.
Awful, awful, awful.
Anyway, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. But of course, we've got some other ways to contribute. Throne, if you'd like to help with crowdfunding real-world items that would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. The break is over, and the second half of the stream is about to begin immediately, if not sooner. So you better get back in your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. Alright, people, we are back. I'm gonna skip a few things here on my list. I'm afraid. God. Kind of tired right now. I don't know why. Kind of tired. But just remind everybody, we got a galactic content goal to complete. An hour left, I think, or maybe a little bit more. And I calculated over the break. I think we're over halfway, a little over halfway through, like close to it. It's hard to tell. Problem is the jewels. Apparently, the jewels just disappear from the fan funding list. Like I can go and like look at all of the different super chats on the break, but the jewels didn't show up, so I can't remember how many of those were donated. But I'm trying to just account for that as well. 'Cause I know some number were. I unfortunately have no idea how much any of those things cost. So that doesn't help. Okay. Let's start here. Yeah, Hawaii news now. Some environmental news from yesterday. A judge dismissing a federal lawsuit seeking to block the state of Hawaii from suing fossil fuel companies. Yep, this is a win. Right here's what that is.
Also new tonight, the state of Hawaii can now move forward with lawsuits against fossil fuel companies claiming harmful and deceptive marketing. That's after U.S. District Court Judge Helen Gilmore today dismissed a Department of Justice lawsuit that sought to block Hawaii from trying to collect damages from big oil firms. The state argues that they hid their products' effects on the environment. The DOJ claimed the government would be harmed by the legal battle, but Gilmore said the DOJ can't block a lawsuit based on hypothetical allegations. Separately, this week, the State House of Representatives passed Senate Bill 1166, which would let the state and insurance companies sue big oil for damages from climate change.
There you go. Big win. It's not a big actual victory in a case, but it is a dismissal of a case that was preventing cases from going forward. which will hopefully take place soon. But that is big for the state of Hawaii. And those who have been damaged by the actions of the fossil fuel companies. Now, let's go way on down to the Tijuana River, where thousands are suffering as a result of polluted waterways. Associated Press, 14 hours ago.
Tijuana River, it's run continuous sewer for 3.5 years now. We get 40 million gallons of sewer in the river a day, which is really affecting our community and our lives, our schools, our children. Everything will be better, you know, if we could restore the river. The smell is almost every night. We get headaches, congestion, E. coli poisoning. Some people are crying. I mean, worrying about their children. What do we do? It's a serious issue.
We're trying to investigate the impact of the Tijuana River pollution is on the air quality in this region. During periods of high river flow, we'll see elevated levels of hydrogen sulfide, upwards of 4.5 parts per million, which is significant for the region. What's coming out in the air is impacting the community's health. It's a combination of problems, whether it's aging infrastructure on the US side, the population boom in Mexico, and their infrastructure, their ability to keep up with managing the pollution in that area. It seems like it is mostly localized near Imperial Beach in the South Bay region, but there's a lot of concern that it may travel further northward, even as far as Coronado or La Jolla.
I care about the area, our community. I've lived here all my life. I mean, my roots are attached to the soil here. This is our family farm. Living here represents freedom. Life is good, and it needs to continue being good, but we have a problem we need to eliminate.
Yep. And unfortunately, since Donald Trump has completely decimated the EPA with the help of Russ Vought, and the Republicans in Congress, of course, these sorts of things are just going to get worse. If I'm not mistaken, the Tijuana River is connected to rivers that are also connected to rivers inside of the United States. And as a result, it's sort of a multi-faceted approach that needs to be taken. All right. Now, let's go to the Mariana Islands in the Pacific. Guam, one of those islands, a U.S. territory, has been getting utterly trounced by a super typhoon in the Pacific, which parked itself over the island chain, causing great devastation.
Guam, April 14th, 2026. Super Typhoon Sinlaku's center makes closest approach 100 miles offshore Guam at 155 miles per hour, nears Saipan, Tinian. Super Typhoon Sinlaku's expected closest point of approach to Guam happened at about 1 p.m., with the extremely powerful center of the storm passing about 100 miles east-northeast of the island. The National Weather Service in Tian confirmed the information, which puts Sinlaku's closest point of approach a little ahead of the 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. schedule made earlier in the day. Sinlaku's eye was 20 miles southeast of Tinian,
Well, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
48 hours. Through Tuesday night, tropical storm force winds around 50 to 60 miles per hour will continue to hang over Guam, with gusts up to 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, and now, while that doesn't sound that fast, this is after the storm has been going for multiple days in the region. It made landfall initially. I can't remember which island was hit first, but it made landfall while it was at a Cat 5 super typhoon with winds of, I think it was 175 miles an hour. Or was it 160? Whatever it is. 165, 175, who cares? All right, that's like race car speed.
Power outages were seen across much of southern Guam, Sinajana, Agana Heights, Chalan Pago Ordot, and Yigo, while water outages affect storm. Coastal areas on Guam will continue to be in danger of flooding, with a coastal flood warning in effect through Thursday morning.
Yeah, this thing's been going since the frickin' weekend. And it's supposed to be having effects on the region for basically a week, almost a full week. Oh, it must be horrifying. I mean, just think about it for a second. You know, Guam, like, maybe it's just me, but just thinking about being on a tiny, tiny island. I mean, granted, it won't be, it probably, you know, it won't be washed away by the storm entirely, but I don't know. Like, you're literally just in the middle of the ocean. There's like nothing around you for like 1,000 miles on each side, aside from a bunch of other tiny islands. It just sounds terrifying. All right, to island news from yesterday.
The latest now this morning from the Pacific on Typhoon Sinlaku.
Right now, the storm is in the northern Mariana Islands, just west of Alamagan, Pagan, and Arican. The Associated Press reports widespread damages in areas like Saipan and Tinian. It tore off roofs, flipped cars, and knocked down trees and power lines. Officials say flooding is widespread, with some residents reporting water getting into nearly every home, no matter how strong the structure. More than 1,000 people have been moved into shelters across the region. Right now, no reports of deaths. The National Weather Service in Guam is forecasting 125 mile per hour winds through tonight as it weakens tomorrow.
Okay, this is in the northern Mariana Islands on Saipan? Saipan? I forget how you say it. I think it's Saipan. You can see 2 cars with bumpers ripped off, another one, a 3rd car on top of those other cars with parts of its body ripped off on top of some sort of a parking structure. Cars, just appear to be getting flung around. You got like multiple cars in this person's front yard. Roofs ripped right off. Trees ripped to shreds. You can tell power lines are down. Like if you just look back, you can see the power lines are down here. Right there, power lines are down.
My dog kennel destroyed. My hoop for my kids. Luckily it didn't hit the truck. That's a blessing. It was there.
Oh my god, he was talking about the basketball court. The basketball hoop broke in half and missed the car by a foot. Okay. Well, that's the last on that I could find for us. From my understanding, the storms are still ongoing, but are starting to taper off as they make their way up into the more northern portion of the Pacific. Young Chris with a sweet, sweet super chat. Tax season sucks. I had to pay too. Yeah. Yeah. Sucks, but we gotta do it. I should have thought ahead. Honestly, I should have realized sooner that I was gonna owe money. I appreciate you though. And 2 double super chat from young Chris. 1 and 2. Incredibly generous, Chris. I appreciate you. Using those sweet, sweet galactic emotes, I see. Saxia, you were an altar boy. Oh, God. Unscathed? Okay, that's good. That's good. Glad to hear that. All right. Oh, what? I don't have any space news today. Oh, that's very weird. I'm very sorry to report to you, Space Fams, that I have no space news for you today. We've been inundated, let's be real, we've been inundated by space news lately. So it's probably for the best, you know? We talk about space a lot, more than most podcasts. I would say. We talk about it practically every goddamn day. So, whatever. Break. One day break from space news seems fair. Straight to the geopolitics on the planet. Let's go down to Cuba, where Cubans are currently enduring multi-point, what do you call it? What do we want to call this? A multi-faceted assault on their infrastructure. The ability to produce energy in the country with the U.S. blockade and the U.S. blockade.
A what now?
You heard me. The U.S. blockade and the U.S. blockade. The blockade of Cuba, of course, is not helping at all. But then you can't forget that the U.S. is also blockading the already blockaded Strait of Hormuz. It's a triple whammy.
It was the height of the Cold War when American President John F. Kennedy authorized a secret military operation using U.S.-trained Cuban exiles to invade Cuba's Bay of Pigs. But the plan to overthrow the newly declared communist government failed miserably. 65 years later, the Cold War is over, but Cuba has the same government, and U.S. President Donald Trump is now vowing to finish the job Kennedy started.
Well, Cuba's going to be next, yeah.
Cuba's state-controlled economy has been in free fall for years, aggravated by more...
He says that in such a blasé fucking manner. What is wrong with that guy? Like, yeah, Cuba's next on the list. Like, what a sicko.
You have a mental health problem.
Like, what kind of sick man says that? Shouldn't be the president. It should be your elderly grandpa that nobody listens to. Not the leader of the supposed free world and the guy in charge of the planet's largest military and largest nuclear
Kennedy
arsenal.
started.
Well, Cuba's going to be next, yeah.
Cuba's state-controlled economy has been in free fall for years, aggravated by more than 6 decades of U.S. trade and financial sanctions, including a nearly total fuel blockade, now in its 4th month. East of Havana, the densely populated satellite city of Alamar is pitch dark from yet another blackout.
Hola. Buenas noches. Aquí con apagón.
Tato Mesa, whom I've known for years, is waiting for us.
Since there's no power, I'm making dinner with charcoal as usual.
The area hasn't had cooking gas for 6 months, and with no power, residents who can afford it buy small bags of charcoal for 65 cents.
It's enough for one meal. If I have to cook rice or beans, I need 3 bags.
These tin stands serve as stoves to cook tonight's chicken. It's 11 p.m. when the power comes back. A godsend, says Tato, as he rushes to take the air out of the water pump so it can fill the tanks.
Immediately,
It's followed by a race to do the laundry before the power goes out again. As we leave, police arrive to patrol the streets to deter protests. Daylight brings little relief for Cubans waiting in long queues in the scorching heat for a gazela, a small bus that fits only 12 people. Large public buses don't have petrol anymore. Joel, a construction worker, explains that he spends more time waiting for transport than at work.
More time waiting than actually working. That's ridiculous. We are just causing. This is just human-made suffering, completely unnecessary. All thanks to the United States. Just terrible. Like, 'cause we're just exporting suffering across the planet. Like, that's basically what we're doing now. Colombia, Venezuela, Cuba, the whole Middle East, among others. It's just the fucking worst. When are we going to start being that supposed force for good I hear so much about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Yeah, Sabrina. Yeah. Remember her, Sabrina Singh, former Pentagon spokesperson for the Biden White House? Oh, Sabrina. She was always really good at telling us about why we were very stupid for asking about the war crimes that Israel was committing. Remember that? Maybe not as good as Caroline. I mean, Caroline's very good at her propaganda job. But she was up there. I mean, she really stuck to, actually, Israel's doing great, and America's never done anything wrong. I don't even know why you're asking the question. You're being really weird for asking questions about war crimes. Thanks for the question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Okay. That's one of the great things about the sound shots. They harken back from another time. Some of us remember the moments when those sound shots were taken. Long, long ago.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Okay. Now down to Peru. A place we don't talk about very much, but have in fact recently, I think in the last stream we talked about them, as a presidential election is currently underway in the country, which is apparently becoming more and more contentious by the minute. But to start it off, let's talk about the field really quickly with the AP archive. Oh wait, am I gonna need subtitles for this? I mean, I think I need to open this up. Hold on. Please hold. I can't remember. I think I need this. So I gotta open a second copy of this because the subtitles are not on the videos themselves, if I recall correctly. No, you stop that. Hey, that's not what I asked for. You stop that. Ah! There it is. Okay, perfect. I got him. To Peru. Now, this was from April 9th at a EU election
Today,
observation
the European Union is deploying its
site.
short-term observers across the
Oh.
country. We are going to be present on Election Day in all of the regions in the country. For Election Day, the European Union will have more than 150 observers deployed across the entire country.
I'm actually shocked that the AP archive started doing doing this. You guys remember back in the day? And honestly, it still happens sometimes. I don't know what the bar is for effort over the AP archives. Many times, no subtitles, no translations on the AP archive. But this one got full automated translation. I think it's AI, though. I think it's an AI bot. I can't quite tell.
Contributing photographs. Go from their respective homes is contributing photographs. And the first is the problem of insecurity, which also affects almost all of Latin America. Here we have had a very pronounced increase.
Okay, now, this guy, is this, I can't remember if this is the guy. There's 35 different candidates in the presidential election. And do you remember how we were talking about Keiko Fujimori, who had these fairly anti-immigrant stances? She's actually, as it turns out, not even the most ultra-conservative person in the race. Apparently, there's somebody even more conservative. Shocking. But there's also people to her left. I'm trying to remember her name. Sanchez something, I think. Is it Sanchez? I think it may have actually been a dude. Or maybe there's two. I think there might be two of them. The fact is there's 35 different candidates. A little hard to get my head around all of it right now. But I am more tuned into the right-wing candidates. This Keiko Fujimori is the daughter of the former president of Peru. She's calling for basically Trumpian sort of immigration policies. Basically kick out all of the illegals, according to her. Not my words, literally her words. However, this crowded field has become even more contentious as at least one candidate is demanding a vote annulment.
As Peru's election hangs in the balance, supporters of far-right candidate Rafael Lopez Aliaga took to the streets. They're alleging sabotage and are calling for a redo vote after an election that's been plagued by organizational issues.
Members of the National Jury of Elections, we are giving you a deadline. You have 24 hours to declare this garbage null and void. We're going to wait for the results, and even if they favor us, we're going to call for new elections.
So the guy to the right of the woman calling to get rid of all of the illegals is saying the election was rigged. Fake news. Stop the steal.
Aliaga is currently neck and neck for second place. with centre-left candidate Jorge Nieto as his closest rival. They're competing to go into a runoff second round, which will take place at the beginning of June. Frontrunner conservative Keiko Fujimori says she's remaining neutral.
The numbers are very close between each candidate, but all we can do is wait with respect and prudence for the results and wish everyone good luck. We'll see. We'll see.
Allegations of fraud are mounting, but an EU observer mission said it had not found any objective elements supporting the claims. And speaking before Congress, the head of Peru's electoral authority denied any serious irregularities.
There you go. You got EU observers on the ground claiming that the election isn't rigged and that there are no irregularities. Meanwhile, one unhinged psychopath is claiming it was being stolen from him. Fact is Peru is going to go to the right if the current runner wins. I mean, as of now, Keiko Fujimori does appear to be the future, potential future leader of Peru. I mean, the count's not in yet, but we will see. That's at least the vibes right now. Okay. Now, let's go... Let's go across the fucking Atlantic to the country that in many ways started a lot of the countries in South America. I'm of course talking about Spain. Where they are in fact welcoming migrants.
What you talking about?
That's right. Spain is embracing its immigrant population, even while they're having a housing crisis. You know why? Because they actually blame the housing crisis on billionaires and property investors setting up Airbnbs in their towns instead of the immigrants. I know it's crazy.
What now?
I know. But actually, yeah. We've been talking about it for a while. That is a fact.
Bueno, es una medida necesaria y de justicia.
It's a necessary measure that brings justice. We are talking of about 500,000 and 800,000 people that could apply. This measure will be one of the most important regularization processes Spain has ever had.
Más importantes que ha vivido España.
La regularización solamente son 3 meses.
The time frame to apply for regularisation is only 3 months, and we'll waste those 3 months trying to get an appointment for the public transport card history receipt. We won't be able to apply because we can't get our history receipt.
Por el hecho de que no conseguimos el historial.
Well, there you go. Spain looking to open its country, open its arms to its immigrant population and nationalize, that's the wrong word, isn't it? Naturalize, nearly 500,000 people residing inside the country. Some hiccups in the process, but certainly a break from many of the colonialist and or former colonialist powers on the planet. A nice change of pace when you think about it. Okay, up next to France, where a law being proposed in Parliament is stirring a serious debate surrounding free speech.
I'm being repressed!
France 24 English from 19 hours ago.
Cross then to the National Assembly here in Paris. We're going to talk to our reporter Shirley Sitbon, who is there for us. Shirley, France already has, doesn't it, robust laws against anti-Semitism and against racism. So what's the point of this new law?
Well, its promoters say the law is not efficient enough against new forms of anti-Semitism. I'll give you some examples. For example, the current law bans attacking Jews, insulting Jews because they're Jewish, like saying Jews out.
What are the new forms of anti-Semitism? I can't wait to hear about this.
Well, the promoters of this law say that the word Jew has been replaced with Zionists. Zionists out, for example, on the walls of French universities. And they say, well, this is currently legal, but it should be made illegal. Another example, they say that minimizing attacks of terrorism can generate terrorism.
I mean, this is fucking ridiculous. Zionism is a political ideology. It does not describe all Jews. I don't know the exact numbers, but there's got to be millions of anti-Zionist Jews on the planet. This is a ridiculous farce.
Violence, anyway, here in France. Anti-Semitic violence sometimes. They also say that even calling for the annihilation of Israel, the destruction of Israel, today is legal and should be made illegal because they say that Israel is the only Jewish state, and so calling for its destruction is in a way a new form of anti-Semitism. Of course, it is legal today, and it's also legal to say that Palestine shouldn't have the right to exist. That's the current free speech here in France.
Shirley, criticism, though, against this law has mounted, hasn't it? I mean, many saying it would weaken free speech.
Absolutely. And to be really clear about this, I listened to one of the absolute experts in this is Judge Marc Trévidic, a former anti-terrorist judge, and he's the one who got suspects in old anti-Semitism terrorist attacks against Jews in the 1980s. He brought the cases forward, brought them to justice, and so he says, you can't say I'm anti-Semitic. I put everything forward to fight anti-Semitism. Well, he says this law is terrible.
You know what the new form of anti-Semitism is? It's this shit. This is the new anti-Semitism. It's claiming that Israel represents all Jews no matter whether they like it or not. And the same goes for you. Right? Like, that's basically, like, that's what we're to accept. We have to, like, that is the new form of anti-Semitism. It's out of control. Okay, now let's quickly talk about the vibes in Hungary right now.
Dozens of demonstrators gather near Paris's national.
Sorry, we don't need this one. EU leaders urging for swift reform in the country after the fall of Viktor Orban. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
And joining.
God, I am hungry right now. I need food.
Here on France 24, she was a member of parliament at the ripe old age of 34, just after the fall of the Soviet Union. Zsuzsanna Szalényi, program director of the Budapest-based CEU Democracy Institute think tank, the author of Tainted Democracy, Viktor Orban and the Subversion of Hungary. Thank you for being with us here on France 24.
Inviting me. Thank you.
Were you surprised at, first of all, this landslide result with a supermajority ousting a seemingly immovable Viktor Orban who'd been there for 16 years?
I think everyone was really surprised, but
there was, Tisza party was so long ago leading the polls that there was a probability of this outcome. But this was not exactly what we were prepared for because Hungary is not free and fair elections. So no one really knew that a lead in the poll how it could actually unfold at the end of the election day.
And as we saw in that report, there was the euphoria of Sunday night, the hangovers of Monday morning. Has reality kind of set in when you see, for instance, that the president of the European Commission, she puts out a tweet saying, yeah, we've spoken, but it's too early to release the 17 billion euros that Hungary wants until we see the reforms?
So first of all, I think there were days-long festive events in Budapest because of 16 years was a long time. It was a repressive regime. And especially young people, my 3 children are in their 20s, was a fascinating feeling for them to see something unimaginable in their life. So I think it's a very, very important result for Hungarians. Now, for European Commission response to that, obviously these funds were not withdrawn without reason. And at the current moment, the laws produced by Viktor Orbán's government are still maintained, many supporting corruption, a lot of them are against European law. So I think the new government, when it comes together, hopefully in a month's time, should provide certain changes in Hungarian legal system in order that Hungary can get these fundings. And I'm
Yep, that's one of the things we've been talking about is that just because Viktor Orbán's gone does not mean that the system of laws that he put in place do not still exist. And it's quite a facade to take down. It will require a great deal of effort. There's also a question surrounding just how far Peter Magyar will go. Still to be seen, and I am cautiously optimistic about it. In fact, the reason why I'm only cautiously optimistic about it is due to the fact that Magyar, or however you say it, was formerly in the party of Orbán, the Fidesz party, and I know they have different views, but I just don't know exactly how far this guy is gonna go. I hope he goes real far, but. I feel like the last time I was saying that about a change in leadership, it was Syria. We all know how that's gone.
We need to be outside with the crowd. What did he just say, Orbán? It's the man himself on stage. I cried when I was putting the act on.
Just to be clear, I don't think this is analogous to Syria. I'm just saying, like, the last time I said something like about being hopefully optimistic about a change in leadership in a country, it was immediately disappointed.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm Katya Adler, the BBC's Europe editor, and I'm in downtown Budapest at a big concert called Dismantle the System. It's on the eve of really important elections here. Everyone around here is excited. They believe change is coming to this country, that for the first time in 16 years, they could get a new prime minister. How are you feeling?
I'm really excited. I think there's a big chance that we can change this system right now, and I can really feel that it's changing, and everyone can feel it.
Most of the concert goers here are part of what's known in Hungary as Generation Orbán. So youngsters that have pretty much grown up during Viktor Orbán's 16 years as Prime Minister, as their country has become one of Europe's most corrupt and most illiberal. And what these first-time voters are doing here tonight is dancing, chanting, singing and shouting for change.
Viktor Orbán is a conservative, Christian nationalist, anti-immigration and Eurosceptic politician who's been Prime Minister in Hungary for 16 years. Peter Magyar is also a conservative nationalist, originally from Viktor Orbán's party, but now he's promising a fresh start for Hungary, more open-minded, closer to Europe, less cosy with Russia. So why is there all this international attention on Hungary's election? This is a tiny country. It's got a population about the same size as Belgium's, and yet we're here reporting, so much international media here is reporting. And a lot of that has to do with backers of Viktor Orban. For example, Donald Trump. He has endorsed Viktor Orban so many times. His vice president, J.D. Vance, despite the war that was still raging in Iran, was here just a few days ago to support Hungary's prime minister. They, like many others across the world, see Viktor Orban as kind of a father of the nationalist, Christian, anti-woke right.
People who hate its Christian heritage, they hate one man above all others, and his name is Viktor Orban. And if they hate him, it means he's on your side.
Tell you, I'm a big fan of Viktor. I'm with him all the way. The United States is with him all the way.
And then there's Vladimir Putin of Russia. Viktor Orban has been so very useful to him, a kind of pro-Russian voice inside the European Union, delaying sanctions against Russia after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and also blocking, as it is right now, loans to Ukraine that Kyiv said it desperately needs to survive.
Oh, there you go. Just a quick glimpse into what's unfolding in Hungary right now. I just felt it was important. As really the fall of Orban is absolutely monumental. He's been in power for 2 freaking decades. And has been really a huge force in politics in the EU. In right-wing politics. He has been inserting himself in these elections in a whole bunch of different EU countries, funneling money to right-wing candidates. I mean, he's got a whole, ideology, essentially, that he wants to spread through the EU. And that's now completely been scuttled. Young Chris with another sweet super chat. Thank you for making such a great show. It's the one thing I look forward to each night. Aw. That's sweet of you. I do my best, Chris. I do my best. I'll point out, not each night. It's like 5 nights a week at best. I guess we've done like 6 nights on some crazy weeks, but 5 of 7. But I get what you're saying. Maybe one day we'll be able to pull together an extra 2 shows. Although I have no idea how I would do that. All right, moving on from Hungary. You're talking about Ukraine seems fitting. And, we just got done talking about how Hungary has been one of the main reasons for why loans to the Ukraine have been blocked. However, even without those loans, Ukraine has been doing some crazy shit lately. They've made an entire drone industry that has now basically got countries all over the place coming to them. But this one's crazy. Volodymyr Zelensky said yesterday that robots had captured Russian soldiers. Or, I'm sorry, captured territory from Russian soldiers. Sorry, I misspoke. But this is wild, if true.
It's an extraordinary claim by the Ukrainian leader. For the first time since the war began, Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukrainian forces were able to retake territory seized by the Russians using only an army of robots. Zelensky, appearing in a heavily produced video address on Monday, said the enemy position was captured by ground systems and drones without infantry involvement and without losses on the Ukrainian side. The president also revealing that drones have carried out roughly 22,000 missions on the front lines just in the past 3 months. In other words, said Zelensky, lives were saved more than 22,000 times when a robot went into the most dangerous areas instead of a warrior. Among experts, both the announcement and the video were met with cautious skepticism. Is this a slick PR move, or is this an actual significant breakthrough in the battlefield?
It's both a slick PR move and a breakthrough in the battlefield. There have been some real advances in Ukraine that I think are very notable, but there is an awful lot of public relations and, frankly, marketing involved in this latest video.
Well, there you have it. Ukraine coming out and claiming that they'd seized back territory from Russia using robots. Whether they were autonomous or piloted is unclear to me. I am of the assumption, I guess, that that they were piloted. But regardless, this would be quite a feat. If true, I think probably the first time it's ever happened in human history. Meanwhile, Russia was pounding several Ukrainian cities, including the capital. Here's France 24 English from 24 hours ago in Kyiv.
14 people have been killed in Russian airstrikes in Ukraine overnight, 7 of them in Odessa. A 35-year-old woman and a 12-year-old boy were also killed in Kyiv, according to the city's mayor, Vitaly Klitschko. Russian drones and missiles pounded cities across the country. Meanwhile, the governor of Russia's southern Krasnodar Krai region said a Ukrainian attack on residential buildings in Tuapse killed 2 children early on Thursday. And for more on this, we can go to our Kyiv correspondent, Emmanuel Shaz. Good morning, Emmanuel. Ukraine experienced pretty much devastating Russian airstrikes overnight. Can you tell me more about those?
Indeed, a devastating overnight attack, and this attack, this morning the death toll keeps on rising. Our first responders are still on site. They are searching the rubble for survivors. Here in Kyiv, just to give you an idea of how it was, we've first heard the air red alert at around 2:30 a.m. So that means that sometimes you are caught by surprise if you don't hear this first air red alert by explosions. There was a series of explosions, and the alert lasted over 4 hours, and all across the city there were debris falling from intercepted drones. It was also a ballistic missile air red alert, which also means that people have less time to seek shelter as those missiles are cruising at very high speed.
Yep. Suffice to say, the last 24 hours or so have been quite chaotic in the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia killing more than a dozen people, Ukraine saying it reclaimed some of its territory. Now, perhaps shocking to many, Russia warned companies in Europe that they could potentially become targets This is from France 24 from 22 hours ago.
It's time now for a look at the press today. And Litsa Gadeva, you've been looking at the latest from the Russian media.
That's right, Oliver. So let's start by taking a look at the Russian independent paper Meduza that reports that the Russian Ministry of Defense has published a list of companies in Europe that allegedly produce drones for Ukraine. And the Ministry of Defense said that these companies could be, quote, potential targets for the Russian armed forces. And the list includes 11 companies, for instance, in London, Riga and Prague. And Dmitry Medvedev himself tweeted about that, saying that the statements must be taken literally and that when strikes become a reality depends on what comes next, adding, sleep well, European partners, a warning there from Medvedev. And then moving to Novaya Gazeta, another independent Russian paper that looks at how Russia is taking care of its veterans.
Okay. Lost my place. I've lost my place. Ah.
You have a story of
Reuters from yesterday. That's horrifying. That is fucking horrifying. That's not what you want to see. Some drone just like flying in low over your fucking city. That's not a fun one. Jesus Christ. Can't imagine. It's kind of like Gaza. Except there's more buildings left. Because Ukraine has an actual military. But a lot of drones flying over constantly. It was the horrifying terror campaign. When will it all end? I don't know. This has been 4 years now. Longer than 4 years, and almost 4.5 years, right? We're getting there, at least. PBC News up next from 18 hours ago. Damn. We're almost out of non-Iran stories. I'm afraid to say, once we finish with Ukraine and one other thing, it's basically Operation Epstein Fury for the rest of the night. Look, I don't make the news, okay?
To Ukraine now, and at least 16 people have been killed and more than 90 injured overnight in Russian missile and drone attacks across the country. 9 people were killed in the southern port of Odessa. 4 died in missile strikes on the capital Kyiv, including a 12-year-old child. Another 3 were killed in Dnipro in central Ukraine. In several parts of the country, people have been left without electricity following Russian attacks specifically targeting Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Our correspondent in Kyiv, Sarah Rainsford, has more.
16 civilians who've been confirmed dead by the authorities here in Ukraine. It was a very, very difficult night for people here in this country. The attacks began, the Russian missile and drone attacks began around about 2:30 this morning, and they came in waves. We know from the air forces here that there were around about 700 missiles and drones launched by Russia, some of them intercepted, but some of them did hit their targets. And whatever Russia would...
Does Putin have imperial visions of taking over all of Europe, or at least the eastern part? Honestly, I can't really speak to what Putin is thinking in his head. I've heard suggestions that that's what he wants. All I know is, in reality, he's currently occupying Eastern Europe. So, like, regardless of his vision, he's already basically doing that.
Aiming at. Certainly residential buildings here have been very, very badly damaged. In Kiev, in the capital, where a 12-year-old boy was killed, another child and his mother were rescued from the rubble of their home. And there are a number of fatalities, 9 people killed in Odessa, the port city to the south of here, where port infrastructure, it appears, was targeted. But again, people sleeping in their beds were killed and were injured. Dozens of people, more than 90 people injured in this wave of attacks across Ukraine. It is actually one of the worst nights in terms of fatalities for some time. I think going back to around November, the last time that so many people were injured or killed.
You've heard that he's been obsessed by Great Russia. Yeah, but yeah, I too. I have also heard that many times. I'm just saying, I can't say for certain, like, what is going on in that man's head. Same way I can't say for certain what's going on in Trump's head or any other world leader. I can only technically see what they're doing in real life. I can guess. I can guess what they think. And I have suggested in the past that that's possibly something that he wants to do. I just don't know what his intentions may be. I just know what he's currently doing and what he's said.
To another war now, Sudan's civil war. It's now entering its...
Yes, to another war now. Exactly, BBC. Moving on from Ukraine all the way down to Sudan, where yesterday marked the 4-year anniversary, if you can call it that. 4 years of civil war, mass displacement within the country, death and destruction, and other human atrocities. And I hate to say this, but I see no end in sight to this conflict. Mostly because nobody talks about it. I feel like we talk about it as much as I can. I feel like we hear about it like once a year. It's like, oh, another year of the Sudan Civil War. All right, back to talking about other things. Like, that is genuinely the vibes. And that's partly why the war in my estimation, will not end immediately, or in my estimation, anytime soon. Because you don't have the press on the ground, you don't have the aid agencies on the ground. You got more aid agencies than press, but still, it's a real deficit in both, which is going to, A, adds to the suffering, and B, will prolong the situation, because if you don't have press on the ground, nobody knows what the fuck is going on, and so nobody's talking about it. And the 3 combined videos we're about to watch didn't even crack 50,000 together.
To another war now, Sudan's civil war. It's now entering its 4th year, and it's triggered the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Tens of thousands of people have been killed, millions displaced, with widespread allegations of ethnic cleansing and acts amounting to genocide. Despite the scale of suffering, the war receives limited global attention, and aid agencies say only a fraction of required funding is reaching Sudan. Drawing on testimonies from displaced civilians in Darfur, humanitarians and analysts, the BBC's Kalkidan Yibeltal examines what lies ahead.
This is really a fucking terrible time to be alive. I'm not saying anybody should stop being alive. No. I love life way too much, and all of you people for that. I'm just saying the amount of conflicts that we have going on right now is just It's honestly, at least in my estimation, it feels unprecedented in the 21st century. I'd have to like do some sort of quantitative analysis to be able to say that with ultimate certainty. But I'm like 99% sure that this is one of the most conflict-ridden times in all of the 2000s, last 26 years, and I feel like we're heading down a very, very slippery slope. And just being reminded about the Sudan conflict, it's just breaking me inside right now. Because I know how we've talked about this so many times in the last 2.5 years, or however long it's been we've been doing this stream. And I have zero hope on this ending. Sudan is continuing to, whether it's the RSF or the Sudanese military, they're both being funded by different actors that are also involved in conflicts elsewhere, essentially. And the whole web of actors and like militaries and all these other sorts of things, it's all just getting very... It's a clusterfuck of conflicts, really. That's the word I would use.
Sudan is burning. 3 years of a shattering war has left one of Africa's ancient nations on the brink of collapse. Tens of thousands are killed and millions are forced out of their homes. In Tawila, a sprawling settlement for the displaced in the country's northern Darfur region, victims of a vicious war speak of living through one tragedy after another.
We lost many people, brothers and sisters. I lost my brother Musab. He was killed in shelling in El Fasher while going to the market. He was sitting with us and we were enjoying his company. Then he went out and they brought us his lifeless body. It tore his body apart. I have never seen such a scene in my life.
Hundreds of thousands live here now in squalid conditions. Many of them arrived in recent months after the region's capital El Fasher was captured by the Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF, one of the warring factions, as the group strengthened its foothold in Darfur. Abdulmajid was already displaced and living in a camp when the RSF seized El Fasher. He had to flee again to reach here with his extended family.
We have no food. We are very exhausted. Fire killed my younger brother and burned our belongings. We have no source of income. Now we are 12 people here. My father is elderly and cannot work. And my older brothers died in the war.
Families are being completely torn apart. There's 20 million people internally displaced inside of Sudan from their homes, living in refugee camps, not able to live their lives, barely able to get food, and are living in there's different levels of starvation, but basically have been in a famine-like condition now for years, and yet we don't have a mobilization of aid to Sudan. And there's no formal blockade on Sudan, I would point out. It is incredibly dangerous, but not nearly enough aid is getting into the country. The United States shuttered USAID, so that is significantly hampering it now over the last year. So if anything, things are just getting worse, it feels like, in Sudan. Even though there's been little victories that the media has talked about, like the Sudanese military supposedly taking power back. I would also point out, they too have committed war crimes and atrocities, have been accused of a whole bunch of shit. I mean, technically, I think the RSF has been accused of more stuff. But both of the fucking warring factions in the, you know, surrounding, there's like other actors involved in this as well. But it gets pretty complicated pretty quickly. But like all of the states around Sudan, different sort of skirmishes and other sorts of things have broken out between these factions. I mean, it just needs to come to an end, and it just doesn't feel like there's any real efforts being put into it. There was like a brief moment where I was like, ooh, maybe we'll get something. That was what, a year and a half ago or something like that, back when you had representative from who was it? I can't remember which side it was now. It was either it was one of the two sides. I can't remember who, RSF or the Sudanese military, that went to Geneva, but then the other side didn't show up and called the peace talks illegitimate. And so, I mean, honestly, we've seen literally no progress on this at all. It's real, genuine fucking tragedy that we are witnessing in slow motion. And basically, little to nothing is being done. If anything, the rest of the world is contributing to it rather than helping, right? Like, that's really where we should understand the situation to be. Is the whole world is like either abandoned Sudan or is actively like participating in its destruction. Just continuing to fund a state to stay in a perpetual state of war with itself is fucking insane. We've lost many people. We've lost mothers, sisters, aunts, friends. Every family has lost many loved ones. We ask God for safety to ease our suffering and to return to our homeland. I'm waiting for the war to stop so that I can return home and live comfortably with my husband. I wish for more than that. We are not comfortable in this place. As you look around, I would like everybody to notice just how many toddlers and babies there are. There are children being born in fucking refugee camps in Sudan that know nothing but this life.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
Like, honestly, what is needed here is genuine diplomacy and for people to stop funding the war and to start funding aid and to start funding peace. Because Sudan cannot continue this. There are too many millions of people that are just living in a perpetual state of poverty and terror. They are only living as a result of this war. All right, final clip on Sudan and the 4 years of this horrifying episode
This
in
is
human
Democracy
history.
Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman. The ongoing civil war in Sudan enters its 4th year today, creating what the United Nations calls the world's worst humanitarian crisis. The country has been engulfed in civil war since April 2023, when fighting erupted between the Sudanese Armed Forces, SAF, and the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The war quickly drew in local militias as well as foreign powers. The United Arab Emirates, in particular, has been accused of aiding the RSF. The U.S. government and a UN fact-finding mission have accused RSF and allied fighters of committing genocide.
The death toll from 3 years of war remains unclear. The National Health Ministry says 11,000 civilians have been killed, but some estimates are as high as 400,000. Nearly 34 million people in the country need humanitarian assistance, according to the United Nations. A new report from the Norwegian Refugee Council says in the two areas hit hardest by the conflict, North Darfur and South Kordofan, millions of people get only one meal a day, if any. On Thursday, international leaders meeting in Berlin pledged $1.5 billion for humanitarian aid in Sudan. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, quote, "This nightmare must end," and called for an immediate end to hostilities. The French foreign minister spoke at the meeting.
Today, I want to speak to the people of Sudan, to the Sudanese armed forces and the rapid support forces. I say this once again, there is an alternative to war. You must publicly commit to the path of negotiation and peace, starting by agreeing to the ceasefire proposed by the Quad. Together with its partners, France stands ready to contribute to a monitoring and verification mechanism to ensure its implementation.
That was French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot. The International Sudan Conference in Berlin was supposed to help revive faltering negotiations to end the fighting, but the two sides fighting the war were excluded. The Sudanese foreign minister criticized Western leaders for not coordinating with Khartoum, describing the conference as a, quote, colonial tutelage approach. For more on Sudan, we're joined now by Khulud Khair, a Sudanese political analyst and head of Confluence Advisory, a think tank founded in Khartoum. She joins us today from Nairobi. Welcome back to the show, Khulud. If you could just share your reflections on these 3 years of war in Sudan, and also your response to this Berlin conference that's ongoing.
So, the war in Sudan has really, plunged the country, and more importantly, its civilians, into just the depths of hell. We have seen that it's not just become the world's largest humanitarian crisis, as the UN points out, but also the world's largest hunger crisis, the world's largest displacement crisis, and the world's largest sexual violence crisis. But this war is, not just fought on the bodies of civilians by happenstance. It's not incidental to the fighting. It is precisely the point. This war is a war of succession between the SAF and the RSF, who want to inherit the military security state of former dictator Omar al-Bashir, and they're doing so in large part not just by fighting each other, but also by diminishing as much as possible the revolutionary fervor and the calls for civilian democratic rule in Sudan. They're doing this by effectively fighting a war against civilians, ensuring that, as a UN report today said, that 71% of the country is below the poverty line, that you have Sudan's production capacity dwindling by 90% in just 3 years, and things seem set to get worse, particularly as the agricultural season, which many will rely on to stave off the food insecurity and famine, is likely to fail as a result of growing fuel and fertilizer prices owing to the war in the Gulf. When it comes to the Berlin conference, it very much set out to really focus attention on what is happening to civilians. So there was a component about the humanitarian impact of this war, alongside a pledging conference for humanitarian aid, which, as you said, raised $1.5 billion. There was a ministerial conference also to recommit from the international community some level of, commitment towards a ceasefire. And most importantly for me, there was an element of it that was about getting different civilians from different walks of life, from different political backgrounds together. And this is really the thing that both the Sudanese Armed Forces and the Rapid Support Forces object to. They don't just object to not being invited, they object to the fact that civilians are being centered rather than they themselves, when they themselves have multiple platforms in which they can get global attention. What they're really afraid of here is that Sudanese civilians will come together precisely as a result of this war and create a lot of international pressure for the war to end. And so what they've been doing on the ground in real time is militarizing society in Sudan, militarizing the economy, and basically ensuring that a lot of people who want access to resources, who want access to services, and who want access to livelihoods and money, pick up a gun to do so.
Yep. They're weaponizing starvation. Using it as a way to recruit people. Deprivation breeds destruction. And, she made some very good points in there. And the fact is, since there is no real press coverage coming out of Sudan, it's incredibly difficult for there to be any sort of movement. Right? Like, for there to be, like, you need, like, for there to be international pressure, like she said, you have to have international cameras in the country witnessing what's happening to the people. And there's just a serious lack of that. But the fact is, the RSF, the SAF, they are technically one and the same to some degree, or at least they used to be. They used to both be the Sudanese armed forces. Then they split into two separate factions and started fighting each other for who would have a stronghold over the country, who would have a despotic rule over the people, a non-democratic. They're literally looking to do a military coup. They just can't decide who's in charge. Neither of them want democracy. Neither of them want human rights respected, or to have their access to resources and to power taken away. It's a recipe for fucking disaster. Young Chris with a completely blank super chat. Thank you, Young Chris. I think that gets us very, very, very close to completing the galactic content goal. I don't know, 100. I'll have to check on break, but we're getting very close. Just a reminder, everybody, we still have a galactic deficit right now. And unfortunately, the only way to contribute to that is on Cash App, PayPal, and or Patreon. As we see that money immediately, if not sooner. Because while we enjoy and appreciate all of your super chats and your super stickers and your bits and your subs over on Twitch, unfortunately, that money does not come to us immediately. We must wait weeks, oftentimes a full month at this point, to see anything donated today. Also, I have to update this, sadly. I have to update the galactic deficit to threat level yellow, because we are over half of the way through the month. We still got like 2/3 of the galactic deficit to complete. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't stressing me out just a little bit. All right, Middle East time. Do we take a break now? Took one in 3 hours. Do we take a second one right now before we go to the Middle East, or do we take one in the middle of the Middle East coverage? You know, let's do Lebanon. Let's do Lebanon, and then maybe we'll take a break after Lebanon, because there's quite a lot to do with Lebanon. I want to make some progress. Something moving kind of slow. Modless chat. All right, let's not get out of hand. Let's not get out of hand. No anarchy. All right, well, let's start in Lebanon with the AP archive from a few days ago, showing search and rescue workers looking for the missing from Israeli strikes in Beirut, which of course have been going on throughout the supposed ceasefire.
Here in Caracas, because they say there's still a missing person. He was not found in the hospitals and his body was not found. Today we have a dangerous problem. As you saw here in this building, the ceilings have collapsed on each other and are sitting on the floor below them. And if there is a possibility he is here, there is a high probability he is under the collapsed ceiling.
All right. Now, of course, I think it was Tuesday, little Marco Rubio met with representatives from Lebanon and Israel, but not Hezbollah.
Marco Rubio hosted the Israeli and Lebanese U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio hosted the Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors in Washington Tuesday in the first direct talks between Israel and Lebanon in over 30 years.
I'll be right back.
The talks come as Israel continues to bomb areas across Lebanon and expand its occupation of parts of southern Lebanon. Israel says they're focused on disarming and dismantling Hezbollah. More than 2,100 people have been killed and over 1 million displaced. Hezbollah, which was not a party to the talks, made clear it will not abide by any agreement that results from the negotiations and called the talks a national sin. Speaking to reporters after the talks in Washington, Israel's ambassador to the United States, Yechiel Leider, praised the Lebanese government for standing up against Hezbollah.
The head of Hezbollah warned the government of Lebanon yesterday not to participate in these talks, and the government of Joseph Aoun bravely said no to Hezbollah. And this is the beginning of a very strong and fortified, consistent battle against Hezbollah. They are weakened as they've never been, and together we'll continue to rid the threat of this Iranian proxy, which is so malign and so malignant in the region.
In a statement to Reuters, the Lebanese ambassador, Nada Mouad, described the meeting as constructive. She also called for a ceasefire, the return of the displaced to their homes, and measures to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. To discuss all this and more, we're joined in London by Daniel Levy, president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israeli peace negotiator under 2 Israeli prime ministers. His recent op-ed for The Guardian is headlined, "What Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli right really mean when they invoke Greater Israel." Well, let's start there. Daniel Levy, what do they mean?
Good to be with you, Amy. What I tried to set out in that piece that's also on my Substack is we tend to think, understandably, that Greater Israel is exclusively about territorial expansion and settlement. And of course, that has been part of the story of Israel, and displacement of Palestinians has been the centerpiece of that. What I'm suggesting is there's something additional, more geopolitical, more strategic in play here, that Netanyahu is trying to turn Israel into a dominant regional power it's not just about the land you take. There's a limit to, small population, how far they can settle, how much sense that makes. But Israel understands that if it is going to be able to continue its policy of zero-sum eradicationism towards the Palestinians, it needs a quiescent region. And for that, it needs to be surrounded by states that have either been dismantled, that cannot therefore challenge Israel, or by states that have been co-opted, in which Israel has created relations of dependency, and often that will mean weakening a state. And so I place that in the context of this war against Iran. It needs America to achieve that. It needed America for that war against Iran. If you can remove Iran as some kind of a power balancer and deterrent, if you can, for instance, weaken the Gulf and create relations of dependency of the Gulf states on Israel significantly more than you have today, then that power project begins to look possible. I think it's overreach. Israel will tell us it's deterrence, but it's domination. Israel will tell us it's survival, but it's hegemony. I don't think they can achieve it, but to understand what one is confronting, one needs to understand what is being attempted here by the Israeli side, and that is what I suggest they are trying to achieve.
So talk about these rare negotiations that took place in Washington, overseen by the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The first time Israel and Lebanon have held negotiations in over 30 years. Of course, they didn't include Hezbollah, and Israel continued its attacks on Lebanon. One of Israel's key ultimatums is the disarmament of Hezbollah. Can you talk about how these negotiations are unfolding?
Yeah, let me try and do that. There were, by the way, meetings in Nakura in Lebanon at the end of last year of official Israeli and Lebanese teams, which were very unusual in December and January, December 25, January 2026. But I guess this kind of official termed as a negotiation hasn't been seen for an awfully long time. Now, what the Israeli side comes to this with is something that is designed to sound eminently reasonable. Of course, if there is a non-state actor, that should not be able to carry arms and decide when the state of Lebanon is taken to war. And therefore, what could be more obvious than a disarmament in that context? Take a step back and let's understand why the position Israel is asserting is anything but reasonable. You have a resistance in Lebanon, you have an armed group, and you have a very weak central state, partly because that's a deterrent strategy by Iran, but it only is sustainable because Israel is a country that has invaded Lebanon, I think it's 7 times now, maintained a military occupation of the south of Lebanon and established its own proxy militia to run that for 18 years, 1982 to 2000. Since then, continues to violate Lebanese airspace, Lebanese sovereignty on a daily basis, even since the ceasefire reached in November 2024. There have been, as of a couple of months ago, the UN counted 10,000 Israeli violations, 300 Lebanese killed during the so-called ceasefire. If that sounds familiar from Gaza, well, it should. And so the idea that Israel can come to the table with clean hands, make these demands of a Lebanese government that it knows is in no position to implement that. It also knows that this Lebanese government did try and create the political conditions where you could begin to move towards at least the south of Lebanon, and then later the rest of Lebanon, where a political arrangement could be reached that Hezbollah would not carry on with this same capacity. Israel knows that what it is doing here is it is trying to put something that sounds reasonable on the table, but with the intention of embarrassing and humiliating the Lebanese government, which cannot carry these things through because it, Israel, has created the conditions which makes that impossible, and it did so. Let's just remind ourselves, it did so off the back of one of the most violent, destructive, and ugly military strikes against a country that has known very many bad days, Lebanon, on the day after the ceasefire was declared. So Israel creates the worst possible conditions in which to make a demand which is intended to not be achievable, and it seems to throw Lebanon back into a civil war. That's a
Yeah, it certainly seems intended at least to prolong the conflict. I think Israel wants a civil war because they can't afford to wage that war and Operation Epstein Fury simultaneously. And the genocide of the Palestinians. They're really stretched quite thin at this point. Defenses are proving to be quite woefully inept at preventing the strikes from Iran from getting through. I mean, Israel is, like I said, is stretched thin. And I think that what they really want is for Lebanon's military to fight the Hezbollah. I can't imagine Lebanon falling into a second civil war right now, but it could certainly happen. Honestly, though, what I think is more likely to happen is Lebanon says, actually, we're good, and Hezbollah and Israel keep fighting. Fact is, they don't have enough money to wage a real war against Lebanon. I mean, against Hezbollah. I'm fairly certain Hezbollah is more militarily prepared for such a thing than the actual Lebanese military. They don't even protect the towns that Israel's occupying or blasting, right? They just leave. Now, let's keep talking about the atrocities happening in Lebanon. 2 paramedics and basically all civilians.
Often in Nabatea, the only sound you can hear comes from the sky, sometimes hidden behind clouds. Israeli drones and fighter jets, which day and night hammer the city. With emergency teams being constantly attacked, every mission for these paramedics comes with risks.
This is the first day of the war.
You are a little bit concerned. Why?
Because today in the morning, about 4 drone strikes on the cars. So we are waiting the army's approval. They are striking everywhere.
The war has taken the life out of this place. Once vibrant, Nabatea is now abandoned. Suddenly, they find a pickup truck still burning after being hit by an Israeli airstrike. And a body, unrecognizable, completely charred. Even these men, so used to death, for a moment are shocked. The fear of airstrikes is such that they only spend a few minutes and do everything very quickly. In an empty village, we meet a family, hunkered down. The war has forced 1 in 5 in this country to flee their homes. But some have decided to stay. How do you feel being here in a village that is deserted?
Hopefully we'll be here and nothing will happen. This is our land and we cannot give it up easily to the enemy. I'm scared that if I leave, we won't be able to come back. And this is something that hurts me a lot.
God damn it. How did I get muted? Son of a bitch. What was I saying? Oh, God. The human atrocities and suffering that we are forced to witness every single day is quite a toll, Space Fams. It's good that we have each other to get through all of this. However, just a reminder, we have a galactic content goal that needs completing and has now ended. 5 hours into the stream, very, 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 very close to completing it. If I've done the math right, I think we're literally at like 8 or 9. I can't figure it out right now. I think it's somewhere between 8 and 9 possibly. But point is, we've practically completed the goal, so I'm just going to keep the stream going and hope that we wind up completing it as the stream progresses. Just a reminder, a lot of great ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. One great way that you can contribute is completely free. Following us on Twitch, subscribing on YouTube, hitting that like button. Really helps us out with the algorithm. And while you're at it, do consider one of the other ways of contributing, financially speaking, as without your support, we would cease to exist. A lot of great ways for you to do just that. Super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels on YouTube. On Twitch, you got the bits, the power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you'd like to contribute to both the Galactic Content Goal and the financing of the Galactic Deficit, 2 birds, 1 stone. Or, I guess around here, should come up with a new saying. So many bird chatters, I don't want to alienate anybody. 2 goals, $1. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. $3 a month. You get access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy, and honestly, we got problems over on Patreon right now. I've seen a lot of long-time Space Fams payments not going through. As a result, for now, we aren't penalizing anybody for that. Keeping up your names on the shoutouts and your avatars. But if you got a few extra bucks, make sure to get your Patreon account up to date. That really helps me out. All right. Staying in Lebanon. Let's go to democracy now. Next. From yesterday. Talk about the playbook Israel is using in
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. As we go now on the ground to Lebanon, where the Israeli military bombed towns in southern Lebanon today, according to the Lebanese state media. Several people were killed in a strike in the coastal town of Ansariya. According to Lebanon's health ministry, Israeli attacks have killed over 2,100 people, wounding nearly 7,000. Over 1 million Lebanese have been displaced. 40,000 homes have been destroyed or heavily damaged. We go now to Beirut, where we're joined by the investigative journalist and writer Layla Yunus. Her latest piece for Drop Site News headline, Massive Israeli Assault on Lebanon Threatens U.S.-Iran Ceasefire. Layla, your own family's village in the south, in Bint Jabal, right near the border with Israel, was bombed just yesterday. Before I ask you about the response to the Israel-Lebanon negotiations taking place in Washington, can you tell us about your village and how you found out about what's been destroyed in this latest bombing?
Thanks for having me back, Amy. What we're finding out about our village is really the way that everyone in the border region is learning about what's happening in their villages, which is through satellite imagery that is being released much of it from the Israeli military. So they've kind of revealed these before and after shots. We saw one also from a few days ago of the village of El-Khiem. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Where you see literally what was once a built environment reduced to dust. And the same thing with Bint Jbeil. So yesterday we received imagery of the very famous.
You tried, but your money wasn't good? Wow. YouTube wouldn't let you super chat? That's very rude, YouTube.
How rude.
Very, very rude.
Year-old mosque of the village, the Grand Mosque of Bint Jbeil, basically flattened. And so that's really how we're learning about the destruction of our homes is through satellite imageries, because we can't be there because it is obviously the forefront of this battle.
So what are your family members saying? And what do you understand, the rest of the world understands about what's happening in southern Lebanon? As Israel says, they're just trying to disarm, to wipe out Hezbollah.
Well, what we're seeing is it's a scorched earth campaign. I mean, we're seeing images similar to those that we saw in Gaza, which is civilian areas reduced to rubble. I shouldn't have to tell you that this is obviously against international law to target civilian areas in this way. They're going in with armored bulldozers. They begin with their artillery shelling, and they go in, and then they tear up the street, they tear up the homes. And of course, many of these areas were severely damaged in the last round of fighting in 2024, and they're sort of finishing them off now, particularly, again, the border region, where they're able to actually reach these areas with these bulldozers. I mean, I think what the world should know is that we will return to these villages, and when we do, we'll return to rubble, and it will be an immense process of rebuilding. And, I think, Amy, for us, it's not just real estate that is lost when these homes are destroyed. It's not just a house. It's our grandparents built these structures. These structures are sacred to the families of these regions. In the same way that the Israeli military flattened vast swaths of Gaza's cultural heritage, universities, mosques, archives. The same thing is happening in southern Lebanon. It's this exact same playbook. And so, what is being used or being explained in terms of some self-defense strategy is really, in fact, an effort at, destroying a people.
Yep. This is effectively what I have been saying, is that Israel is just seeking to turn its neighbors into Gaza, using the exact same playbook. I think I said that exact phrase many days ago now. Israel's just, attacking civilian infrastructure, civilians themselves, aid workers, rescue workers, schools, hospitals. It's all the same. They keep doing it over and over again. You'd think we'd learn. $5 minimum? What? What do you mean? There's clearly other ways to donate. Not if you click the goal to donate. Oh, the goal's also over, though. I would point out that you can donate in any size, technically. I think at least, kinda. Although, I don't know the smallest amount. I'm trying to think of the smallest donut I've ever seen on YouTube. I think like 99 cents, if you don't count other currencies. All right. Well, let's talk about that supposed ceasefire. Because there were reports yesterday of a potential ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. I'm sorry, Lebanon. Israel and Lebanon. Oh, wait a second. Israel and the government of Lebanon aren't really at war. So that's weird. Let's go here. France 24 English.
It is a surprise, although when you hear the voices of many angry and anguished Israelis from the north of the country now, it's a surprise that they feared would come from Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has repeatedly promised them the only solution to protect them from Hezbollah is a crushing military victory. He has sold the Israeli North on an idea that no diplomatic solution can exist, not even one that would follow what he calls a crushing military victory, something absolute, something that doesn't really exist in the contemporary field of battle. And so they feel forsaken now. And for Prime Minister Netanyahu, this is going to be a hard sell in the cabinet. Although I have to tell you that listening just in the last half an hour to leaders of northern Israeli communities, it does appear that they have already been informed that some sort of ceasefire is in the offing. They're speaking about.
I find this whole thing to be fucking hilarious. Like, they're announcing a fake ceasefire. Everyone realizes this, right? Because it says Israeli Lebanese ceasefire, right? Israel Lebanon ceasefire. That's the wrong language. It's completely nonsensical. You have the government, the part of the government funded by the United States, saying that it will start a ceasefire with Israel, but they're not fighting Israel explicitly. We've seen videos of them retreating from the towns and villages that Israel has been seizing and striking. They're not fighting. They're running away. They haven't. I don't think the Lebanese army has sent a single bullet or shell in the direction of Israel. So them saying that they'll do a ceasefire with Israel is like saying like the United States and Israel were going to do a ceasefire. Same thing. Already there was no war. It's on the people of Lebanon and on Hezbollah. Israel is waging this war. Actually, they're not fighting, right? Like, does everybody understand what's going on here? Like, this is all just bullshit, I'm afraid to say.
Well, in Lebanon, the Israeli offensive has continued in the south, leaving 43 people dead and 140 injured, according to the Lebanese Ministry of Health. Israel has said it aims to occupy South Lebanon up to the Litani River, which meets the Mediterranean about 30 kilometers from Israel's border, with the Israeli military attempting to establish a security belt up to 8 kilometers inside Lebanon and targeting villages across southern Lebanon. Porrick O'Brien is in Beirut now. Porrick.
Krish, in the last few hours, local media here pointing to the possibility of some sort of temporary ceasefire announcement in the coming hours. The Israeli Security Cabinet are meeting as we speak, so let's see what comes of that. But plenty of skepticism here in Lebanon when it comes to the durability of any would-be ceasefire. Remember, we had one back in 2024. According to UN reporting, the Israelis violated that thousands of times over the course of 15 months. They, in turn, blaming Hezbollah. This country has been battered over the last few weeks. The trauma it has experienced is really visceral on the ground here. 2,000 people, over 2,000 people have been killed since this round of conflict began. Just today, a number of paramedics killed in the south, over 1 million people displaced. And last Wednesday was one of the worst days here. Just to give you a sense of how bad it was, in the course of just a few hours, more people were killed because of Israeli airstrikes than died during the Beirut port explosion in 2020.
This is ridiculous!
Exactly a week ago, Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon killed over 3.
I just want us to see that video, in case somehow you haven't. I'd find it shocking if you hadn't, but perhaps you don't know what he's talking about. Worse than that.
People in 10 minutes. The Israelis said they were targeting Hezbollah operatives, but most of the people who died in central Beirut were civilians. Regular people. Parents. Poets.
يداي هل لاحظت تململهما وعيناي ألم تخطف حيرتهما.
Khatun Salma was the latter, a well-known published poet here. Killed alongside her husband Muhammad in this apartment, the one with the olive green walls. Her daughter Ghida found a handwritten unpublished poem by her mother in a purse in the rubble. Can poetry be premonition? You decide.
So she writes, هل رأيت الدخان؟ هل شممت الحريق؟ هل لمحت ضعفي؟
Sorry, I'm gonna do the subtitles for everybody.
هل رأيت الدخان؟ هل شممت
Have you seen the
الحريق؟
smoke?
هل
Have you smelled the
لمحت
fire?
ضعفي؟
Glimpsed my
هل
weakness?
لملمت تعبي؟ ورأيت
Seen my exhaustion? Have you seen the parts of me scattered?
Yesterday in Washington, no prophecies of a quick breakthrough. Marco Rubio brought the diplomatic heft.
Okay, good afternoon.
Israel want Hezbollah disarmed and dismantled inside Lebanon, from where the group launch attacks on Israel.
We will not allow a terror organization to continually fire missiles into our population centers. That has to be understood.
This is a process.
The Lebanese reiterated their stated aim to disarm Hezbollah, although lacked the military or political muscle.
I love how the Lebanese military is so cucked that they want to disable, they want to disarm Hezbollah more than they want to disarm Israel, who is the ones actively invading and occupying their country.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. To stop the rockets. Neither Hezbollah nor Iran were around the table in Washington, of course. So today, before the ceasefire was announced, we met a member of Hezbollah's Central Political Council here in Beirut. How weak is Hezbollah now?
I think that Hezbollah is now very strong. Because when does resistance become stronger? The harsher the occupation becomes, the more legitimate the resistance appears.
There are plenty of people in Lebanon that say this has become Lebanon's war because of you.
The right of people to resist the aggressor is a right and a duty. No one can prevent a person whose land is occupied from resisting.
Here's what he's talking about. The Israeli ground and air offensive in Hezbollah strongholds in southern Lebanon, seizing a swathe of land along the Lebanese border. Israel call it a buffer zone, others de facto occupation. The test, will this stop in the coming hours? Will a meaningful ceasefire materialize? If it does not, the more than 1 million people displaced from the south won't be able to return. The fear that the spectre of sectarian conflict will loom large over Lebanon again. Ghida Salma, just like her mother the poet, sees what's happening as an assault on Lebanon's ability to hold itself together.
There's a brokenness that we're living through, and there's a deep fear that we're navigating, and at the same time, we're being targeted for the social connectedness that holds it all together.
Her mother's discovered poem can be interpreted in many ways. The voice of a parent, or a partner, or perhaps even of Lebanon itself.
حتى أني بت أخاف أن يأتي.
I'm scared we've come to the time when I won't be able to feel you either.
أعذرني لكنني أحبك.
Forgive me. but I love you.
Porrick O'Brien reporting, well, just before we came on air, the IDF sent a statement telling us that the strike that killed the poet, Khatun Salma, was part of their operations against Hezbollah targets and was carried out in accordance with international law. Well, joining me now from Beirut is Jamil Wakim. He's a professor of history and international relations.
Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Well, to more Israeli war crimes in Lebanon. 3 paramedic teams hit, according to the health ministry. Here's the Associated Press from yesterday.
Yeah.
The Israeli military today launched 3 consecutive attacks on 3 different teams of paramedics, all...
Somebody clip StreamLord saying I love you. What are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that, Joe? I mean, I'm all for it, but I'm just wondering what that, what's that for?
Today launched 3 consecutive attacks on 3 different teams of paramedics, all operating in the southern Lebanese town of Meyfadoun. And what we heard from the Lebanese health ministry was that first there was a paramedic team that, as is normal, responded to an emergency call. They were going to the site of an Israeli airstrike where there were wounded people they needed to rescue. And as they were arriving to Meyfadoun, they were hit by an Israeli drone strike, killing 2 paramedics at that site.
More double and triple tap Israeli strikes intended to kill first responders. A clear and intentional war crime. The United States is now explicitly involved in all of these crimes, whether you like it or not. We're fighting this war together, whether it's in Lebanon or in Iran or the genocide in Gaza. We've been funding it all, and now we're actively participating in it. You truly cannot get any more involved. Really, we've been doing that ever, really, truly. Like the active participation started last year, when you think about it. When we sent those white nationalists to do the fake aid stuff, who, as it turns out, were indiscriminately shooting Palestinians and laughing about it. Yeah. And funerals were held this week in Lebanon. Not for Hezbollah forces, but for over a dozen Lebanese security forces who were killed by Israel that weren't fighting Israel. They were just honestly minding their own fucking business. Actually, they were doing less than that. They weren't even minding their own business. They were just chilling. They were doing fuck all. They weren't even protecting the Lebanese people. They were just sitting there, twiddling their thumbs. Here's the question that just keeps running through my mind as I watch this funeral procession go by, is when will these Lebanese security forces wake up to the fact that Israel's not their ally, and that they don't give a shit if you're Hezbollah or if you're Lebanese security forces. It's the same thing to them. You're living in the land that they want. And you're the wrong color. Wrong color, wrong religion, whatever it might be. I mean, some of them are Christian, I assume, as well as Muslim, but that's, once again, wrong one. You drew wrong. It really is mystifying to me that you can blame anyone but Israel for being murdered by Israel's bombs. That's kind of what the Prime Minister of Lebanon is playing at right now. Now, you know who hasn't been helping anything with this stuff? Donald Trump. Shock of shocks. But Cyclone Cheeto not helping anything.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Here's Al Jazeera English from
US President Donald Trump says talks between Israel and Lebanon are set to take place on Thursday. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote, trying to get a little breathing room between Israel and Lebanon. It's been a long time since the two leaders have spoken, like 34 years. It will happen tomorrow. He did not specify who would be taking part. The announcement follows rare direct talks between Lebanon and Israel earlier in the week in Washington. The first time in more than 3 decades. Those discussions focused on efforts to address Hezbollah's role in the conflict. Now, Mohammed Al-Masri is a political analyst and professor of media studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. He joins me live here in the studio. Once again, I'm not going to get you to interpret what Donald Trump actually means, but there's a lot of surprise in Lebanon that these two leaders might actually be speaking. It doesn't specify which particular leaders, but it's unlikely that...
Okay, I need food super fucking bad, so I'm gonna play this clip and try and start something real quick. I'll be right back.
Specify which particular leaders, but it's unlikely that that would happen, given the circumstances, right?
Well, I mean, the context is really important here. Israel has been decimating Lebanon. They have every intention, if we're to believe their words and also look at their actions, of taking over that area south of the Litani River. That's a pretty significant chunk, 10 to 14% of Lebanese territory. They've killed a couple thousand people, displaced more than 1 million, as you all have been reporting. Associated Press is now reporting that they've been using the same policy that they were using in Gaza, this Where's Daddy program, which is a very disturbing title, but they wait for Hezbollah members to come home at night, and then they strike them while they are sleeping with their families. So they kill their wives, their children, extended family, and so on and so forth. In that context, Israel is basically asking the Lebanese leadership to surrender. And this, I don't think, is going to go over very well with the Lebanese people. And I also don't think it's going to lead to any sort of a permanent resolution or peace. It, by all accounts, will be simply a temporary ceasefire, and even ceasefires that are supposed to be lasting ceasefires, Israel violates. So I think we're still in a very tenuous situation.
I mean, the best case scenario that we can hope for, given what you've just said then, is a ceasefire that lasts as long as the Iran ceasefire does. And then Israel just simply waiting and seeing what happens with the Iranian ceasefire before they decide what they're going to do next?
I think Israel's already decided what it's going to do in terms of Lebanon. I mean, to start with, I mean, at a minimum, they want to take over all of that land south of the Litani River. They're calling it a security zone or a buffer zone, but this is part of the greater Israel project. I mean, it's very clear. I mean, all you have to do is listen to the Israeli leaders. They want to expand their borders, and that is a start. So I think their intentions are clear, and I don't think any of it is good news for the Lebanese people, even those Lebanese who are opposed to Hezbollah, and certainly there are Lebanese who are opposed to Hezbollah.
Let's bring in Zaina Khodr here. She's live for us in Beirut. Zaina, has this come as a surprise to the Lebanese people? I mean, and never mind Lebanese people, what about the Lebanese political establishment?
A very controversial tweet. In fact, an official source has told me that we don't have any information. That source did not confirm or deny. The words used was, we don't have information. So Trump's tweet talking about leaders talking to each other, communicating, possibly a phone conversation for the first time in 34 years. This is a very, very divisive issue in Lebanon. The very fact that the Lebanese government even decided to open talks with Israel, direct talks, face-to-face talks, especially at a time when Israel is continuing to attack the country. Now, he also mentions giving Lebanon and Israel breathing space. Could that suggest a ceasefire, that a ceasefire will be announced? We know that the United States has been pushing for a ceasefire on the Lebanon front for more than one reason. It wants to push forward the Lebanon-Israel track. It wants this track to succeed, simply because it wants to ensure that the Lebanon-Iran fronts are separated. They are de-linked. They want to make sure that Hezbollah's influence is weakened over Lebanon, that Iran's influence over Lebanon is...
Yeah, except they're trying to pretend like they're not linked when they've been telling us that they are linked for the last 3 fucking years. They keep saying it over and over. Oh, Hezbollah is the same thing as Iran. It's an Iranian proxy, blah, blah, blah. Wait, what? Ceasefire? No, they're not a proxy. They're a completely separate, distinct organization with their own goals. They're not an Iranian proxy. That's ridiculous. That's basically what we're to accept, that we're being told to accept, is that the supposed Iranian proxy isn't actually an Iranian proxy. And we should separate these things for the purposes of Israel's propaganda war.
This is ridiculous!
All right, staying on this topic. Oh, shit, I gotta flip that. BBC News, 19 hours ago. President Donald Trump says Lebanese and Israeli leaders to hold talks.
President Trump has suggested that the leaders of Israel and Lebanon will speak to each other today for the first time in more than 30 years. He did not provide any details, but if they happen, those talks would be part of the wider effort to reach a deal to end the war in the region. The White House says indirect talks about extending the ceasefire between the US and Iran are productive and ongoing. Vice President J.D. Vance, who led the first round of talks in Pakistan last weekend, says Iran is being offered a grand bargain to restrict its nuclear program and strike a deal. Both sides claim they're making progress through mediators, with less than a week left until the current fragile ceasefire expires. On Wednesday, a Pakistani delegation led by powerful army chief Asim Munir was welcomed in Tehran by Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. The BBC's chief international correspondent Lise Doucette is reporting from Iran on condition none of her material is used by the BBC's Persian service. These restrictions apply to all international media organisations operating in Iran. Here's her report describing her journey into the country.
Well, the airports are still closed, so driving to Tehran is the only way to get to the capital. We've been on the road since the earliest hours of the morning and we're still a few hours away, but crossing from Turkey, there was a steady flow of Iranians returning home, some of them telling us they had to come back to work, others they wanted to be with their family. But you could really feel their uncertainty. One woman even said she was scared to come back because of their uncertainty about this fragile ceasefire. And one young woman was absolutely clear. She said the ceasefire is not going to hold because she said Iran will never give up its control of the Strait of Hormuz. Driving down to the capital, of course, we saw evidence of those 5 weeks of Israeli and American airstrikes, and it was hard not to notice the bridges spanning the highway, which were still standing. But around the main city in the north, Tabriz, we did see flattened bases of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, military bases in ruin, as well as police stations along with factories. And in fact, one of the main bridges in the north had been destroyed by airstrikes, and that meant we had to take a winding rural road, a detour, and we're still on that road now. But all the while, we kept hearing those reports from Tehran that the Pakistan Army Chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir, has been in the capital today bringing proposals to have another round of direct talks in Islamabad, possibly within a few days, possibly extending the ceasefire, which is set to expire on Wednesday, even talk of narrowing the gaps. But what you hear is that you hear from President Trump, he wants to do a deal, but he's also preparing to resume the fight. And that's what we hear from Iran's leaders too.
Yes. Well, that was from yesterday. Coming out of the BBC. Ay. Let's stay on the topic of Lebanon. Confusion seemed to be abounding as Donald Trump made these claims of peace talks in Lebanon.
International Affairs editor Philip Tell. Philip, we've had 5 hours now since Donald Trump's comments on social media. We've had Israeli ministers talking about it. As Cyril said there, we've had sort of comments coming out from Beirut as well. I mean, how do you think we should...
Sorry, everyone. I would be commenting more right now, but I'm trying to make food, and so I got to do this fast. I'll be right back.
All these latest announcements.
Well, I was on the air early this morning and I was talking about cautious optimism, but I think you have to add another word to that, and that is confusion, because nobody really knows what is going on, as we've just been hearing from Cyril Payat in Lebanon. It appears that this phone call may go ahead today. If it does, it's going to be a revolutionary phone call, because no high-level talks have ever taken place at that level before. But Lebanon is still saying it doesn't have any information about this call and whether or not it's going to take place. What appears to be happening here is that Donald Trump wants to finish with the conflict in the Middle East. He's pushing Benjamin Netanyahu to get to the negotiating table to find a way out of the fighting between Hezbollah and Israel independently via Lebanon and the Lebanese authorities. The problem is that Lebanon's authorities don't have an awful lot of sway over the way Hezbollah reacts. Remember, it's a proxy of Iran. And it controls vast swathes of southern Lebanon, as we've just been hearing. At the same time, we've got the discussions going on, or possible future discussions in Iran. We've got this Pakistani negotiator, Field Marshal Asim Munir, who has arrived in Tehran to move forward with those discussions that could take place this weekend in Islamabad. But there again, cautious optimism, but confusion, because we don't know where these talks are going to take place. Maybe they will be in Pakistan. We don't know who's going to represent the United States. Will it be J.D. Vance again? Remember that the talks that happened just a few days ago ended after 23 hours with no breakthrough. There are 3 things on the agenda that the Iranians want. First of all is the opening, the end of the blockade by the United States of the Strait of Hormuz. The second one is reparations for the damage which has been inflicted on Iran as a result of the war. And it's agreed to a 5-year suspension of its nuclear enrichment program. That is something the US says it's not in favor of. It wants a moratorium on the nuclear enrichment program. So it's difficult to see how those two sides are going to see eye to eye. Iran has been replying to all of this in quite a vociferous manner, saying that if the United States does not end its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, well, it's going to go further in its blockade and will now start blocking the Red Sea and also the Gulf of Oman. So we'll have to see how all of this plays out over the next 3 hours. But as I was saying, cautious optimism, but certainly confusion about where this is all going.
So what's been the reaction to all of that then from Iran?
Well, I think that the Iranians are remaining pretty tight-lipped about all of this. As I was saying, they are threatening the Red Sea. They say that they have no information about this follow-up meeting, which the United States is talking about, and which Pakistan is trying to get together for this weekend. Donald Trump has been saying all the way down the line that Iran desperately wants a deal. It's got no more air force. It's got no more marine force. It's had its nuclear capacity obliterated. It's desperate to come to the negotiating table. That doesn't always appear to be the message coming out of Iran. What we're seeing here, Stuart, is, of course, Iran.
God. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's probably not great to have the president be a liar. What's the word? There's like a word for somebody who lies just constantly. There's like, what's the word? Donald Trump. I don't know. I can't think of what the word is. I know there is a word for that, though. Oh, it's going to kill me. It's going to kill me a little bit that I can't think of what it is. Something liar. Man baby. Yep, that too. Now, some people were expressing optimism. Around these talks. Saying with France 24 English 19 hours ago.
How's it going down
I'll be right back.
in Beirut? Well, let's cross there, talk to our senior reporter Cyril Payan, who joins us from there. Cyril, how much optimism is there then that some kind of call will take place later today and that potentially from that some kind of peace deal could be signed?
Well, it's a lot of promises and speculations and rumors which are spreading all around Beirut, as you can imagine, since this morning. But the problem is from the very people in the street I've been talking to, these speculations, what is going on, has been going on for the past 2 days from Washington, for instance, and the statements from the US president just don't match with the reality on the ground here. There is really a sense of a decay between what is said, the statements, the diplomacy, and on the ground, this country, Lebanon, their country being very much on the fire. So yes, rumors are spreading. People are just trying to get the information, but it looks very amazing for them to have this 2 days after having putting on the table together two representatives of the both countries after 43 years, having this idea of something which is very hard to imagine, those direct talks between the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of Lebanon. The problem again is we had this statement from Washington, we had some insights, some news coming from the other side, from Israel, but on the official side here in Lebanon, the statement was very clear. No, we don't have any clue, we don't have any word about this meeting or this phone call. So it gives like the impression that some things are happening here in the kind of a parallel world, you know, where the Lebanese are not being part, which is a problem because he goes back again of the problem of being in the center and the victims of a bigger theater, namely the war and the negotiations between Iran and America and the United States of America, of course. But there is again, like every morning, a cautious optimism. But what I'm speaking, the assault, the combats from the Israeli army is huge in the southern part of the country. I've been reported that in Dahiyeh, which is the Shiite Muslim southern suburb of Beirut, just behind me, some Lebanese army units are deploying now, whatever it means. But this is.
Yeah, what the hell does that mean? They're deploying now. Deploying so that they can get struck by Israel and not return fire? Fascinating. I'm sure that'll go great. All right, people, I'm back. I made food. I'm feeling like I'm I haven't eaten any of it yet, but I'm feeling more prepared now than ever to complete the stream. Still got a hell of a lot to talk about here. Staying in Lebanon, it came out that Benjamin Netanyahu was going to meet with the Prime Minister of Lebanon. President of Lebanon. Staying with France 24 from an hour after that one.
The most important message came from Minister of Innovation, Gila Gamliel, who gave a sort of long, rambling interview. And in the middle of it, very casually, she dropped that, yes, in fact, the Prime Minister would be speaking later today with Lebanese President Joseph Aoun. This is nothing casual at all. No Israeli prime minister has spoken with the Lebanese president since, I think, the early 80s, if then. And even then, it was a government of Lebanon torn apart by civil war, not the kind of legitimate sovereign government we're seeing right now in Lebanon. This is very much a big deal. And in fact, it's a big deal even for the Israeli government that has absolutely been pushed into this by Donald Trump. I wouldn't be shocked if, in fact, that tweet is what informed the Israeli government that Prime Minister Netanyahu would be speaking today with President Aoun. We haven't heard otherwise. So for now, I'm assuming that's the case. But it's important because Netanyahu is trying very hard to salvage again his reputation. This is a man who less than a week ago stood on Lebanese territory and spoke to soldiers, but spoke to all of Israel, basically saying that Israel would occupy southern Lebanon forever, for the foreseeable future. That the only way to guarantee the security for Israel's north was to keep fighting and fighting. And within a matter of days, we see him now accepting what appears to be an American order to go in another direction, to go the route of diplomacy. The Israeli ambassador did meet 2 days ago with his Lebanese counterpart.
An American order. I mean, let's be real. Israel really is a proxy state of the United States. They wouldn't be able to do any of these wars without us. However, I would not bet on... We're going to get into it, but I would not go betting on Israel leaving any of that territory that was just mentioned. Meanwhile, Israel was continuing its Holocaust on the Lebanese
Now, the Israeli
people.
military has just...
And announced that it had destroyed the last bridge over the Litani River, effectively cutting off the entire country from the south.
Now, the Israeli military has just destroyed the Kasmia Bridge in southern Lebanon. That was the last bridge connecting the two parts of the Litani River in Tyre. Let's speak to Obeda Hitto, who joins us live now from Tyre. So, Obeda, just give us a very latest update. I can see, hopefully we can see you there. Obeda? Yeah, he's there. Just give us a very latest update of the situation.
Yeah, we're here on the Qasimiya Bridge in southern Lebanon, which connects the northern part of Lebanon with the southern part of Lebanon, crossing over the Litani River. And you can see this huge ditch that's been dug into the earth where this bridge was. The river runs right under this bridge. It's one of the main bridges actually crossing over between northern and southern Lebanon. It connects Tyre to the city of Sidon and then later on to Beirut and the rest of the northern part of the country. This is a main thoroughfare here. It's very close to the coastline. You can see there in the edge, that's where the river runs. Now it's completely destroyed. This is...
By the way, this is exactly what you do if you don't want the people returning to their homes during the ceasefire. If you don't want the refugees to be able to get back to their land. You just cut off all the routes of access. Blow up all the bridges. There's a fucking river you have to go over. It's gonna make it kinda tough if there's no bridge.
The last remaining operational bridge crossing over the Litani River. This is a huge tactical strike in terms of basically cutting off all supply lines to anybody who's here in the south. Israel continues to say that it's targeting this kind of critical infrastructure in order to prevent Hezbollah from moving weapons and fighters and moving around in the country in general. We've got more jets in the sky, and now they're telling us to move out of this area. But what you're seeing here is the result of a systematic destruction of critical infrastructure here in Lebanon. The situation continues to escalate despite people here expecting some sort of break in the violence. But that's not come as soon as people would have liked. Currently, there are around 100,000 people here on the southern part of this river. Essentially, now they've been cut off from the rest of the country. It's going to make it extremely difficult for any kind of humanitarian aid to reach southern Lebanon, for any civilians.
It's going to be difficult for anyone to reach southern Lebanon. How are you supposed to get over this?
This is ridiculous.
It's completely and utterly destroyed. But this is, of course, intentional, as we've been saying. Israel wants Lebanon's territory. And honestly, it's got nothing to do with Hezbollah. It's about greater Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu seemingly has plans for much of its neighbors. Compulsive liar, yeah. Yeah, that's also basically, yeah, the same thing. Pathological, compulsive. Yeah. That's who we've got in charge. Now, Donald Trump announced a 10-day ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon earlier this evening.
Over the weekend, Israel continued to bomb Lebanon all over, particularly.
I almost forgot. Actually, I'm going to skip this one. Love you, Majority Report, but I'm going to skip this one just because, actually, you know what? No, I take it back. This is fine. This is fine here, I suppose. For some reason, I thought it was later. Not that late. We still got hours left to go. All right. Let's keep talking about Lebanon and the atrocities the Israeli government has been committing there.
In the south, but also including Beirut. In the south, they are demolishing villages, residential homes, seizing territory, and yet there has been basically little to no media coverage of these crimes. If you could just reflect on the past many weeks of ethnic cleansing, really, in Lebanon, that's been under kind of the shroud of secrecy, darkness, lack of coverage, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. First, I really want to acknowledge that there is coverage happening. There are people on the ground doing the work. I think the question is who is doing the work and what sort of resources and backing do they have, and also the framing of the reporting that is coming out of the country. So there has been a retreat in foreign correspondence across the region, not limited to Lebanon, but my belief is, and based off of the interviews I've done with journalists on the ground in Lebanon, that has had an immediate impact on the discourse and on the coverage, often because the people who are there on the ground are facing tremendous pressures and they are operating under great danger. And they are trying to keep Lebanon in the news, and often they are of Lebanese or regional background. They don't have the same support as others. They're often treated with almost skepticism because of their background, and yet they are doing that work. As we know, journalists are also being targeted by Israel. There have been at least 11 journalists killed in Lebanon since October 2023. 3 journalists were killed on March 28. They were targeted, and Israel admitted to targeting that vehicle, which was clearly marked as press. So what we're seeing is coverage of that, but in my opinion, not with the importance and prominence that that story warrants. And I could say the same about other stories that are happening in Lebanon right now. I do feel like there should be more coverage of those stories, more attention to the stories, and treating Lebanon as a sort of a war, devastating war, and a form of ethnic cleansing, as you say, in its own right.
Israel's using things like white phosphorus in southern Lebanon. That's a war crime. It's also amazing to see how in the West, at the very least, the press is covering this as if this isn't a continuous violation of the ceasefire that was supposed to be agreed upon. This is the same thing that's been happening in Gaza, but with Lebanon, it's almost treated as a kind of foregone conclusion. Of course, they're going to violate some sort of ceasefire agreement.
Sure. And I think what's really important here is the early days of the war, right? March 2.
Hey, I'll be right back, Space Fams. I gotta do something real quick. I think Emma and
when there was a firing from Hezbollah into Israel, it was kind of framed as this is the sole reason. But obviously there is a whole background there. You know, the ceasefire had been violated over 10,000 times. There were stories, in fact, one from CNN saying that Israel had already been preparing for an invasion of some kind as early as January. And then also that this is a form of retaliation, of course, to the assassination of Khamenei. But it is not a simple tit for tat, is what I'm trying to say, right? And that contextualizing is very important. And also the internal dynamics in Lebanon, the politics, the sort of the sectarian nature of the divisions, all of this is important because Israel is fanning the flames of some of those sectarian divisions. And I think that's also a really important point.
Yeah, could you expand on that point? Because my understanding is that Shia Muslims in Lebanon have been targeted in particular, and right now that many Shia civilians are the ones that are most susceptible right now to displacement. And of course, this connects to Hezbollah and to Iran. But what is the history of Shia Muslims in Lebanon, and why have they been the focus of Israel's bloody campaign?
Yeah, I mean, these targeted areas in the south and also in the Dahiya in Beirut are viewed as predominantly Shia, and they are predominantly Shia areas, right? So the issue here is this framing of being synonymous, the Shia population being synonymous with Hezbollah. Right, the displaced population of Lebanon is predominantly Shia. They have had to move to other areas in Lebanon. It is also impacting, the war is also impacting other communities. But this community itself is often portrayed as having an immediate sympathy to Hezbollah. Oftentimes there is, but it's that idea of trying to kind of frame them as being somehow deserving of this displacement because of their background and because they, may support Hezbollah. So I think that that's really important. It's also important to say that Hezbollah is far more than just a political party. It offers social services to this community. It operates medical services. It operates health services. It really does provide to this community in a way that perhaps that community had been ignored by the Lebanese government historically for many decades. So I think that that's also important. But really what we want to keep in mind is that these communities it's not synonymous with Hezbollah, though it's often viewed as such. This is a community that is facing great humanitarian crisis in the current moment.
Absolutely. That's the thing, is this is just more of the same narrative that Israel has been using. They're using the same playbook from Gaza. They attack civilian infrastructure and then they blame Hezbollah. They seize territory and then they say they have to because of Hezbollah. They kill journalists and civilians and medics and first responders. They say it's a Hezbollah's fault. Just it's repeated. It's just a form of demonization that Israel uses for its own propagandistic purposes. They're just trying to otherize the people in Lebanon. Basically, assert that they're all terrorists. Everybody is Hamas. I'm sorry, everybody's Hezbollah. Right? It's the same thing. It's the same fucking thing, and people just need to wake up to that. Israel is a liar. The RSF used to be the acronym for the Rhodesian Security Forces. Fascinating. Fascinating tidbit, Nadia. Thank you. All right. Staying with Lebanon. Let's go here now from 7 hours ago, BBC News.
Now, a 10-day ceasefire should be in effect. According to Donald Trump, between Israel and Lebanon, it was due to begin as we came on air. The fighting in Lebanon is, however, between Israel and the Iranian-backed militia group Hezbollah. Mr. Trump says he's confident the Lebanese can bring Hezbollah around. For its part, the militia says it won't agree to a ceasefire until, among other things, Israeli troops withdraw from Lebanon. Tonight, Israel has made it clear that won't be happening. So let's talk to Sarah Smith, live in Washington for us now. This is all a little confusing, Sarah, but a ceasefire in Lebanon, to be clear, is crucial to a broader peace deal between the US and Iran.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts to this, but it was important to Donald Trump to broker this ceasefire between these two nations, Lebanon and Israel, because the ongoing fighting was jeopardizing his chances of getting a peace.
Oh my God, the BBC coverage is so trash. It's like they've bought into the narrative. Hook and sinker. You know, it's wild. It's like they're not at war with Lebanon. I mean, sure, are they murdering Lebanese military? Yeah, but the Lebanese military security forces is not fighting, while Hezbollah is in fact fighting. And brokering a peace between two nations that weren't at war, technically, is not really an achievement or really anything to talk about. But they're talking about it like it's real. I find that disturbing. They seem to be completely missing, intentionally perhaps, the fucking dynamic
Lebanon's
of the
Prime Minister Nawaf Salam has
Here's
responded to the
Zalzar.
announcement of the truce. On social media, he welcomed the ceasefire announcement by President Trump, saying it's a key Lebanese demand we have pursued since the first day of the war, and which was our primary objective in the Washington meeting on Tuesday. Salam congratulated all Lebanese people on this achievement and offered his condolences to the families of the martyrs. He expressed his solidarity with them and with the wounded and with the citizens who were forced to flee their cities and their villages. Let's bring in Obeida Hito now, who joins us live from Tyre in southern Lebanon. So, Obeida, the Lebanese government is cautiously welcoming the news of this ceasefire, but what are you seeing and hearing where you are? Because this doesn't go into effect for a couple of hours still.
This is ridiculous!
We're still hearing explosions. We're also hearing the overflights of fighter jets. And there's been a drone buzzing over the city of Tyre since this announcement came out by Donald Trump on his Truth social media platform. The situation in the south remains quite intense. We're getting also reports from the western Beqa Valley of a strike in Suhmur. There are also strikes reported throughout the southern part of Lebanon in the Nabatea region as well. And it seems like this is going to be the case over the next several hours. People are hoping that things will dial down, but there's no sign of that just yet here.
And Obeida, crucially,
Yeah, ceasefire declared. Israel still bombing the shit out of Lebanon. Shock of shocks. That was from 7 hours ago from Al Jazeera. I'm going to keep this puppy moving. Before we do that, I just want to say thank you to... Wait, do you want to be... Glitchmaster with a sweet donation to the Galactic Deficit. Incredible generosity. 30 bones. Getting us about a third of the way there. That's what I like to see. Happy Friday. Also, what happened to no taxes on tips? Shouldn't be paying any taxes on what we give you. Oh, that's a fun message, Glitchmaster. So guess what? Taxes on tips only counts for tips that were declared on and reported on a 1099 given by an employer. So if you didn't get a 1099, you pay taxes on tips, as it turns out. One of the reasons why I owe so much right now. Sad but true. Sad but disgustingly true. They did not count cash tips. It's fucking insane.
Ridiculous!
I think what I'm going to have to do is form an LLC and make myself like a W-2 of the LLC, or at least a 1099 of the LLC. Put all the income through that entity, and then it'll count. I think it would count, but then of course I think by the end of the year it's gonna end, so it won't even fucking matter. Motherfucker.
Ridiculous!
Yep, it's absurd but real. All right, let's go here to Al Jazeera English once again. Stay on the topic of this supposed ceasefire.
Well, for more on the ceasefire in Lebanon, I'm joined by Alan Pincus. He's a former Israeli diplomat and joins us from Tel Aviv. Alan, it's good to see you again. Thank you for being with us. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that this is an opportunity to forge a historic peace agreement with Lebanon. What does that look like?
He says a lot of things. I wouldn't take him at face value. He's saying this because he was coerced into this by President Trump. This is not a ceasefire that he wanted, and I'm not yet sure about the exact contours of the ceasefire. And I think one of your reporters correctly reported just a few moments ago that there is a Hezbollah kill zone in the south of Lebanon, and it's not at all clear that the ceasefire will include that area. And once a ceasefire becomes partial, it ceases to be a ceasefire. So I'm not sure about that. Now, as for his declaration of peace with Lebanon, look, we've been in this opera before. Back in the 80s, there was a peace agreement signed between Israel and Lebanon. And when Israel withdrew from South Lebanon in the year 2000, in May of 2000, there was again talk of a peace agreement, and again in 2006 after another round of war, and now we're doing this again. I think Mr. Netanyahu failed, and I'm not saying it's entirely his fault because I think it was unattainable to begin with. He failed in his stated objective of disarming Hezbollah and basically ridding Hezbollah as a military and political force.
Now he's saying failed as in the past tense, but that's only true if he's done, technically, if Israel's done waging war against Hezbollah. But it's actually not clear at all that that's going to be happening. All right, we're going to keep going through the clips here on Lebanon.
A fragile calm descends on Lebanon tonight as a 10-day ceasefire with Israel comes into force. Announced by Donald Trump, the truce comes after weeks of relentless cross-border strikes and intense Israeli bombardment across Lebanon. The fighting has had a devastating impact on the country, with close to 2 million people displaced from their homes. More than 2,000 people have been killed, while thousands of others have been wounded. Close to 2 million people have been driven from their homes in the south, in one of the country's worst displacement crises in years. Diplomatic efforts to secure a more lasting peace continue. Well, we have a team of correspondents covering the story for us from the Lebanese capital, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Washington, D.C., and the Iranian capital. We start with Heidi Pett, who's in Beirut for us. Heidi, any signs of de-escalation as this ceasefire now comes into effect?
So the ceasefire is technically in effect now, but certainly the last hour did not look like a de-escalation. In fact, it looked almost like an escalation. There were dozens of Israeli airstrikes across the south of Lebanon in the hour before the ceasefire took effect. Hezbollah continued to claim attacks on Israeli troops, both inside Lebanon and also across the border. They targeted a settlement where they said there was Israeli military infrastructure. 1 minute into the ceasefire, let's see if that holds, if the front goes quiet. Obviously, many people here are hoping for that. But Israel's military activity today, I mean, in the last couple of minutes, they announced that they had struck 380 what they described as Hezbollah targets across the country in the last 24 hours. So it was certainly, it appears to have been both sides getting in as much damage as they possibly can before this pause, which everybody hopes does hold. There's been fireworks and celebratory gunfire audible in sporadic bursts across the capital tonight. Down here by the waterfront, where many displaced people are still sleeping on the streets in tents. People here are nervously waiting to see if it's safe to start moving back to their homes, whether they try and start doing that tonight against the advice of Hezbollah and also the Amal movement, who've said that people need to be patient to see how this actually plays out, whether or not it holds. They are asking people to refrain from going home. But speaking to people across Beirut tonight, some have indicated their intention to start doing so no matter what.
And we have
immediately, if not sooner.
Living in this village in southern Lebanon fled their homes at the start of last month following the Israeli military's evacuation orders, and it's been subjected to airstrikes repeatedly since then. And it's a similar story for almost all the villages south of there, but where we are, in the Christian majority village, the population's still here. One of the residents is the owner of this restaurant. When the displacement crisis began, about 1.2 million people have been forced from their home. He closed his doors to diners and opened it up instead. People, Shia Muslim communities who were fleeing from the south. There's now about 70 people staying here.
The kitchen is now a communal one. Israel's invasion has fueled sectarian tensions in some parts of Lebanon. Some people are reluctant to accept displaced Shia communities because they're scared of being targeted by Israeli airstrikes. But not here.
We come to here, restaurant. We very happy in the restaurant. Restaurant is found all our need. We feel happy.
The village of Kfar Fila is less than 20 minutes drive away.
Suddenly we heard rockets launching and war. We grabbed our things and left our homes. We reached a school used for displaced people and we waited for it to open, but it didn't. So we were driving around in the car until we found this restaurant. We won't find a better place than this.
Livelihoods have been left behind and incomes lost. Meals delivered by charities help. Charles Hellu, the restaurant's owner, says everyone should feel at home.
1, 2, 3.
He was keen to show us what it's like here when there isn't war and mass displacement. He says Friday nights are special, but he says everyone from every village belongs to one community, and so now he must help.
Sure I will close my business. Oh, where did people go? Can you tell me where? In the streets? No. All of us are human beings, so we need the peace.
Home is not.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, you need the peace for the ceasefire, and Israel seems determined to not actually have peace. Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and explicitly saying that Israel will continue to occupy Lebanon. Like 20% of it. We have an opportunity to make a historic peace agreement with Lebanon. President Donald Trump intends to invite me and the president of Lebanon in order to try to advance this agreement. This opportunity exists because since the War of Revival, the Gaza War, the War of Revival, he's calling the genocide the War of Revival? Disgusting. Fucking disgusting. What a fucking criminal.
Illegal.
Violent crime.
We have fundamentally changed the balance of power in Lebanon. We remain in Lebanon in a thickened security zone. It is not the 5 points that we were before the Roaring Lion. It is a security strip that begins at the sea and continues to Mount Dov and the outskirts of Mount Hermon. A security strip of 10 kilometers wide, which is much stronger, much more intensified, and continuous, much more solid than what we had before. There we are staying, and we are not leaving. This allows us, first of all, to break the danger infiltration into our communities, and secondly, it allows us to prevent direct anti-tank fire into the communities. The communities are now protected. I spoke with President Donald Trump now in these past 2 days. He told me that he's extremely determined to continue. Also, the maritime blockade and to bring about the dismantling of Iran's nuclear capability, what remains of it. Here she goes. The guy wanted at The Hague talking about how he's not going to abide by the ceasefire. Well, I don't know what the arrangement was between the government of Lebanon, although I could have sworn it included Israel withdrawing from the territory. Nope, they're not going to move an inch. They're going to continue to hold as much territory as they do right now. And they've blown up every single bridge between the rest of Lebanon and the territory that they hold, which is south of the Litani River. So, no, there is no ceasefire in Lebanon, I'm afraid. It's all a fucking lie and a ruse cooked up by a genocidal warmonger and a pathological lying douchebag by the name of Donald Trump. Speaking of that pathological lying douchebag, we got some stuff to talk about with regards to the White House's messaging strategy on Iran. But before we talk about that, we got to take a quick break. Galactic intermission. Don't worry, everybody. We'll be right back with the final half of the show after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google and or Amazon, we've got Throne. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your earned dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the final half of the stream is about to begin. So you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, Space Fams, we're back. Time for us to get back on the road here. So many stories left to talk about. Let's talk about the narrative coming out of the Trump White House. The messaging war.
The Trump administration's messaging around its military operation in Iran on social media and in the president's statements has sparked controversy both at home and abroad. We have a report from NHK's Washington bureau.
On March 11th, the White House posted the following video on its social media accounts.
Claim it, strike to claim it. Comes the heat from the USA.
The clip ends with a graphic of a bowling alley strike. Some posts combine imagery that overlays airstrikes with video games and animation. This has been criticized for treating the devastation and chaos of war as entertainment. Some of President Trump's own statements have also been called into question. One example relates to an attack on a school in the south of Iran, which reportedly killed more than 160 people.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 170?
No, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
However, investigative groups that analyze the video footage say the strike may have been carried out by the U.S. military.
I don't want reality.
They allege that a Tomahawk cruise missile was used, a weapon that neither Israel nor Iran are known to possess. Trump has also made comments seen as justifying the legitimacy of the operation.
For 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing. I've spoken to a certain president, and former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it.
However, several media outlets have reported that aides to all four former presidents deny any recent contact with Trump. Many Americans.
No kidding. Trump is lying again about something? Wow. Who could have fucking guessed? He is a pathological liar. Should not be a shock. But facts are facts. Regardless of the truthfulness of the statements of Donald Trump, he continues to make them, continues to post insane fucking memes of the White House. Accounts as well as his own Truth Social. Ridiculous, gamified video edits of strikes. How many wars has Trump ended at this point? Because he's been claiming a lot, right? Like, it's another one of these lies that he's come up with on his own. I've ended all the wars, 37 wars, 37, 38 wars. Depends on who you ask. All the wars, even some ones that weren't even happening. I ended them before they could even start. That's how good I am. Ending all wars, even though there's a shitload of them going on. I'm the greatest peacemaker.
I think I had the greatest year, the greatest opening year. I've read the greatest. Look, I ended 8 wars. A 9th is coming, but I ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever ended one war. Who's ended one? Nobody.
Wait. Who's ever ended a single war?
What you talking about?
A lot of people. I'm not even gonna start. But is he saying that he's gonna end? He's about to end a 9th? Is he talking about Iran? He's gonna end the war that he started. What? Look, some people say it's actually better when you end the war that you start. And that's great peace. Great peacemaker, count that as 9. Count that as number 9, baby. Come on, Maria, give it to me. Look. You can give it to me or I can take it, okay? I've clearly done it 9 times. Everybody's saying it.
Trump is increasingly unhinged. We say this pretty much every week, but it continues to accelerate. You know, he really thought and was sold by Benjamin Netanyahu that he could do what he did in Venezuela, that he could take out Maduro in the same way that he could take out the Ayatollah. I mean, obviously, the United States did kill a lot of Iranian leadership, which Trump is calling regime change, but the power is so dispersed and the government is so entrenched that, like, no, they have institutions and the regime, the entire structure is still in place. So they abandoned that as an objective. Then Trump was saying that, oh, they can never have a nuclear weapon. Well, they weren't building one. There has been a fatwa on that since the really turn of the 21st century, but now they're more likely to pursue it because you killed the more conservative older leader that was reticent to provoke Israel or the United States, so that has failed. And gas prices are through the roof. People are getting really scared. And you have inflation data that shows that energy prices are driving this level of inflation up 4% in March.
Yep. Much higher than was expected by economists. And not all, but much of it a result of the higher energy prices. I'm 100% correct. I'm gonna skip ahead just slightly. Actually, I take it back. I take everything back. We're not gonna skip ahead.
Which is the highest year-over-year gain in 3 years. So people are panicked, and Trump isn't going to show it, but he is desperate to find some sort of way to declare victory when everybody knows that he's lost. So he wants the war to be over and kind of betrays that fact in an interview with Maria Bartiromo.
I had to divert, because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think.
You don't want to call them sir. I'm sir, right? You don't want to call them sir. What is wrong with this guy? You don't want to call them sir. I'm telling you. Much better if you call me sir. Okay, Maria?
And you don't want to do that.
Much better.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
On what terms? On what terms? Because Trump is now saying we're going to blockade their blockade. But the reason that the blockade is a leverage point is because it is increasing gas prices in the West. So what deal can you make with them that isn't humiliating to the United States? They also, as we talked about yesterday in our interview, still have cards to play that the administration does not, including enlisting the Houthis in Yemen, who control a large swath of that coastline, to make sure that another checkpoint is throttled. And that could dramatically continue to increase gas prices.
What wouldn't be humiliating? Let me think. Maybe, I don't know, you could tell somebody, you could tell the people that actually we've closed the strait, even though it's not actually closed. Or maybe open. I don't know, pick one. Either one, it's the same thing. Open, close, just tell them we did it. Tell them it was us. We opened it and it's perfectly open now. No reason to worry. Did a great job opening it with the blockade. We blockaded the blockade. And as you all know, you double negative cancel each other out. So, open.
So what really I think stands in the way, there are two things that stand in the way of us hopefully putting this nightmare behind us, even though this will indelibly change the United States' relationship with the region and our trade relationships going forward. The things that are standing in the way are Trump's own ego and obviously the Israelis. If Iran wants to pursue wants to humiliate the Americans, they can do so. They already are doing so. But is it in their best interests? I'm not necessarily sure. Trump has these maximalist demands. But Iran is going to want some sort of reparations for the damage that he brags about inflicting there with his illegal offensive war, where we double-tapped a girls' school and decimated much of their civilian infrastructure because, God, they may have at one point transferred material that could build a weapon over bridges, like, you know.
Bridge Day. He really is a psychopath.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Okay, a little bit more from this one, then we're gonna keep this moving.
Nothing that I can do differently to help us win the midterms.
Let me just ask you about the midterms. Do you expect the Republicans to lose seats in the House, and what does that mean for your agenda?
Well, I just left with Mike Johnson and some great people, some great congressmen and women, and in the Oval Office. I think we're going to do good.
And women.
Now,
oh, wait, can you pause it for a sec? Just because I wanted to point this out from when.
Can't
from
forget
the
the
initial
ladies.
Clip. You would be calling everybody sir.
Yeah.
You mean like you demand
Is that what you want, Maria?
everyone call you?
What does she call
so
him?
obsequiously? Right, like
It's different. It's different. You want to call us a guy wearing a funny hat, sir? Instead of a guy wearing orange makeup, sir? It's very weird. Why would you want to do that? Not understanding why you would want to do that,
weird.
Maria. Very weird.
Did she? Oh, Mr. President or sir? Yeah. No, you wouldn't just be calling me sir. You'd be calling every man sir.
All 200 of their Hitlers over there.
Yeah. You know that's why we bombed that girls' school. It's because we care so much about women's ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with men and not use formalities. Anyway, just
the Oval Office. I think we're going to do good. Now, with that being said, when somebody gets elected president, that party always loses the midterms. I don't know why. I don't know why. Nobody can explain it. I ask people that are deep into the psychological world. I said, why is it that a voter votes for the opposite party? It's even when you have a good president. I think I had the greatest year.
I called Jordan B. Peterson, and he told me he's deep in the psychological world.
China. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
The greatest opening year I've read. The greatest. Look, I ended 8 wars. A 9th is coming, but I ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever ended 1 war. Who's ended 1? Nobody. I ended 8. We have the biggest tax cuts ever. We have the biggest.
Can you pause it? Okay. Nobody has ever ended 1 war, and
Every
he's
war
ended
that's
8.
ever happened is still going.
And Trump is gonna start and end this 9th war, which he's bragging about.
Yeah, you can't count the ones you started.
To be honest, right? Exactly. Those should be the rules. Okay, bro. If you want to tally up all the wars you've ended, you can't start wars to end them. That's called stacking the rules. I know that that's the kind of thing that you do with your golf swing. You don't count it. Right. You hide balls. You don't take.
Around a mully.
Right.
Mulligan.
Around a mulligan. Yeah.
Perfect shot.
You know what could also explain potentially what is going to happen, hopefully, inshallah, to the Republicans in the midterms is the fact that Trump's approval rating is like one of the worst in history at this time in presidency. It's the worst in history. Like we're talking Bush 2007 levels, but he's not even halfway through his first term. That could be a part of the explanation. It's more scientific than it is psychological, so I'm not sure if he would accept the analysis, but it's more like data driven.
It's science.
Data. Not into it. I don't need data, okay? I don't need data. Pete Hegseth, he keeps telling me we're winning. Winning more than ever before. Everybody's saying it. People could come to you saying, sir, we're winning too much. And I say, that's too bad. You voted for winning and you're going to get winning. It's never going to stop. I don't care what you say.
This is...
All right. Let's talk about Israel. Let's talk about Gaza. And the Palestinians. And the possibility of peace between those two groups of people.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The future is peace, a shared journey across the Holy Land. That's the name of a new book by our next guests, Aziz Abu Sara and Maoz Inan. One is a Palestinian peace activist, the other an Israeli peace activist. They first met after Maoz Inan's parents were killed in the October 7, 2023 attacks by Hamas. Over the past 2 years, they've closely worked together, calling for peace in Israel and Palestine. In a moment, they join us, but first I want to turn to an excerpt from the documentary The Path Forward, directed by Julie Cohen and Mo Husseini. The clip begins with Aziz talking about reaching out to Maoz after October 7th.
It didn't matter to me that Maoz's parents were Jewish. That's not part of the calculation. When people talk about October 7th, it's Israelis versus Palestinians. It didn't feel to me Israelis versus Palestinians. Those who were hurt, those who were killed were my people too.
I just replied immediately, thank you for being there.
A few days later, he made a post on Twitter.
I am not crying for my parents. I am crying for those who will lose their lives in this war.
He doesn't want revenge, and he doesn't want what's happened to him to cause more people to suffer. And I said, it took me 8 years to come to that point. When my brother, Taysir, died, he was 19 years old, and I was 10 years old. He was arrested on suspicion of throwing rocks. He was beaten up in prison by an Israeli soldier, which caused internal injuries. He died as a result of those injuries. It's still painful. A few days after Maoz's parents were killed, it's just, I can't imagine stepping out of your pain to think of somebody else's pain, to think of what other people are going through. It takes so much of a humanity of someone to do that. So I wrote him that, and he sent me a message right away saying, let's talk.
I knew that my life has changed dramatically. It's not just what happened to my parents, my childhood friends, Israelis. I knew that a war is just about to happen, and a war that we have never experienced before in our lifetime. So every contact, every bridge, every relationship that I knew that I would be able to build with Palestinians, it's very meaningful, not just for me, Maoz, as a person, but for the region.
An excerpt from the short documentary The Path Forward, directed by Julie Cohen and Mo Husseini. In 2024, Aziz Abu Sara and Maoz Inan met with Pope Francis. And just about a year ago, they then met with Pope Leo shortly after he became Pope. We're joined in studio by Aziz and Maoz, co-authors of this new book, The Future is Peace, a shared journey across the Holy Land. Aziz, what makes you so hopeful to say the future is peace?
I'm hopeful because I've worked in many other conflicts around the world. I was in Colombia, I was in Northern Ireland, I was in South Africa, I was in all these places. And what I've learned is that it doesn't matter how horrible a moment is. And the moment we are in today is very terrible. I have friends in Gaza who lost their entire families. I have friends like Maoz who lost his parents. My brother was killed. That every conflict ends at the end.
How did your brother die?
My brother died
And how old was he?
He died due to torture in Israeli prison when he was arrested. An allegation of throwing rocks. He was taken from home, and he refused to confess, so he was tortured, and he died soon after he was released from prison. He was 19 when he died, and I was 10. And so I grew up angry. I grew up believing peace is impossible. But at some point I realized when I was 18 that Maoz and I are not on the opposite sides. To bring justice, to bring peace, to bring equality and dignity to all of us, we have to work together. It can't be Israelis versus Palestinians. It has to be those of us who believe in justice and equality and peace working together versus those who don't believe it yet. And the goal is to bring everyone to believe in it as well. And we will get there, because if they did it in Northern Ireland, and if they did it in South Africa, and they dismantled oppression and systems of oppression in those places, then there's no reason we cannot do it.
How do you see it ending here? How do you see the occupation ending?
The solution, I think, is less the problem, in the sense it can work in a one-state solution, can work in two-state solution, can work in confederation, which would be my preferred solution. But I think the more important is what are the values and what this solution is built on. Any solution that is not based on equality, any solution does not see dignity, recognition, and safety for everyone, it will fail. It can be two states, like Russia and Ukraine are two states. It's not working. It can be Rwanda, one state. We saw what happened there. It's all about what values you build on. And if we don't promote those values and saying Maoz's life and my family's life and his family's life are equal, then every solution would fail. That's what we should be focusing on.
Maoz,
okay. There are two peace activists who many probably think should be on different sides, both working together for the possibility of peace. Something that I think we all need immediately. Been waiting too long. So, I mean, Israelis and Palestinians, but everybody on this planet who've been witnessing the atrocities that have been going on. But fact is, we have people in power right now who don't even have a vision of what a sound, peaceful future looks like in the Middle East. In fact, we have people leading right now who genuinely do not want peace in the Middle East, who are literally opposed to peace. Perhaps not everyone. There's a whole group of leaders right now, high in power, who actually want this war to continue. All of these wars, the genocide, it's honestly, it's all melting together now. It's totally fucked, but it's true. Because, I mean, let's just break it down. 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, genocide in Gaza began after October 7th. And as we've sat here and watched this go on, while Israel ignored the humanitarian law, and the United States ignored humanitarian law while we funded that genocide, now we're both actively bombing the Middle East with the same missiles and bombs, all made by the same weapons manufacturers. Like, we could not be more intertwined in this moment on these criminal military acts. And the people in charge right now have no desire to end any of this. Unfortunately, they got their own goals. Now, people in Gaza are still doing everything they can to document what is happening there.
She is still learning how to tell the story. Here, learning often happens in the middle of war, and telling that story has become a dangerous job. Israeli attacks have killed hundreds of media workers, damaged newsrooms, and destroyed equipment. Now, reporting happens in makeshift shelters, and despite Israel's targeted attacks, the reporting continues. A new generation is emerging, shaped by loss, urgency, and necessity.
The student takes a course for about a month and a half. The first 2 weeks are focused on the content, on writing the content, writing the news. The student is then transferred to photography.
For many, the fear is constant. They are working in the same conditions they are documenting, exposed to the same risk with little protection.
The biggest challenge is the absence of security because the Israeli occupation continues to target journalists and media institutions.
It is a role many did not expect to take on so soon. But for this new generation, journalism is no longer just a profession.
I feel like this is something I have to do, especially after everything we have went through in Gaza, this horrific genocide. And so going into media is important. I have to do this, and I'm not afraid or hesitant about it.
It has become a responsibility. One.
It's like signing up for the military. Israel treats journalists like they're soldiers, and picking up a camera is like picking up a gun in Gaza. Israel sees it as a threat. And to be a journalist there is to put yourself in harm's way. And yet you have a whole generation doing it. I mean, look how young the kids are.
Hesitant about it.
Got a lot of very young people in here. I mean, not kids, but young people. All of them. All right. Well, while we go from Gaza's media, we should go on and talk about Israel's media now, which has got a whole new plan to help with the narrative and the propaganda.
It is now mandatory to support Israel for journalists at a British newspaper. You've heard that right. I've just been leaked a letter sent by the new owner of the British newspaper, the Daily Telegraph. It's being acquired by a German-based media giant, and now its journalists are formally expected to support Israel. Now, the British Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, has cleared this takeover. It's by Axel Springer SE. Its CEO, Matthias Döpfner, has written to Telegraph staff outlining what he says is his commitment to the paper. He insists the values of the Telegraph and the publishing house, founded by late tycoon Axel Springer, who was dubbed Germany's Rupert Murdoch, are aligned. They are, he says, freedom, free markets, individual freedom, and freedom of speech. He goes further. Axel Springer, the company, he explains, is guided by a clear editorial compass. Its employees are rooted in what he says are the essentials, core values to which we are firmly committed. There is, he adds, no such thing as neutral journalism, only journalism that is pluralistic and surprising, fair and fact-based. Pluralistic. We'll see about that. And yet, having invoked freedom of speech as a foundational principle, He insists these essentials are not partisan, but rather define a socio-political framework within which maximum journalistic freedom and intellectual independence can flourish. Now, Döpfner then sets out these essentials, and I'm going to read them out to you. Number 1, we stand for freedom, freedom of expression, the rule of law, and democracy. Number 2, we support the right of Israel to exist and oppose all forms of anti-Semitism. Number 3, we advocate the transatlantic alliance between the United States and Europe. Number 4, we uphold the principles of a free market economy. Number 5, we reject political and religious extremism, as well as forms of discrimination. Note where we support the right of Israel to exist sits. It sits at number 2. It's second in those so-called essentials. Döpfner says that editorial independence will be protected, including from pressure by politicians, celebrities, or advertisers. He says, I value debate in the spirit of pluralism and freedom of expression. But the description of the...
I guess unless you dispute Israel's right to exist as a nation state, as like an ethno-nationalist project, and then free speech is no good. Wow. There you go. Now, the Telegraph isn't the most liberal-leaning papers. It's a conservative rag, if you will. But this is a fascinating loyalty oath people are now being forced to take to Israel if they want to continue to have their journalism job. Fascinating story. Thank you, Owen. Now, while we're talking about the narrative surrounding Israel, we should talk about Israel's own actions vis-a-vis the media. And as of earlier on Thursday, the Israeli military admitted to having posted a fake photo of a Lebanese journalist in an attempt to portray them as part of Hezbollah.
Staying with the situation in the Middle East for our Truth or Fake, Vedika Bahal is with us here in the studio over by the big board. Vedika, good evening to you.
Good evening, Mark.
The Foreign Press Association has accused the Israeli army of discrediting a Lebanese journalist that it killed in March by using an AI-generated photo to present him as a terrorist. Talk us through this, please.
That's right, Mark. The Foreign Press Association said on Wednesday that the Israeli military had shared what it called a manipulated photo on social media, showing a Lebanese journalist in a Hezbollah uniform that turned out to be fake. Now,
is everybody seeing what's happening here? These are two different photos. One on the right, this is the fake one. The one on the left is the real one. He's wearing a press outfit. Over here, he's unshaven and wearing a Hezbollah uniform.
social media showing a Lebanese journalist in a Hezbollah uniform that turned out to be fake. Now, the journalist in question was Ali Shoaib. He is one of 3 journalists that was killed in southern Lebanon in a targeted Israeli airstrike in March. He was a veteran journalist for Al-Manar TV, which is a Hezbollah-affiliated channel, and the Israeli military took responsibility for his killing. This is the post that it made on social media, sharing a photo of Shoaib in his press vest, but it was partially overlaid with an edited photo showing him in Hezbollah uniform. And the post was captioned, "Turns out the press vest was just a cover for terror." Now, the IDF did not provide any evidence to support this allegation that Shoaib had a military role within Hezbollah. And according to the Foreign Press Association, whilst the Israeli army did share a clarification about the photo, the FPA believes that it never should have been distributed. And it says that the army's inappropriate use of AI in this case raises questions about the credibility of other visual handout material that it distributes.
So, Vedika, how did the Israeli...
Wow. Israel's inappropriate use of artificial intelligence raises questions about the credibility of other visual materials that it's distributed.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
Shock of shocks, there's questions around Israel's sincerity.
The visual handout material that it distributes.
So, Vedika, how did the Israeli army clarify that the image had been edited?
Well, when the IDF was questioned by Fox News' chief correspondent about the source of that photo that it shared, this was the response that it gave. It said, unfortunately, that isn't really a picture of it. It was photoshopped. Now, there's also the fact that the day after that original post was made, military spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani went on X to acknowledge that the original image was not authentic. He said, you can clearly see that it had been edited. And he went on to post what he claimed was an unedited photo of Ali Shuaib, this time wearing Hezbollah fatigues, standing next to a tank. Now, it is very difficult to fact check this image because, as we can see, it is extremely out of focus and blurry, which makes this claim very, very difficult to verify. But this Lieutenant Colonel Shoshani was then questioned about the photo by Israeli paper Haaretz, and he was asked why the IDF doctored an image of the journalist in a Hezbollah uniform, to which he replied, and he referred to it as a digital illustration. He said Ali Shuaib operated under the cover of a journalist, and beneath the cover was a terrorist. That was the graphic, one authentic part and one edited part. Now, he was further asked by Haaretz why, if it was then justified for the Israeli army to kill this journalist whilst he's doing his journalistic work with others, and to which the spokesman replied, he's a military target approved by legal advisors, and he went on to reclaim that Ali Shuaib had been part of Hezbollah's military wing since 2020. Now, there has not been any evidence that Ali Shuaib was a Hezbollah combatant, and according to the International Committee of the Red Cross, journalists enjoy the same protections as civilians under international law, as long as they do not participate in hostilities. And for the fact that he worked for a Hezbollah-affiliated media, the protection states that the media, even when used for propaganda purposes, cannot be considered for military objectives, except in special cases.
There you have it. International law. Shock of shocks, Israel continuing to do insane things, provide fake and or no evidence for any of its claims. But maybe the reason why all of this is happening is because Israel is losing the war, the propaganda war. People are tired of the garbage narratives coming out of the Hasbara press, right? Like out of the, out of the Israeli military and those that are essentially working for them. And unfortunately for Israel right now, they're losing that battle handily, especially in the country that Israel needs most to enact all of its atrocities.
Hey there, I'm Harry Enton, and today we are running all the numbers on Israel's U.S. popularity problem. Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans. Take a look at this data. Take a look at this data amongst young Republicans. Look at this massive shift that we have had over just the last 4 years, the net favorability of Israel among Republicans under the age of 50. You go back to 2022, two thumbs up for Israel amongst young Republicans. But by 2025, look at this. Already a 30-point shift away, their net favorability down to -2. Today, look at this, minus 16 points. That's an over 40-point shift in just 1, 2, 3, 4 years' time away from Israel amongst young Republicans. But that's not the only part of the Republican base where Israel is struggling. How about amongst moderate or liberal Republicans? They make up about a third of the Republican base at this point in time. The net favorability of Israel with moderate liberal Republicans back in 2022, Again, 2 thumbs up. You'll notice I do a lot of Siskel and Ebert references. I just really like them. At plus 26 points. Today, again, negative territory, minus 9 points. That's a 35-point shift in just 4 years' time, with moderate liberal Republicans shifting away from Israel. And this, to me, gives you a good indication of why one of the more ardent critics of Israel within the Republican Party is actually, at this point, favored to win a competitive primary.
All right, well, there you have it. The great Harry Emden with the numbers. All right, let's stay over at CNN. Actually, no, wait, no. Let's go to BBC and talk about the Strait of Hormuz, which is still, well, is it blockaded? If you blockade a blockade, has become unblockaded after that? Or, I don't know, say you blockade a semi-open strait and boats still keep going through it. Is it still blockaded then, or what's happening with that? Not quite clear. Because more and more reports are coming out of boats supposedly making it through the strait. But the U.S. military is vehemently denying that.
We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world.
Does Iran have a much stronger hand than you might think? And what could a US blockade do to the Strait of Hormuz?
On Monday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the United States says it began implementing a blockade of all ships entering and exiting Iranian ports.
This new blockade and the escalating threats follows weeks in which it was seemingly Iran that was in control of this vital waterway, which is barely more than 20 miles wide at its narrowest point.
We've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly. Very badly.
Now, this all comes after talks between the Americans and the Iranians over the weekend failed to reach a deal.
The Trump administration has repeatedly insisted that it's winning the war.
Regardless what happens, we win. We've totally defeated that country.
But Iran doesn't look totally defeated.
Today, we're joined by one of our colleagues from the BBC Persian service, Parham Gobadi. He's a regular here on our show. From the BBC, I'm Asma Khalid.
And I'm Tristan Redman, and this is The Global Story on YouTube. At the moment, Donald Trump is saying that the United States is going to blockade Iranian ports. Tell us, what are these ports exactly, and what's going in and out of them?
So it's quite interesting that he's blocking something that has already been blocked by Iranians. But Iran has several ports, and one of them, for example, is in the southern province of Hormozgan, Bandar Abbas province, another one further to the west, Bushehr, another one further to the east, and that is Chabahar.
So not all the ports are along the Strait of Hormuz?
So no, not all of them are. Bandar Abbas is at the Strait of Hormuz, but Bushehr is in the Persian Gulf, and Chabahar is in Oman Sea. So they're scattered all over the coastline. However, there are also some other very important islands as well. People have probably heard about Khark Island, that is a strategic island. Over 90-95% of Iranian oil export takes place from that island. A lot of gas, oil, petrochemical sites and facilities are located in the southern part of Iran.
You said a moment ago, Parham, that they are blocking something that has already been blocked. So I just want to be clear on what we're saying here. I mean, it seems like the Trump administration's desire has been to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We have repeatedly heard that from President Trump. You're talking now about a situation in which Iranian ports will be blocked. How do you square those two things?
So Iranians, when they blocked the Strait of Hormuz, they said that any ship that passes through that, if they're not, we haven't checked them, if they belong to the enemy, we're going to target them. And you know, the insurance cost went through the roof. So technically, the ships could not pass the Strait of Hormuz. Now, what Americans are doing to counter Iranian move is saying that we allow all the other ships to cross. However, those ships that belong to Iran, tankers that belong to Iran, if they go to Iranian ports, those ones are not allowed to cross the Strait of Hormuz.
But presumably also oil going to other countries,
at the end of the day,
right?
no tanker or ship is going to be.
Yeah, I feel like he's not. I mean, I don't know this guy very well at all. But Donald Trump said anybody that crosses through the strait and pays the toll. So that's presumably, like she's saying, literally anybody. That is literally anybody who wants to get through the strait and pays the toll. The United States, Donald Trump said the United States would interdict in international waters. So, seems weird. Oh boy. Now, staying on the topic of the strait, let's go to Channel 4 next from yesterday, where Donald Trump said that he would be permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz.
China!
For China.
I have to have my China. China? China.
Thousands of American soldiers are on board this warship, the USS George H.W. Bush, slowly making its way to the Middle East, attempting to up pressure on Iran, alongside the US now blockading the Strait of Hormuz as Donald Trump scrambles for an off-ramp, insisting to Fox News that he's close.
And I think it can be over very soon.
The president also addressed global relationships, China's with Iran and his with President Xi Jinping.
He's somebody I get along with very well. He just wrote me a beautiful letter.
He wrote you a letter?
Yeah, he did. He responded to a letter that I wrote because I had heard that China is giving weapons to, you're seeing it all over the place, to Iran, that China's
Did he
giving
say he's
weapons.
giving them?
Yeah, and I wrote him a letter asking him not to do that. And he wrote me a letter saying that essentially he's not doing that.
Then the president wrote on Truth Social, China is very happy that I'm permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. I'm doing it for them also and the world. He then said President Xi will give me a big...
Oh, God. I'm doing it for the People's Party. Hey, I love China. If that's how we're going to open the strait.
I have to have my China.
fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. Xi Jinping, due to meet Trump in Beijing next month, did give one world leader a big fat hug back in 2024, Vladimir Putin. The Russians, this time with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, were back in the Chinese capital today, and they weren't the only ones courting China. Yesterday, President Xi welcomed the Spanish PM, saying they both wanted to stand on the right side of history. And then came a delegation from the UAE, with Xi saying human society faced a choice between peace and war. Trump's claim about reopening the Strait of Hormuz doesn't chime with this.
Turn around and prepare to be boarded. If you do not comply with this blockade, we will use force.
The US military ordering ships to comply with its blockade, saying none have passed through in 48 hours. The president insists this is how he will achieve peace with Iran in a war that has seen his temper rise, lashing out at NATO.
They weren't there for us.
Spain.
Spain has been terrible.
And then
South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan.
Oh, and the
Japan. I think he's very weak on crime.
But still, no one
Very
gets
weak,
quite as
I'm
much
glad.
flack as Keir Starmer, with Trump telling Sky News he could still change the UK's trade deal.
Surely the Prime Minister...
NATO wasn't there for us. Spain wasn't there for us. France wasn't there for us. South Korea wasn't there for us. Australia, China, Germany. The penguins of Penguin Island not there for us. Everybody, it's like they really don't care. Very nasty.
Can't send our king to meet a man who treats our country like a mafia boss running a protection racket.
Minister. My position on the Iran war has been clear from the start. We're not going to get dragged into this war. It is not our war. And a lot of pressure has been applied to me to take a different course. And that pressure included what happened last night. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to yield.
Meanwhile, the Chancellor did not hold back in Washington, D.C. today, suggesting Trump should have stuck with diplomacy and never started the war.
There was a diplomatic channel open. Conversations, there's discussions, formal discussions were happening. I think it was a mistake to end those and to enter into conflict, because I'm not convinced that we are safer today than we were a few weeks ago.
Rachel Reeves said the economic impacts on Britain have been huge and America's objectives unclear.
We had the waterway open a few weeks ago. So if now the objective is to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, well, it was open at the beginning of this conflict. And that's what I mean about being clear about what the objectives of this conflict.
What are the objectives? We have zero clarity on that one. Also, I could have sworn, I thought Rachel Reeves lost her job after that whole... I guess not. Actually, now that I remember it, I'm thinking back to it, I remember that at some point she said that she wasn't quitting. And I think even Keir Starmer said something about it too. For whatever reason, I thought that she just went back to being a minister. But apparently not. Still Shadow Chancellor. Like, it's hard to keep track of who's in what job in every country on the planet. You know, I try my best, but it's certainly it's a very difficult task. All right, staying on the Strait of Hormuz topic. Up next, Al Jazeera from yesterday. I almost forgot. We gotta go back. We gotta hear what Donald Trump's former national security advisor had to say.
The USS George...
Shut your mouth. Okay, there we go. John Bolton. God damn it. All right, we're going to listen to this fucking war hawk for like 30 seconds. Trump's former national security advisor.
Documents in a case that's been widely seen as part of a crackdown on Trump documents in a case that's been widely seen as part of a crack against charges. Thanks, Anushka. Well, earlier I spoke to John Bolton, who served as the US National Security Advisor in Trump's first term, but has more recently been defending himself against charges of mishandling classified documents in a case that's been widely seen as part of a crackdown on Trump critics. I asked him what he thought Donald Trump's Truth Social media post about reopening the Strait of Hormuz permanently actually meant.
I think he has been trying, and the Gulf Arab states have been trying to put pressure on China to tell Tehran that they need to stop trying to halt everybody else's traffic out of the Gulf. And it may be that China's made some progress on that point, but I think the U.S. blockade against Iran has to maintain for at least several more weeks, because I think fundamentally we need to clear the Iranian threat militarily.
Well, there you go. John Bolton saying that we need to keep the Hormuz Strait blocked, double blockaded for many more weeks, according to this psychopath. Fucking John Bolton. Warhawk extraordinaire. Everybody calls him out. I don't know why. Why is this guy still, like... I don't understand. Like, why are people always asking this guy for information? I mean, we should all know what John thinks about all these things. He made it fairly clear long ago what he thinks. He's a fucking neocon warhawk who's never seen a war in the Middle East that wasn't a good idea.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
All right, more straight talk on the Hormuz.
This is America, where economic pressure is the new front line in the conflict with Iran. Questions over a U.S. blockade in the Strait of Hormuz and a high-stakes bet that Iran will blink first. I'll be back a little later in the program as we explore this. But to start us off, here's Anna Burns-Francis.
Thanks, Manny. Shifting strategies in the war on Iran has seen the Strait of Hormuz become the focus of the United States, a waterway the president said he had no interest in until now. Our chief U.S. correspondent, Alan Fisher, joins us from the White House today, and Kristen Salumi is outside the New York Stock Exchange. The clash of geopolitics and the price of oil is causing pain not just for Iran, but its allies and enemies alike around the world. Even the U.S. president is promising his party base and viewers tuning into Fox Business the pain is worth the price.
If you told me that we were going to be at only $92 a barrel, $92 a barrel, I would have been very surprised.
All right,
and
so
you know what? I'm very happy. And it's going to come dropping down very big as soon as it's over. And I think it can be over very soon.
But do everyday Americans believe him? Richard Gaisford went to the Watergate Exxon station to find out.
Well, you can see here in the nation's capital that fuel has reached very nearly $6 a US gallon. That is more than $2.
So glad they went to the gas station in Watergate. You figure they did that on purpose? The Watergate Hotel gas station.
Reached very nearly $6 a US gallon. That is more than $2 per litre. The politicians just down the road in the Capitol building have been on their Easter holidays. As they've been relaxing, the price has been going up. The question is, will Donald Trump's strategy work and eventually bring down prices?
I'd love to say yes. I hope it comes down soon, but it doesn't seem likely. At least not in the foreseeable next 2 to 3 months. It seems like with the backlog that they've got to work through, it's going to take much longer than that to bring down some prices for us.
Will it go back to what it was before? I don't know, because I'm not sure what it looks like on the ground. I think a lot has been destroyed, but I think he'll move on to something else.
Well, I certainly hope they don't go up any further. It's bad enough as it is. So, it's becoming unaffordable for most. We just hope that it comes to an end soon, sooner rather than later.
Do you have hope that it will?
Absolutely, 100%.
You do. And you trust the president's strategy in this?
No comment.
I don't think anyone is going to back out. So this is a game of chicken that we have to wait and see what's going to happen. But we as the American people shouldn't have to suffer.
And how much suffering can you take? How much more pain can you take?
We cannot go on like this into the midterms. We need help immediately.
In a moment, Kristen Salumi joins us from outside the New York Stock Exchange. But first, let's go to Alan Fisher at the White House. Alan, how much of that domestic pressure is a concern to the president?
Well, we keep hearing this is short-term pain for long-term gain. They believe that come the midterms, this will all be forgotten. But there's a few realities to all of this for Donald Trump. First of all, he was the president who campaigned that within the first year, oil prices would be down. He'd half everyone's bills. It'd be cheaper to fill up your car. But what we've seen over the last 5-6 weeks is that oil prices have gone up by about 20%. That immediately has a knock-on because everyone who uses gas, uses petrol, suddenly has to bump up their prices to meet that. That means that food becomes much more expensive. And if you're spending a lot more money on food and filling up your car to get to work, you don't have disposable income. What does that mean? Well, you don't have money to go and spend in the shops. So the shops start to take a hit as well. Now, how long will this last? Well, most people say that the difficulty with supply chains is going to go on for several weeks. And the reason for that is that prices for insurance on ships that bring things through the strait and travel there, well, that's going up as well. And that will last for some considerable time. So all of these things add into problems for Donald Trump. What does it mean politically? Well, as I said, he's the president that said he was going to cut oil prices. He was going to cut energy bills. And if that doesn't happen, people will say, well, what are you going to do for us next, and how can we believe you? This is going to be a long-term impact for the United States. So yeah, Donald Trump can talk about short-term pain for long-term gain, but he's got to try and convince the American people that that's actually the case.
Yeah, Kristen, I'll bring you in here because somewhat surprisingly, markets have rallied of late. So does that mean investors are not worried about oil prices?
That is the question. Investors may be worried, but two factors right now seem to be driving investor optimism. One is the strength of corporate earnings, with big tech and finance right now still doing well in the markets and leading the way. And also there's a belief that a resolution will come sooner rather than later.
And to me, it feels like a disillusionment. A delusion. That's the wrong. Actually, it's the wrong use of that first word. Sure, but point is that people are living in a fairy tale world if they think this thing is just going to end all of a sudden. Let's just go down the line. Israel is continuing to strike Lebanon and Iran. The United States is continuing to help, or at least actually technically, all right, I take that back. Israel's not technically striking Iran right now, just Lebanon. But as Iran has said, can't actually, wait, I take it back. Has Israel doing strikes in Iran still? I can't remember now. I think they have done some strikes in Iran since the ceasefire, but mostly in Lebanon. But Iran is still in control of the strait. And Israel's saying they're refusing to leave Lebanon, continuing to occupy 20% of its territory militarily. They've built bases and destroyed the ability for Lebanese people to return to the territory that they are now holding, which is not only a red line for Hezbollah, but also a red line for Iran. Like, there's like 10,000 reasons if we just go down the list for why it's a real stupid thing to think that it's going to end all of a sudden. But I suppose it could happen. Crazier things have happened, but everything is pointing to not going to end soon. And the strait's going to continue to remain closed. But she's not wrong about the markets seeming to think that. Like she's not the reason. Like, I'm not criticizing the journalists. Like, she's not wrong about this. It's the markets, it's the traders out there, the hedge funds that think it's all over. Now, China has been criticizing the United States' decision to blockade the strait, even though Donald Trump just said that Xi Jinping sent him a letter. Although it's not clear that the letter wasn't angry. Now that I think about it, I mean, or that if Trump even got a letter in the first place, that's not actually clear either. He's a liar. There may be no letter at all.
This Chinese sailor is stuck on his container ship in the Strait of Hormuz. He films what he calls an interminable wait day and night, and even has time to watch the seeds he planted grow. These images illustrate a blockade of the strait that has paralyzed shipping and hit the Chinese economy, leaving vessels like this one stranded. The maritime passage is crucial for China, the world's largest oil importer through the Strait of Hormuz. Before the war, the country imported 5.4 million barrels of crude oil every day through the waterway, twice as much as any other nation. The repercussions of the US blockade are being felt as far away as the Canton Fair, China's largest trade show.
The prices of our products have increased due to the rising costs of raw materials. This has led to an increase in our procurement costs.
Following the US move, China has sharpened its tone towards the United States.
It is a dangerous and irresponsible move.
And has engaged in a strategic diplomatic push, with President Xi meeting officials from Spain, the UAE, Russia and Vietnam in recent days.
China is developing a form of opportunism by multiplying these meetings and visits, primarily positioning itself as a stable and responsible nation, in contrast to the United States.
China is also suspected of providing Iran with the means to fight. These two ships allegedly transported missile fuel. According to the US media, China is also preparing shipments of anti-aircraft weapons, accusations which Beijing denies.
Yeah, it's actually hilarious. During that interview with Maria Bartiromo, Trump actually literally said that. He said, actually, China, Xi Jinping says he's not doing it, actually. Not giving them weapons. I believe him. He's a good guy. Nice guy, that Xi Jinping. Everyone's calling him Xi Dada.
Global equities flew past previous all-time highs in Asian trading on Thursday. Investor hopes grew about a deal to end the Iran war. They were also relieved to hear US President Donald Trump say talks between Israel and Lebanon are due. MSCI's All-Country World Index advanced 0.2% to mark a 10th consecutive day of gains and a record high. Asia-Pacific shares outside Japan rose 1.2% to put the benchmark on track for a third day of gains, while Japan's Nikkei rose 2.5% to a fresh record. Chinese shares advanced 0.8% after data showed Asia's largest economy grew 5% in the first quarter compared with a year earlier. That beat analysts' projections as policymakers braced for the fallout from the Iran war. European shares also edged higher at the open, with the Pan-European Stock 600 up around 0.3% in early trade. Thursday's stock rally follows similar jumps on the S&P 500 and Nasdaq a day before.
Yes, indeed. The stock markets have been doing quite well during the ceasefire. U.S. equities returning to their highs. Nearly pre-war highs. Dow, not quite 50 thou. Not quite 50 thou. 48 thou.
The Dow right now is...
But Dow back up, the S&P back up to, I think, an all-time high. Same thing for the NASDAQ. Seems sort of short-sighted in my opinion, but hey, I'm not making these decisions. Okay, now. Oh, also, and oil prices are now, I think, below, as of this morning, trading below $90 a barrel, which is still, of course, like 80% more than they were in December of last year, but certainly down from where they were a couple weeks ago. Next up, Democracy Now! Finish up this straight talk on the Hormuz.
The views expressed.
No, we don't need this one.
Iran's military says it will begin disrupting shipping in the Sea of Oman and the Red Sea if the United States does not end its naval blockade of Iranian ports. Iran's threat of escalation came as U.S. Central Command said U.S. forces have completely halted maritime trade to and from Iran, with at least 10 vessels forced to turn around. At a press conference today, Defense Secretary...
I'll be right back.
These 10 vessels forced to turn around. At a press conference today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the U.S. plans to enforce the blockade. Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz in early March, disrupting global oil and trade markets. On Wednesday, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was questioned about the Navy blockade of Iranian ports.
On Iran, is there a timeline for how long this blockade is going to remain in place in the Strait of Hormuz by the United States that President Trump has voiced to you or that you've heard among officials?
Sure. I will never set timelines on behalf of the President of the United States, but with respect to the blockade, as you know, it has been fully implemented, and it's being enforced against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports. I want to make that point clear. I've seen some misreporting on that as well. This includes all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. And our U.S. forces in the region are supporting the freedom of navigation for vessels that are transiting the strait to and from non-Iranian ports. So I know some in the press were confused about that. We are supporting the freedom of navigation, just not with respect to any tanker or vessel that would benefit the economy of Iran as these negotiations continue.
Caroline Leavitt went on to say that the White House is optimistic about continuing negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. On Wednesday, a high-level Pakistani delegation traveled to Tehran to lay the groundwork for a possible second round of talks. We go now to London, where we're joined by Leila Khalili. She's a professor of Gulf Studies at the University of Exeter and author of several books, including Extractive Capitalism, How Commodities and Cronyism Drive the Global Economy, as well as Sinews of War and Trade, Shipping and Capitalism in the Arabian Peninsula. I can't think of any time that your work was more relevant than now, Professor. Let's start off with this naval blockade of Iranian ports entering its fourth day. The blockade is being enforced, according to CENTCOM, by 10,000 U.S. troops, over a dozen warships, dozens of aircraft. Can you explain exactly what's happening? And for the geographically challenged, the difference between the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, and how it's extending beyond to the Red Sea and the Sea of Oman?
Okay, thank you very much for having me on. And yes, sadly, this is a terrible way for my area of expertise to actually be of relevance. First, the geography of the area. The Persian or Arabian Gulf sits between Iran on the north, a sliver of Iraq on the west, and then the various countries that are known as emirates or kingdoms of the Gulf: Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates around the southern shore of the Persian Gulf. At the narrowest bit where the Persian Gulf meets the Gulf of Oman on the other side, that's the Strait of Hormuz, which, depending on how you measure it, it's around 25 to 30 nautical miles. So the Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz lies in the north between Iran in the north and the Musandam Peninsula, which is an extension of Oman in the south. So in fact, the water of the Strait of Hormuz is divided between those. There is no high seas. This is territorial waters divided evenly between the two countries. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, of course, the whole Iran has basically lies on the entire northern shore of the Persian Gulf, but also the Gulf of Oman. So it does have capacities. In fact, one of Iran's big ports, in which India invested, Chabahar, is in the eastern part of Iran, in the northern shore of the Gulf of Oman. Red Sea is on the other. The Red Sea is on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula, The Red Sea lies on the western shore of Saudi Arabia. And the way that Iran can disrupt trade in the Red Sea is through firing missiles, for example, as it has done already to the port of Yanbu, which is a oil lifting port for Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea, but also through possibly having its ally, the Ansar Allah of Yemen, which are otherwise also known as the Houthis, disrupting trade there as they did during the Israeli genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. But there are a couple of things about that blockade question that I think is really important to note. First of all, the US claims to have stopped completely and totally the trade of oil out of Iran, or indeed has blockaded any kind of ships going to or from Iran. In fact, reporting from shipping companies that actually track this stuff comes back that in the 4 days since the blockade has started, somewhere between 14 to 15 ships have gone through the Strait of Hormuz, at least half of them to Iran. And the way that they have done so is either through routes that obviously the US is incapable of or not particularly good at policing, through spoofing their automatic identification system. Spoofing is this process where the automatic identification system is essentially presented as somebody else's ID system, indicating a different country or different flag country for the ship. And or ships have gone dark, which is something that happens all the time. In fact, when I traveled on a freighter many years ago, 10, 11 years ago, one of the things that was most striking when going through the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and indeed the Persian Gulf, was the extent to which warships, particularly US or the EU warships, actually turned off their AIS and went dark. So this is a practice, although a lot of people like to present it as some kind of a nefarious thing. If we are going to think of it as nefarious, in fact, a lot of ships take part in this practice of going dark, including especially the United States. In fact, this is in the case of U.S. naval ships, has resulted in all sorts of problems, collisions indeed, with U.S. Navy ships.
I found this discussion fascinating and illuminating. She's clearly quite an expert on shipping and the Strait of Hormuz and all this stuff. It's I think it's absolutely worth a full watch over on Democracy Now! If you get a chance. But we got to keep getting through this stream here. Now, one thing she said, which is something that I said previously, I think it was this weekend I mentioned it, or maybe last week, I can't remember when, but she mentioned the fact that part of the Strait of Hormuz is part of Iran's territorial waters, and the other half is part of Saudi Arabia's territorial waters. So, you know, it's... technically, it's not really international waters. It's only international waters because up until a month and a half ago, Iran and Saudi Arabia were just letting people go through it, regardless of what ship and payment. There was no toll. There was nothing like that back in February, before this all started. Jesus Christ. This thing, how was it? 3-4 weeks, right? 3 or 4 weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. Well, we're on weeks 7.
In terms of the actual blockade and the effects it's having,
Whoops. Okay. Let's move on from the Strait to talking about peace, as rumors of a second set of talks in Pakistan with the United States and Iran were floated a couple days ago. Trump saying they would start immediately over a couple of days, and then shortly after that, reversing that and so really, the talks haven't even started yet, unfortunately. Regardless of that fact, the White House is feeling really great about it.
The White House says it feels good about the prospects of a deal with Iran. Stock markets have been buoyed in Asia. Iranian officials and Pakistan's army chief are meeting in Tehran amid a diplomatic push for a second round of talks between the United States and Iran.
Iran's foreign minister and Pakistan's army chief of staff meeting in Tehran. The pace of shuttle diplomacy visibly quickening. Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif holding talks with Saudi Crown Prince bin Salman in Jeddah. The official footage of that meeting mute, but not the White House.
We feel good about the prospects of a deal. The president mentioned that in his interview yesterday.
That interview on Trump-friendly Fox Business.
Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
Even as the head of Pakistan's army arrived in Tehran for talks, the White House denied the US had formally requested extending the 2-week ceasefire while lauding Pakistan's role.
The Pakistanis have been incredible mediators throughout this process, and we really appreciate their friendship and their efforts to bring this deal to a close.
Iran's foreign ministry not ruling out reaching an understanding.
Regarding the talks and negotiations, well, the exchange of messages is ongoing. Since Sunday, when the delegation of Iran returned to Tehran, many messages have been exchanged through the Pakistani mediator.
Meantime, US Central Command releasing audio of its vessels in the Gulf of Oman.
Do not attempt to breach the blockade. Vessels will be boarded for interdiction and seizure.
Peace is going great. Everybody listen to Caroline. Oh my God. Well, anyway, there were some things that are leading me to believe that there may be talks in Pakistan. Like the Pakistani army chief visiting Tehran to meet with officials there.
US tactics to push Iran into a deal, including its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, remain in place. While in Tehran, high-ranking Pakistani officials are welcomed by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Negotiators are searching for common ground after the first round of talks in Islamabad broke down.
If the American side proposes a package and expects Iran to accept it in full, they know that this is not viable. It's also completely at odds with the logic behind negotiations.
Among the sticking points, Iran insists that Lebanon, including Hezbollah, should be included in any deal. In a post on social media, Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Ghalibaf, said the resistance and Iran are one and the same entity, whether in war or in a ceasefire. America must back down from the mistake, Israel first. US President Donald Trump and his deputy have both hinted the next few days could be critical.
The American government is realizing that the blockade is not working. They are not able to attack Iran. Iran has taken enough hits, enough damage. The Chinese tankers have gotten through, some Iranian tankers have gotten through. The two destroyers that tried to sneak into the Strait of Hormuz have not been able to. So America feels the urgency to push the talks again.
The US says the naval blockade of the Hormuz Strait will stay in place until a deal is done. Iran's military has other ideas. It has threatened to block trade in the Red Sea, the Gulf and the Sea of Oman if the US blockade continues.
And that would be, I don't think I have to tell anybody, absolutely detrimental to the global economy. If you think the gas prices are bad now, Imagine it with the Red Sea closed, the Gulf of Arabia closed, and the Sea of Oman closed. Believe me, it would be dramatically worse. The Red Sea is used to fuel large parts of Europe, and Europe is not doing well right now. I believe one of the EU ministers came out and said that Europe is running on a 2-week supply of fuel right now. 2 weeks. Probably not good. All right, more on the potential for peace. France 24. 22 hours ago.
In these images released by Iran's foreign ministry, Pakistan's army chief and interior minister are warmly greeted in Tehran. Their goal, to narrow the gaps between Iran and the United States after talks in Islamabad ended on Sunday without a breakthrough.
Regarding the talks, the exchange of messages continues. During the Pakistani delegation's visit, the views of both sides will be discussed in detail.
The foreign ministry also reiterated Iran's, quote, right to peaceful use of nuclear energy. The country's nuclear ambitions were a key sticking point at last weekend's talks. There are reports the US had proposed a 20-year suspension of all nuclear activity by Iran, an apparent concession from long-standing demands for a permanent ban, while Tehran had reportedly offered a 5-year suspension. The ceasefire deal that put an end to 40 days of fighting is due to expire in 1 week. On Wednesday, US President Donald Trump told an ABC News reporter that he didn't think it would be necessary to extend the truce and struck an optimistic tone during an interview with Fox Business.
Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah.
WSNT_me just cheered 200 bits.
Was it me? Thank you for the bits over on Twitch. I think it was you. Yep.
I mean, I view it as very close to over. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
Meanwhile, Washington is using its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz to pressure the Islamic Republic. The US military says it successfully stopped 9 vessels from sailing out of Iranian ports during the operation's first 48 hours. Iran said the blockade could prelude to a breach of the ceasefire, and state media on Wednesday said Tehran could respond by blocking traffic across the Persian Gulf region, including.
In another thrust of diplomacy, Pakistan's Prime Minister has arrived in Qatar.
Subscriptions to the community.
Well, that was some weird freaking editing. Wasn't me. Thank you for the gifted sub. To the Ponder Monkey. Incredibly generous of you. Okay, hold on. What is this one? Oh, this is same thing. Oh, wait, no, similar thing. While the army chief of Pakistan was meeting in Tehran, the Prime Minister of Pakistan was meeting with other diplomats in Qatar. Al Jazeera.
In another thrust of diplomacy, Pakistan's Prime Minister has arrived in Qatar on a working visit. Prime Minister Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif arrived in Doha today, Thursday, for a working visit to the country. The accompanying delegation were welcomed by Qatar's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Sultan bin Saad Al Maraki. Osama Javed joins us now live from Doha. So, Osama, we have the Pakistani military chief in Iran and Pakistan's prime minister on this regional tour. He's now, as I say, just arrived here in Qatar. Then he's off to Turkey, I think. What have you been able to establish as to how things are unfolding?
Well, as you heard, all roads lead through Pakistan for a diplomatic off-ramp between the United States and Iran. But let's tie it all together. You've got the Pakistani army chief in Tehran. You've got the Pakistani prime minister who was in Saudi Arabia yesterday, in Qatar today, and tomorrow in Turkey. And then we're hearing there's going to be some shuttle diplomacy between Pakistan and Washington, D.C. Where are we at? Well, the situation is that the Pakistanis have taken a number of proposals to both sides, and they are negotiating between them. You've heard from sources that the army chief is, quote, ironing out the differences in Tehran in person, because a lot of this has to be done in confidence. Again, you have to remember that these are risky deployments because of the threat that Israel poses. We've been talking about multiple detractors in Iran, in Washington, D.C., and above all of them is Israel, which, according to the Pakistanis, does not want any peace in the region. So now they have to convince the Iranians that there is going to be a ceasefire in Lebanon that they want. There is going to be an asset unfreeze that they've been asking for. It has to convince the United States that Iran is able to open the Strait of Hormuz unconditionally and is going to give a guarantee about its nuclear fissile material that is in Iran and about its ambitions to make a nuclear weapon. All of that has been long-standing maximalist positions that each side has dug their heels on. The Pakistanis are quite hopeful that because of this shuttle diplomacy, either they are going to get a second round through this, or they're going to get the parties to agree to an extension of ceasefire. How long? Well, it could be up to 5 weeks or 45 days. We've heard all sorts of numbers, but the Pakistanis are telling us that diplomacy is best done behind closed doors.
Yeah, well, it'll be fascinating to see if anything actually comes of these talks that are going on. Especially with press briefings like this one from earlier today. Because with the ceasefire going on, Pete Hegseth and General Kane came out to tell everybody that the United States was gearing up for more hostilities with Iran. Did people see the literal hieroglyphs? I did not.
Well, good morning. And as you may have noticed, the chairman and I are joined today by the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Bradley Cooper. He just returned from the front lines to see the troops and meet with allies, and this morning briefed us, just before this briefing, on the latest on all aspects of Operation Epic Fury. So after the chairman concludes, we'll ask Admiral Cooper to share a quick update on the ground truth from his trip to the region as he continues to implement an ironclad blockade and ensures that our forces are maximally postured to restart combat operations should this new Iranian regime choose poorly and not agree to a deal. And that is what we urge this morning, that this new Iranian regime choose wisely.
Well, there we go. We don't need to listen to this whole fucking unhinged speech from Pete. Suffice to say, he said a bunch of stupid things about how the United States is basically won the war already, and how we're preparing to continue fighting the war if Iran chooses not to surrender. Because that's really what the negotiations are, right? Is the United States is hoping Iran will just surrender and concede to every single one of our demands. But that's not going to happen, as we all probably know. Now, Donald Trump had this to say 10 hours ago.
Are you considering extending the ceasefire with Iran?
With who?
With Iran.
With who?
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that.
With who? It's even worse than Jeffrey who. What?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Who? What? Iran? I've never heard of him. Never heard of him before. Say it again. Oh, those guys. Still talking about Iran.
We're doing very well, I can tell you. Maybe it'll happen before that. I'm not sure it needs to be extended. Just so you know, Iran wants to make a deal, and we're dealing very nicely with them. We've got to have no nuclear weapons. If we do, that's a big factor. And they're willing to do things today that they weren't willing to do 2 months ago.
Just for clarity, you're willing to extend the ceasefire period?
Well, we'll see. I don't know that we'll have to. Ideally, we'll, but if I needed to, I would. So, very important is that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and they've agreed to that. Iran's agreed to that, and they've agreed to it very powerfully. They've agreed to give us back the nuclear dust that's way underground because of the attack we made with the B-2 bombers. So we have a lot of agreement with Iran, and I think something's going to happen very positive.
They're going to give us all the dust. So we basically won. Oh no, I'm on top chat. Why am I on top chat? This is very rude. Why would you do this to me? Okay. Alright, people. Well, we've made it incredibly far. Nearly 8 hours. We're finally at the point where we're going to the Al Jazeera English live stream. Great job, everybody, for making it this far. Incredible job. Truly. Your incredible efforts are, in fact, noted.
Hello there, I'm Nick Clark. This is Al Jazeera with our extensive coverage of the ceasefires in Lebanon and in Iran. Coming up, thousands of people return to their homes in southern Lebanon after a 10-day ceasefire comes into effect. Israel says it agreed to the truce but won't withdraw troops from the Lebanese territory it's occupying.
The war in Iran is going along swimmingly. We can do whatever we want. And it should be ending pretty soon.
Yes, the US president hints at more talks with Iran, saying they're very close to an agreement. The UK and France set to chair a meeting on reopening the Strait of Hormuz to oil tankers and container ships. And the International Energy Agency warns it could take the Middle East 2 years to recover from the Iran war's disruption to energy supplies. So it is the first morning of the ceasefire in Lebanon, but the truce has already been violated at least once. Israel agreed to the 10-day pause in attacks after pressure from US President Donald Trump. Thousands of displaced people are trying to return to their homes in southern Lebanon.
There is injustice and heartbreak, so much injustice. May God give our brothers peace. There are no words to describe what Israel did in southern Lebanon. We lost several loved ones, and there is no justice for them.
They have been rebuilding bridges that Israeli forces bombed, despite being warned not to head south. Israel says it will not withdraw its troops from Lebanese territory. Israeli attacks have killed more than 2,000 people since the beginning of March. Another 1.2 million have been displaced. All of this as the other ceasefire between Iran and the United States, that continues to hold. President Trump has again said he thinks the deal is close and that more talks could be coming.
I think we will have an agreement between Lebanon, and they're going to take care of Hezbollah. But they're going to be working on Hezbollah right now. But we'll have an agreement between Israel, very importantly, and Lebanon.
All right, we're live in Amman, in Tehran, and in southern Lebanon. But first to Zeina Nabatia, where people are slowly moving south. And Zeina, you have been observing something of a homecoming as people return to the south. But of course, in many cases, all they will find is devastation.
Well, yes, since the early hours of the morning, we traveled from Beirut to southern Lebanon, and what we saw is really a stream of vehicles making their way to the south of the country, families carrying whatever they took with them, mattresses, blankets, only to return to this, to devastation, destruction. Some of them their homes have been leveled to the ground. We met a number of families who returned only to see that there's nothing left, memories all gone. As we traveled through this city, this is a city in southern Lebanon. We couldn't even find a shop open to buy a bottle of water. There's no electricity, there's no food. So it's going to be, again, another challenge for the people of South Lebanon to rebuild. It was only 16 months ago when another conflict ended with a ceasefire in late 2024. And then they also returned to destruction in South Lebanon. We met a man who told us that this is the second time his shop has been destroyed. So it's not just homes, it's people's livelihoods, it's people's shops, but there's still a sense of uncertainty because, first of all, this is a temporary truce. It's a 10-day temporary truce. And second, many are concerned that Israel reserves the right to carry out a strike at anyone or anything that it perceives as a security threat. It's a very similar situation to what happened after the 2024 ceasefire came into force, where Israel carried out near daily attacks against what it called Hezbollah targets. At the time, they also didn't allow people to return to their homes. Israel is not allowing people to head south of the Litani River. The Israeli military is still in villages, in some villages across southern Lebanon. They carried out a ground invasion over the past 46 days. So in those regions, people cannot return. So yes, there is relief. A lot of these people were sleeping in tents in the streets. There wasn't enough collective shelters. But people are worried about really what comes next.
Indeed, a very precarious ceasefire indeed, only due to last for 10 days. How likely is it that it could be extended?
Well, the conditions that this ceasefire calls for. First of all, Lebanon, the Lebanese government is supposed to take steps to assert its sovereignty in this area across southern Lebanon. In other words, disarm Hezbollah. The Lebanese government has been reluctant to do so. The army has been reluctant to do so because confronting a group is going to be seen as confronting a community, the Muslim Shia community, many of them supporters of Hezbollah, especially at a time when Israel, the Israeli military, continues to occupy southern Lebanon. For the Lebanese government, the priority is to end that occupation. They know that this needs to happen before they really engage in any serious negotiations with the Israeli.
How do you get them to leave the territory if you agree to a ceasefire? It doesn't include them leaving the territory. Seems sort of counterintuitive, no? Ay. Well, Space Fams, week's not over yet. That was just Thursday and Wednesday's news. We'll be doing a weekending report later tonight, as it is already officially Friday across the planet. Well, we made it through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. So I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Regan, New York, Bill in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce a show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Bye.